Start recording. There we go. Also, timing is now different. The timing method.
Fire away!
You now start timer on that last text box after confirming, the rumble and all that nonsense. Because somebody brought up the fact that if you use a controller that doesn't have rumble capability, you skip that whole text box menu altogether. So that had to be addressed. So we changed it to where if you have rumble, you just start timing on that last text box, and if you don't have rumble, then you just skip it all together and you just start time when you hit a new game, because you're not going to see that text box at all. Also, hello Evangeline. Appreciate the good luck. Apparently so. If you use, what am I thinking of? If you use a Wavebird controller, like one of the wireless ones, Wavebird specifically does not have rumble. Because I tested it and it skips, and it does skip the, and yeah, some third-party controllers do too. It skips the whole text box. Somebody mentioned it, and they tested it and I tested it. I'm like, huh, well, that's good to know. I've never seen anyone really do a run where they didn't get it though. I mean, my controller, I don't know if it's third party or not. Mine says Nintendo on it, but who the heck knows? I don't know if Nintendo actually made it or not, honestly. Yeah, I was not aware of that at all. So when someone brought that up, I was like, okay, that's interesting.
Hey,
I was honestly surprised by that as well. Please don't guard. I would appreciate it if you would just cooperate. You stupid soldiers. Vice, I hate you right now. Can't trust Vice to do nothing. He's always missing or doing some sort of dumb
that was
nonsense.
easy.
Also, hello Jenna Twitch, welcome. The fight did not go horribly, although Vice missed because he's a dork, and cannot apparently hit the broadside of a barn, but we'll move on from that. Your head feels dumb? Sometimes my head feels dumb. I can relate sometimes.
Dispose of them.
Alright, let's hope this fight goes somewhat better. Oh, I got you. Well, yeah, It is allergy season right now with this with spring being here. There's like pollen all over the place outside. At least here anyways. Nice counter. That actually does help. That helps the stream out, Vice.
That was fun.
Huh! Okay, well that's funny. Nice moonberry off the second fight. I didn't get a box, but I got a moonberry. I mean, I'll take it. Fine. Fine game. Alright, Antonio. Don't be a complete douche, I guess. Headaches every December? Also, I should drink my drink that is, like, no longer warm anymore, but oh well, I don't care. Something that I need for this fight is for Vice to not miss. Yeah, that dude's name is Alfonso. He's... we don't like him. You never actually get to fight him at all, either. He's just kind of there, like to be the pretty boy of the Armada. And this monster here is named Antonio. Why he has a freaking, like, human name, I don't know. Because Alfonso, I guess, named him that. He's a douche. I mean, that's the easiest way to explain it, yes. Okay, that's relatively okay. This counter is unnecessary, though, Aika. Like, I really don't need it. But, whatever. Because, I mean, the counter really does nothing for me, honestly. But, I mean, it's something. Okay. I mean, at least that's on Vice, not her. I would prefer not to see it at all, but... if you're gonna do it, I guess, you know, do it. Okay, no problem, Krez. Yeah, we really do. Okay, this crit is very nice. I will take this crit. But he wouldn't really, I guess, be that entertaining of a fight. In all honesty. Okay, this should take him out. With the counter attack from her and the crit from Vice, this is a done deal.
We did it!
Ha! That was easy.
It's a moonberry. Okay, I'm just reading what you said now, man. I gotcha. Okay, well that makes sense then. But the allergies just suck. Being allergic to anything sucks. Kind of half god. That would be interesting. I mean, the least they could have done is like let you have like a ship battle with them or something like that. I don't know. Like the perfect time would have been like during all the Grindel nonsense, but they make you fight Chameleon again. It's like, why couldn't they just like let you fight him? But then he wusses out and runs away anyway. So I guess that's why. His ship isn't. It also doesn't look that great. Yeah. Isn't. I don't know that his ship is really built for combat. Maybe it is. He kind of runs away anyways, like like a little wimp, and doesn't even bother fighting Grendel. True. I mean, he pretty much is. Not afraid to throw his own vice captain off his ship though. But then again, I guess his vice captain has to. I don't know. Don't know how that worked. How that guy just kind of like let him throw him off the ship. Okay. Getting out of the first dungeon is a nice thing. It's a good sign. It helps to not be stuck in the first dungeon for ages. I mean, could that first split be better? Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't, but and yes, I still get this discovery. I see literally no reason not to if you're not doing YOLO. If you're not going to do YOLO Merchant, you might as well get this discovery. Because you have to like talk to the ship guild dude anyways to get your 1,000 gold for defeating Baltor, so you might as well just sell the stupid discovery while you're at it. I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion on the matter. That, and if you get really crappy encounters in Shrine Island, you may need that gold from that discovery.
Retreat.
Never trust encounters in Shrine Island. But I mean, if you're going for YOLO Merchant, you might as well just skip that discovery. Which I don't do, so. I don't go into value with 2 boxes. It's just not me. I mean, you're not wrong, yeah. That's like pretty much the only reason he's there.
Hey.
It's still mostly the route changes that a lot of people are already doing, although I guess there may be some surprises in here, some small things that I have adjusted. The notes that I'm following are pretty much my personal notes, things that I want to do that are not really in the notes on speedrun.com, but they're like cleaned up and adjusted for me for things that I like to do that maybe someone else doesn't like to do. Plus some of the stuff that I do may be quote-unquote risky, or a little bit risky, and you need to know how to handle it if it goes wrong. That's another thing as well. I don't like putting strats out there to where if it goes wrong and you don't know what you're doing, you just die. Like I don't like giving people strategies like that. However, if you know what you're doing, it's not a problem. Like you shouldn't, yeah. I mean, I have my strategies. People have things that they like to do. It's like you don't have to follow what I do to a T. And actually, I would recommend that you don't. I mean, sometimes it's best to find your own way, find things that work for you. I mean, the main route works, obviously. The notes for like the main route of what to do works, but you can still come up with your own thing. If you don't think it's necessary to do this, don't do it then. I mean, I'm not telling you that you have to do it. This is an RPG with a lot of variables. I mean, just have to do what works for you. But you can think of this as this is the first run that I'm doing with after all that routing that I have done, because I've done a lot of rerouting and working on the route, especially since Armstrong's last run, because Armstrong has lots of good ideas. Yeah, variables. In other words, there's RNG out the butt in this freaking game. And there's no one way to do some things, and some discoveries you may find pointless to get, and some discoveries I'm like, I need that for my own reasons because I want it, or something like that.
Huh? Uh-uh.
Okay, so we gotta get through all this story stuff first before we get back into anything really interesting.
Yay!
Like Shrine Island. That can be very annoying sometimes. The real test of getting a run in this game is getting past all the nonsense that you have to deal with until you get the white map. And that's a lot of things. Yeah, I think I am the only one that uses split sounds for this game in particular. Like, other people that run this game, I don't think have split sounds or use split sounds. I have heard people use split sounds for other games or other reasons, but none of the people that run this game, I don't think, use split sounds. And a lot of people in general don't, because they probably just find it annoying. For me, you need something to, like, break up the monotonousness of this, so the split sounds are kind of just nice. And it's not like I'm splitting all the time. Like, I get the first split's, like, what, within the 9 minutes, and then the next one is after, like, you know, several more minutes before I split again. So, it's not like you're gonna get too annoyed by the split sounds. I can understand not doing it when if you're doing, like, a platformer or something like that, where the splits are very close together. Plus, I'm just a dork, and when I found the sound files, I just said, huh, I should figure out how to do this, and then somebody helped me. The giant ladder of ladderness. But I always, even though I haven't streamed this game in forever, I still play it constantly offline. Routing stuff, practicing stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous how much time I spend on this game sometimes. Oh, definitely. Ladders are like the worst thing in this game.
Huh?
They're slow in general, and then some of them are very wonky. One of them is coming. One of the really wonky ones is coming up. The one in Vice's room. They have that. They have the ladder so close to the wall. Oh, that. Yes, this ladder in particular. Yes, you never want to climb it twice. Thankfully, the best thing about it is that they give you that, after you rescue Fina, they kind of put you up there um, on purpose or automatically, which is nice. That way you don't have to climb it again just to get the treasure chest that's up there and the moonfish, so you can easily do that and then climb back down. So thank goodness for that. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. You climb it up once and down once. So basically, you only have to do it once unless for some reason you just want to go up there and get that treasure chest. Which flag are we flying? It'll be Vice's if I get to that point, simply because PB attempts. And it will, well, I should say it will depend on pace as well. I mean, if I just want to like pick a flag for fun, sure. But if it's on good pace, I'll pick Vice's. I know it's boring. And Vice's is really not that much faster. I mean, we're talking like frames here. Nothing substantial. So I shouldn't sound like it like saves that much time, because it really doesn't, like, to pick his. But we should all keep in mind that those frames did help Penguin get sub 11 for the first sub 11 that ever happened. Like, barely, but still, he got sub 11 based off of that. But yeah, if it's like a serious attempt and if I'm on good pace, I'll pick Vice's flag. If it's nothing too serious, I don't mind picking someone else's flag. I'm not one who hates any of the particular flags. Venus is my favorite, but I don't necessarily have anything against picking Ica's flag. I know there's a lot of people that have opinions about Ica's flag and never want to use it. Yeah, I know that. I know B-Mal will. B-Mal is the Ica flag person, and I respect him for it. Also, this encounter is not very good, but I'm gonna take it anyways, just because I want the purple magic EXP. I wish it was more than 2 of them, but whatever. I'm just gonna kill them and move on because I need purple experience.
That was easy.
No, that's my sum of best. That just means that's the sum of my best splits are sub 1030. My PB's 1055. I have the sum of best on there. It's just, for me, it's not really, anything truthful, because it just says like what I could possibly get if the run went perfectly. That sort of thing. But the best possible time kind of just updates every now and then, depending on how all of the splits have gone. It takes into account my best splits and what splits are coming up and what the best time is, and kind of comes up with a theoretical time or pace that I'm on, if you will. But since I'm not very far into the run yet, it still says I'm on 1025 pace, which will quickly change after a while. That will not remain, trust me. More than likely. It's just kind of there for informational. And if I ever like dip below my PB on best possible time, it's pretty much just like you might as well just reset and not continue, because you're not gonna PB. I'm hoping I'll get some new PB today. That would be nice. I haven't PB'd in almost a year. The last time I PB'd, or the last stream I even did, was last year in July or something like that. I think it was July. I like the spirit of Ica's flag. The cat flag is very good. The spirit of her flag is nice, and I like cats, so it works. Also, hello, Foxbox Union. Welcome to the stream. I apologize, I didn't say that. And also, Scory, I apologize, I didn't actually officially say hello to you either.
That was fun.
This encounter was a little annoying. I mean, it was alright, and it got me to level 4. There are faster encounters, though, and it's not like I got really any good money off of that encounter, either. The magic system, the first time I ever played this was something I had to, like, figure out, yeah, how it worked, but eventually I did come to understand exactly what was going on, but the magic system is very interesting in this game. It was the first time I had really seen something like this. Hellos are overrated. I try to be interacting, as long as there's not, like, anything crazy going on. Right now there isn't anything really crazy going on. I'm just trying not to, like, lose a zillion years in these encounters in this dungeon. But that'll be up to the game. As far as, like, what it wants to do, what encounters it wants to give me. And you're not wrong. Vice's flag is kind of like the one where it's like, this is a pirate flag, you know, we mean business, so it's like the standard pirate flag.
Moons, give me strength.
You're not wrong, Evangeline. Oh yeah, yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, like the color system is interesting as far as like, oh, goodness gracious, these stupid loopers. I would have liked to kill at least one of them, get some money off of them, but dang it. They ran away, and I didn't get a lot of experience off of that, so these encounters are kind of, like, not good. They're kind of really poopy, to be honest. But, I mean, as far as, like, weaknesses, you weren't incredibly wrong. I mean, to an extent, you weren't incredibly wrong, but, yeah. Bad nav, Alec. That video is still funny. Also, look at that. Look how smooth that was. You can't tell me that encounter skip wasn't smooth. That was some good stuff. There's a clip of Alec knows the story better than me, but there's a clip of that. Also, nice failed run. It's really funny. The clip of this, of what Alec is talking about, is actually really funny. It's mostly funny because the guy streaming gets so like, tickled about the whole thing, and he just, like, can't stop laughing. That's, like, probably the best part about it. Got the encounter skip. Got into an encounter and failed to run, but that's okay. At least it let me run the second time. I'll take it, whatever. But yes, hello, Alec. I hope you're doing well today. Also, you're streaming later, yeah? You're doing that thing, that game where you're what is it? You're like showing or demoing the game and getting feedback. I don't know if this. Well, I guess it depends on whatever happens with this run, but I don't know when if I'll be able to join or if you'll still be streaming by then. When are you starting that stream? Sorry if you said in the Discord and I'm just like not paying attention. I know I'm a bad person. Alright, so 7:30 my time. Cause yeah, if this run goes well, I won't be done until like 8 something my time. It's okay, I asked you. I mean, I asked you to do it, so it's okay. Yeah, that's the best part about the clip, is that he just gets so... he just laughs about it. It's so funny. He can't stop laughing. so this is a good encounter. I needed this encounter, although these encounters in this dungeon have been so bad. I didn't get any Seekers, I didn't get any Loopers. My money is going to be so bad after this, so it is probably a really good thing I got that discovery. I got Pirate's Grave, because this money is going to be absolutely atrocious. My money is not going to be good. Isn't everyone supposed to do that? I understand why people get upset when people do that. I guess I don't get as upset about it as maybe some other people do. I mean, but it's kind of like frowned upon for you to like advertise yourself in someone else's stream. But I mean, I don't necessarily make a federal case out of it, but I understand why it's frowned upon.
We did it!
Also, gold split. Appreciate it. I don't know how that happened, but gold split. Mostly because these encounters were just not good. They were relatively fast, but not good for money. I mean, I'll take the time save, but goodness, that was not good. Because later on, I'm gonna have to fight at least one encounter to make up money that I lost in this dungeon. But oh well, we'll deal with that later, if we get to that point. Right now, I need Sentinel to behave, if he can. My streams are very rare, so they probably are kind of legendary. Simply because they don't happen very often. Oops. Menuing. Goodness gracious, my menuing was so bad there. I really should do shorter streams. Like, I don't necessarily have to do a run of this every week, and I never would be able to do that anyways, but I should do shorter streams. Just to have, you know, to do something. Goodest of lucks. Thanks, Ariel. I appreciate that.
Give me strength.
Moons, give me strength!
Alright, Sentinel. What you gonna do, buddy? What are you gonna do? The regular attack and the vice counter. What is this? All right, that was interesting.
Moons, give me strength!
That vice counter is actually nice for this fight. That actually is sort of useful, or actually, I mean, it is useful when you don't have an electric box. Yeah, that's fair, working player. Yeah, it's. Thank you for answering my question. I didn't know what game I was playing, Evangeline. Completely forgot.
Moons, give me strength.
It's a speed game. Alright, what are you gonna do now? What you got for me, buddy? Alright, blaster this time, alright. This time he's gonna hit both of them, of course, because he's a jerk. Alright, decisions have to be made. I mean, Vice isn't gonna die immediately. So, we'll move on. However, he would die to another blaster, so I'm healing him for safety more than anything else.
Here goes.
Of course, Ica will also die to another blaster. So there's that. But I mean, he's really close to death. I just kind of did that in case, I don't know, he outsped and hit Vice. But I think this should kill? Okay, yeah, that killed. Good. Because sometimes Sentinel can be a fast boy when he wants to be.
We won! We won!
Da, da, da,
Ha! That was easy.
Cool. Saved a little bit of time. Nothing substantial, but it's a time save. Pretty much, you're not wrong, working player. If I was playing something else, there would be someone that would come in and say that, because that is basically what I stream. I'm legally obligated to do that. It's a legal obligation, you know. I have to stream this game, and only this game. It's how it is. Yo, Toad in Wonderland. Hello. It has been, yeah, it's actually, well, first of all, it's been a while since I streamed. At least almost a year. So, yeah. But yes, hello. It's good to see you. I hope that you have been well amidst all this the craziness of the world that it has been. It would have been on Backlogger, yes, and that was probably probably a while ago. At this point, still keep up with my Backloggery though. Mostly so I can keep up with what I was playing and what I was doing the last time. And it helps me keep up with my game collection in general. And what I have and have not beaten, because my backlog is terrible. You don't want to know how many unbeaten games that I have, although I guess it's probably not as bad as maybe some other people, but my backlog is terrible. Well, we got out of Shrine Island, everyone. That is an accomplishment, honestly. It is an accomplishment to get out of Shrine Island. No encounters on the way over here. Cool. I mean, we'll take that. That is fair, Ariel, because, I mean, if you don't like something, I mean, you might as well not finish it. Sometimes I even finish that. I mean, sometimes you just do. Anyways, also nice movement there. I just totally botched that movement getting over here, but oh well. Oh, this is the GameCube version. This is Legends. The Dreamcast version would be much slower. Not just because of loading, but because some of the extra content would not be there. Or, I should say, you can still get a white map, and you can still get the Captain's Hat in the Dreamcast version, but it's much harder to do so. It's basically like Dreamcast, but with extra content, and the extra content in the GameCube version is actually helpful. Being able to get white map as early as we do is incredibly useful. No, you're good, Toad. Don't worry about it. It is a fair question, because a lot of people ask, because they're just curious. Yeah, that's also the other reason. Yeah, loading is just much slower, and the encounter rate is much worse. The one thing the Dreamcast version has going for it is the audio. The audio is much better. That it definitely has going for it. Like, it's like night and day. If you listen to this version of the game and you listen to the audio of the Dreamcast, it's like incredible. Incredibly huge difference. That's my thought on the matter, Evangeline. I respect people's opinion on the matter if they like the Dreamcast version more for that reason, but the Legends version just adds so much content. It's literally the director's cut version, and that's pretty much what the producer, director, everybody, all basically said, that it's the director's cut version of the game. They were able to do everything they wanted to do that they couldn't do with the Dreamcast version. Because it's been proven that they wanted that Piastol. They wanted to put Piastol in the Dreamcast version, but probably just couldn't do it for various reasons, I'd say. Yeah, people have looked and I don't remember what it was exactly, but there was something that they found that proved that they wanted to that PS was supposed to be in the Dreamcast version, but they couldn't make it. They either couldn't make it work because of limitations, or they just ran out of time. Who knows? Because I don't even know what they plan to do with PS Like, if the Moonfish side quest was planned entirely for the Dreamcast version, or what on that.
Retreat!
But yeah, she pretty much was there. Like, that whole thing was a plot device to, to give Ramirez more character development. I mean, pretty much. To explain Ramirez and why he became the way he was. And why he was so obsessed with Galcian. Exactly. I mean, that's exactly Toad. And I have the soundtrack, so. And the soundtrack is just, it's amazing. Like, listening to just the soundtrack on its own is just out of this world. Yeah, pretty much, Manok. You're not wrong. I would say that's probably true. You're back with cheers and didn't spill them. Good job, Alec. I'm glad you didn't spill your Cheerios. I mean, you're not wrong, Evangeline. He's definitely, definitely got the thing for Galcian. Also, Alec is back just in time for his favorite character. To join our ranks. Or make his appearance, however you want to say it. Also, get wrecked device. You have to imagine that punch in the face hurt pretty dang hard. That would not have felt good. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what they call him for now, since you don't know his name. But yes, Drachma is it's essentially a Mecha Ahab.
Aye, aye.
As that is his story in the game. Yeah, for the time being, until he actually reveals his name. Alec, I don't even know how you would even say that. Also, just for public service, announcement here, do not try to lift anything like Vice is doing here unless you want your back to break in a million pieces. This is not how you lift anything. Vice is setting a bad example.
Uh-huh.
He's lifting way too much with his back there, not giving at to other areas of his body. So his back would be very sore after doing that. Or at least that's what it looks like to me. It looks like he's lifting way more with his back than he should. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, a lot of things in this game were built off real-world examples. Because as it was explained, like, I think it was the director of the game was very much into history and things and just all of that. So a lot of that was incorporated into the game. it's much more apparent in the Japanese version because the location names are very similar to what they are in real life. They made the location names way more obvious as far as like what they were supposed to represent. The localization was a little more creative, I guess, if that's the right word to use there. Like calling Soltis Soltis instead of Atlantia. Atlantia in the Japanese version, I mean, that pretty much tells you what that is, what that represents. But yeah, Drama is inspired by something fictional. I mean, there's other things in this game that are fictional, that were inspired by fictional things. I mean, you know, none of it is, you know, necessarily true. But some of the locations are based on either real locations or legends. Legendary locations, I guess, if you would call it that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hi. Doc's voice acting just cracks me up. My favorite line from him is when he goes, "Whoa!" But we won't hear that until later. Pretty much, yeah. Baltar is basically Blackbeard. I mean, pretty much. Yeah, whoa, I like that emote. That crash emote. Similar to that, yes, when Crash says, "Whoa," when he gets hit or dies or something. Alright, so something here that I'm going to do differently with Sailor's Island. Because I don't do YOLO Merchant in my runs, I have absolutely no reason to enter the inn right now and get the treasure chest with the gold and get the moonfish. I literally do not need them. I get one moonfish here to get the Rhizolum crystal, which I'll sell. I don't need the warrior's rune, I really don't, so I just skip it, and I'll give all the moonfish to Doc later. So I just skip going into the inn at all. I don't need to go in there, and I just get the treasure chest over here, talk to the dude, the ship parts dude, and get the one moonfish that's next to the pub. Hello, yeah. Welcome. I know I don't stream very much, so catching one of my streams is honestly a rarity. So that is my fault entirely. But hello, welcome to the stream. The first stream that I have done in a year almost. So it's minimal time saving, you know, not going in there, because I need to go in there later, obviously, after Baltor to talk to the mystery merchant. And get the treasure chest and the moonfish. So it's kind of like consolidating, how many times I go into that building, because if I don't need to at the time, I'm just not going to do it. Consolidating is nice. It's like catching a large river bass. I mean, you're probably not wrong on that. Catching one of my streams it's just a rarity. And you have to be patient.
Yeah.
So, because I don't get both of the moonfish, something that's going to vary, is that I'm not going to have to watch a cutscene with Doc when I give the one moonfish to him, because there's no cutscene when you just give him one. He just gives me the Rhizolum crystal and then I move on. So that time loss will come later. It will catch back up on the Inter Maramba split, because that's when I'll end up doing that, and I will lose time on that split because obviously my PB didn't do it. That's not how my PB did this, but anyways, It's gonna even back out. I'll probably get a fake time save on the catacombs split from not watching that cutscene, but then it'll even back out later. Well, it won't be fake. I mean, it'll be a real gold split, but I'll have to fix the gold split for Enter Maramba if this run succeeds. That way, that split isn't wrong, and my sum of best isn't wrong. It's a good rarity. Well, I appreciate that. So the strat here is if I say most of the time, if you just hold the directional button and go straight here without changing direction at all, you generally don't get an encounter, but you know, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I got one, but that's whatever. It's okay. I do need an encounter though, because my money is awful. I did check it back on Sailor's Island, and it was awful because the Shrine Island encounters were really bad. So I'm gonna have to take this encounter because I need money. My gold's just not good. And that's like one of the only times that you'll ever see Drachma use magic, by the way. Because his magic is actually relatively strong right now. Because he's such high, well, he's at a much higher level than Ica is, so his magic is actually not too bad. It'll dip off very quickly though. His magic will become not very good very quickly. But for right now, it's fine. Alright, so that was a good, some good money, additional money. In Shrine Island, you want to like fight. You want to get Seekers, and you want to get some loopers, or at least one looper if you can. Those because they're really good money if you can actually fight any of them. But I didn't get any of that in Shrine Island today. It was really bad. It was mostly just the snake enemies and the maracas, which don't give good money, unfortunately. So when that happens, you have to fix it by fighting encounters here. But I think that one encounter should fix it and it'll be fine. Should. It'll bring my money back on track. Alright. Something that I need Blackbeard not to do, or Baltor in particular, is not crit me a bunch of times. I have had a fight with him on it that I did on emulator once where he crit me like every single hit and I like nearly died on the next turn. It was pretty stupid. Good job, Drachma, for not missing. Alright, main cannon, repair kit, standard cannon. Vice, don't miss. Thank you. Vice is terrible with accuracy early on. Even though, to be honest, Drachma should be worse because his accuracy is worse. Alright, I dropped a couple of frames there. The stream should be back or should be okay, but you probably buffered a little bit. It buffered a little bit on my end. So I'm losing. I mean, I am losing time here because I had to fight that encounter. But this time loss isn't like horrible.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Still not a bad Blackbeard split. Because I will remind everyone watching this that my early game MIPV is ridiculous. I had some really good like RNG in places. So I'm just throwing it out there that comparing against this early game is annoying because it was very good. I'll just put it that way. Some of the boss fights were rigged. Like incredibly so. Richtelish later on is going to be a nightmare to run against that split because that fight went so well in my PV. I don't think he literally really did anything to me. He just like let me win. So that's going to be annoying to run against because, well, we all know that Richtelish likes to behave. He doesn't have status effects and dumb stuff. But now we're heading into another dungeon that is really scary and has the potential for a lot of time loss, and that is the Catacombs. After we get our Crystallis boxes. Catacombs is where a lot of runs go to die, if the game just wants to do that to you. Oh, please let me run from this. Oh, thank goodness. I really shouldn't need any more gold. I should be fine. So, I will not take any encounters on the way back over here. I shouldn't need to. I do use the 2-bridge function to reset the step counter, if you will, for random battles sometimes on the world map. Some of the encounters on the way back over here can be hard to run from. I don't use this very much because it's slow, obviously, to go inside the ship and do it at all. So I only really use it in a few places. Yep, that was actually mentioned by the person who did the segmented run for this game, that if you go to inside the bridge of the ship, you reset the step counter for random battles because you're literally changing, you know, obviously where you are because you're going inside the ship. So it resets that step count. And you can use it to kind of avoid encounters, but it's obviously, like I said, slow to do that, to go inside the ship, so it's kind of slow. But there are useful places to use it where there are encounters that are a bit hard to run from. So we're going to do a few things here. I'm taking this off because I want to sell it. And Vice doesn't need it. Use the Captain's Stripe. And then we go in here and get the gold for defeating Baltar and sell that discovery. The Pirate's Grave. Yeah, my gold is just going to be barely enough to get these 4 boxes. I'm going to have to obviously sell the Rizaline Crystal, the Bomb, and the Sky Seer Goggles, but that's fine. We'll have enough to buy the 4 boxes. Mystery Merchant! Yay, he's here. Yay. By the way, that mystery merchant guy has a 50% chance, 50-50 shot of either being there or not, and it's annoying if he's not there. Because then you have to, because the fastest way is not leaving the town and re-entering, it's actually saving at the save point there and resetting the game, which is annoying and still slow. Exactly. Instant death is like literally the worst in this game. By the way, I sell the sacred crystal there because it's the item at the top of my list. The reason why I sell that is because when I buy these Crystallis boxes, they will go to the top of my item list, and that is very important. Because I want them at the top of my item list because I'm going to be using them a lot. So it's just easier if they're right there at the top of the item list. And by removing something at the top, whatever item is at the top of your item list, either by selling it or using it, the next item that you get, the next new item that you get, I should say, that you don't have any of it in your inventory yet, the game will put it at the top of your item list. Pro strats, by the way. I didn't know that, by the way. That was brought up by the person working on the task. Yes, there is a person working on a task for this game, and they brought up how the item sorting works, or how the game does the item sorting, which was actually very useful. Also, hello, Zob. I am so happy that you are here, that you were able to catch this stream today, because I know I haven't streamed in a long time. So I am happy that you are here, and that you have got to catch the stream today. Pro strats. There are so many things, there's so many little things with this game, I swear, with running it to save time. It's just crazy. Like, obviously there's the big stuff, and there's menuing, and there's, you know, navigating, and there's just so many elements to running this game to make it faster, and all the little things add up. The less time you spend menuing, obviously the faster you go. So knowing where your items are, especially the ones that you use a lot, is obviously very important. The little things add up. Alright, so we got something going for the moment. This run is not going, you know, absolutely terribly. I mean, it's pretty much alright. Trust me, this could be worse right now. And getting sub 56 Blackbeard is nothing to sneeze at. Actually, that could have been, if I hadn't had to take that encounter on the Blackbeard split, that could have been like a 54 split, which is pretty pretty good, honestly. I mean, no problem. Yeah, that freaking YouTube playthrough that I have, so it's so old at this point. Like, I looked at it the other day and I was like, good lord, it's like that was so long ago when I did that. Before I knew any strats about this game. Like, I didn't know how to speedrun this game back then. I was just doing a casual 100% playthrough walkthrough thing on YouTube. I didn't know anything. I was just doing it and having fun with it. But I'm glad that it helped some people, especially with the discoveries. There's even better ways to get to some of the discoveries now. Like, if I did another one, there would be some interesting, better ways to get some of the discoveries, but... Nobody wants bots. Go away, bots.
Wow.
There we go. It's okay, Alec. I was just mashing through scenes, so it doesn't much matter. Also, hello, Zayon. Hello and welcome. I hope that you are doing well, my friend. It is a legendary stream. Yeah, I did know enough about it, you know, at least from a casual perspective, to uh to make it to make a little walkthrough thing complete. I knew some things. You don't want to become famous, and Alec wants to become famous. Okay, well, I like how two of them came in at once. I remember being I was in somebody's stream and like three of them like came in at all at the same time. It's like goodness gracious, these bots, man. Did he? Like goodness gracious. You also want to become famous, okay. So what you're saying is that I should have not banned the bots and just let people click on the links. That probably would have been a bad idea. I do not endorse that, by the way. I love the text option here, by the way, when you pick the bad text option for this scene. Because Vice is just like I asked him, what should we do? And he just says, I don't know. And his face, like when you say it, he's just, I don't know. And he just makes this like really sad face. And then Ika gets mad at him and yells at him because she's like, dude, get it together, man. Oh gosh, Alec, is that, I wonder if that's actually, is that better or worse than what it would actually do? Is it honestly, which is the better option? Yeah, I mean, I guess it does depend on what the link actually does. By the way, a lot of people probably won't like the fact that I do this chase scene and I actually do get the Sacred Crystal from him, but oh well. Armstrong actually said it's not even really that slower because you have one less jump animation that you do when you chase him, so it's probably not even like that much slower than not doing that text option and getting the Sacred Crystal. The atmosphere of this game is fantastic. Like and they did such a great job with the music and the areas. Like the music for this area is it's so fitting because you know where we are. It's just, I don't know, they did such a good job. No one has, well, no one in the community. There were two people that were going to race to get the Ninny title, which basically would just amounted to, yes, getting to like Shrine Island and running from like everything until you got the title, because continuing with the game to get like the text options that would give you the lowest like, you know, drop in points, it just takes long to get to it. So they basically just came to the conclusion that you should get to Shrine Island and just run away from everything. But they didn't actually finish that race, and because it would literally take hours like to do it. And the one race that two people tried to do, one of them got an electric box at the start of the race, and then they said, okay, I'm doing a real attempt now. That's basically how that race went, by the way. So no one else has attempted to do it since then. Also, hello, Tigerian. Casting call for the next Neil Bray movie. That would be an interesting thing, wouldn't it? But yes, hello, Tigerian. It's also always nice to see you. Yes, at the early part of this game, or the start of this game, you pick all the freaking bad text options, and Vice gets yelled at a lot by Ica because she's pretty much like, dude, man up, you know, sort of things. Like, make the obvious choice here, but oh well. Neil Breen makes really bad movies, but he's he directs and makes movies, and he stars in his own movies, and all of them are just really weird and out there. Like they have some sci-fi like stuff to them. Like a lot of them have like some sci-fi stuff, and some are just weird stuff in it. His movies are odd. Like if you ever watch one, you'll sit there for most of the movie going, "What's going on? Like what is happening? I don't understand." And they're just bad. You can laugh at them because they're just funny. Like they're just not very good movies. And when he stars in his own movies, he has like some supernatural power a lot of the time. You know, he has like some kind of like crazy power or something like that, and he's like a superhuman sort of thing. I don't know. He's just an interesting human being. Neil Breen is. Vice is a dick run. I mean, he kind of is addicted. Fina in the first tech option of the game when she tells you her name and you say you tell her that her name is Strange or something like that, and then she gets all sad. And Ika yells at him for saying that. Nice Ivy band drop there. That prevents poison, by the way. That's what that accessory does. Probably. I mean, that probably is the case, Manok, honestly. Alright, Catacombs is not going horribly so far. I say that, and we're only, like, very far into it so far, so I shouldn't talk so soon. I really shouldn't. Alright. Pyre, and you attack that. That counterattack was, like, really unnecessary, Vice, but whatever. Drachma outspeeding Ika. That's pretty funny.
Moons, give me strength.
I always say this, but turn order in this game is such a suggestion. Unless your speed is just way higher than someone else's. MP is pretty scarce, especially in the beginning. And the funny part is that magic is, like, I would argue the most useful at the start of the game. It has like some of the most use early on because it quickly tapers off in usefulness after a while. Though some magic remains useful for a good part of the run. Red magic is always, you know, helpful and useful to an extent.
Retreat!
I don't like this encounter, so I'm like noping out of that. Also, I think I hit level 8 as well, so I don't really need any more encounters. Yes, once you get Land Burst, well, and you can like use it at the, you know, turn 1, yeah, it's done deal. Because all you have to do, like, give Ika something that increases her will, and, you know, just watch the destruction for the most part. You can buy the Slayer Ring, you can buy, you can give her Venus Silver Veil, which has like 16 will.
Retreat!
And then later on Sailor's Island, I believe you can do this. When can you buy this? It's either after Ixatak or something. You can buy it. I know you can buy it after Grand Fortress. You can buy an accessory called the Moon Dust Ring, which is like plus 50 will to some characters. So put that on Ika, and she's a beast. Because even though Fina is obviously the better magic caster, because her inherent will stat is just higher, she's also slow. So that's kind of working against her. Also nice back attack. Ika has speed and her will stat is not terrible, so she's kind of the better random battle killer, honestly. I will just go ahead and finish this fight. The only, yeah, because the only thing Fina's S moves are good for, obviously, are for removing stat buffs and status effects. And she has that one, her, like, what is it, her last super move, like, freaking revives everyone and heals everyone full health. It's like, well, you'll, like, hardly ever get in a situation like that. I mean, I guess you could, depending on what was going on, but, I mean, the chances of getting into a situation where everybody's, like, dead and you're just, like, trying to revive them all is kind of... The region one is fine. Her lunar glyph is not incredibly useless, because it can be utilized in the 100% category to petrify Rictilish. You can use it, it can petrify some of the bosses, particularly Rictilish can be petrified with it. But most bosses are immune to status ailments, obviously. It's just some of them can be impacted by them. But yeah, some of the characters' S moves are more useful than others in this game, so... Yeah, you really... Sorry, Toad, I'm just not reading that message. You really don't. Like, for the speedrun of this game, you grind a little bit here, like, to get to level... And that's just to get to level 8. And I also need to take a moment to do menuing here. I gotta heal before Blagok. So you get to level 8 here on Vice and Ica, and then you pretty much don't have to, and it's also getting some magic EXP, because I need Vice to learn Incrum.
We did it!
I split kind of early on that. Also, that time save is kind of fake, by the way. Some of that time save is fake because I didn't watch the cutscene for the second Moonfish. So some of the early game grinding is to learn some magic, and just for some levels, because Fina's going to join at level 1, and we're going to have to get her up in levels when she does. But beyond that, it's really not a lot of grinding, honestly.
Let's try this.
We will finish the game with Vice at like level 31, 32, somewhere in that range, depending. Because after we get the white map, all of the EXP will come from boss fights, pretty much. She does level up very fast, yeah, so that is a good thing. Good job, Alec. The idea was gotten across, Alec.
This should work.
Also, none of my boxes have broke yet, so yay! He is doing like the slowest stuff, by the way. He did this, and then he did that, and Poison Nike, which is slow. He's just doing some slow things.
This should work.
I have had a fight here where 3 of my boxes broke. I don't know that I've had one where all of them broke, but I've had one where 3 of them did, and it was a sad time. Pingy, the person who has the world record in this game, did have a run where all 4 of his boxes broke on this fight. Though now he does YOLO Merchant, where he only comes in here with 2 boxes, and if any of those 2 boxes break, you're just done, because the next fight is too slow to do without it, and you need it for the fight after that as well.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
You can technically do this next boss with 1 box. It's just really bad though. Like Drachma would have to just attack, and so would Vice, and Ica would throw the box. It's just bad. You would like much rather have 2 for this fight at the very least. Yeah, and the thing about the boxes is that they're actually stronger than if your character had the spell itself, because they have their base damage is just higher. So if Ica had Crystallis right now, for example, it would do less damage actually than the box, which is kind of funny. Well, if you want to see revenge, like if you want to see me get revenge on the Executioner for you, hopefully this fight will be a good example of how stupid it is when you use the Crystallis boxes. We'll see though. So I switched everyone to blue here. This is also kind of new strats. Some people have already done it though in runs. Because we want Ica to learn Weavly, and she will if everyone is on blue on this fight. Weavly will be used on the Chameleon fights later. Alright, so that went well.
This should work.
Good job, Drachma. Drachma outspeeding is just stupid because Drachma's slow, so him actually going before Vice there is just hilarious.
Here goes.
Yeah, I pay attention. I have to pay attention to the box around him, his icon, to know. Also, nice miss. Goodness gracious, this fight is going well. Holy moly.
Let's try this.
That attack and that miss.
This should work.
Drachma with the outspeeding here. I don't know what was going on with that. Yeah, I knew I wouldn't get that lucky. I knew he was gonna get at least one attack off more before Vice went. But he's dead. At this point in the game, yeah, because Drachma is so much higher leveled than the other two.
Ha! That was easy.
That fight was actually went very well. I mean, could I have saved more time? But that regular attack and miss was very nice, and then he didn't use tackle, so I guess I can't complain. If Vice had outsped there on that last turn, I would have saved more time. But beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. Also, hello, all the high winds. Welcome. Good to see you. We have something. Something is going, and I appreciate the good luck. I hope that the good luck will keep going, so we can get a PB in this game. Since I haven't PB'd in almost a year now. You're just, yeah, this whole game, the run of this game is it's just an RNG fest. Like, you just have to take what you get, because sometimes that's just how it be. Yeah, okay, I'm reading what you said, Evangeline. Yeah, so by the way, what Evangeline's talking about is that somebody in the community created action replay codes to where you can solo the game with a character of your choice. It pretty much takes other people out of your party to where you just have that character. Although for ship battles, it's a little funny. It's a little funky. Ship battles are interesting because he had to do some funkiness to where you still technically have the other characters participating, but their stats mimic the character that you're using stats. Yeah, pretty much, Bannock. You're not wrong. I enjoy just playing the game in general and talking about it. And those solo challenges have been really cool to see. Because Pingy has streamed his Vice solo challenge, and Evangeline has been doing Fina. I was messing around with Ica's, because I would do Ica solo if I was gonna do it. Ica's just kind of fun to me. Some fights would probably be pretty yikes for her, but I mean, she can handle it. Her speed is her greatest asset. It's true. Sega is very much unpredictable, unfortunately. I very much hope for a re-release, though. But you just never know. Sega is very much just unpredictable.
Retreat!
Also, this second half of the Catacombs did not go horribly, so we'll take that. That could have gone much worse. Is it? I don't know. I don't have that I don't have it as a word that is censored. So I don't know why it did that. Interesting. Was it like an auto mod thing, like where it just set or something like that, where Twitch said? Yeah, Twitch can be weird, like with auto. Also, somebody was calling me on this phone, but not that I answered the phone, but somebody was calling me. I still don't know who it was. Not that I was gonna answer it on stream. Yeah, I've heard people say that that it will do that. Twitch is just interesting.
Come.
This is so curious. Yeah, I mean that's the frustrating part, is you can never say never, but it's just kind of like there and yeah, with this uncertainty of whether it'll actually happen or not. Also, yes, I still remember when you played this on stream, and that you just laughed at this part where she yelled. That sound effect, man. Demaster for the Sega Saturn. If I play this and I have the sound on and Mr. Legends in the room and if I get to that part, he laughs at it too and says, "What in the world?" Because it's just so ridiculous sounding. It's the accessibility part, because it's so hard to like play this game if you don't already have a copy of it. I mean, your only option is emulator. Like, you just have to like do emulator. Not that Dolphin isn't a good emulator. It works. It's just that that's your option, because trying to buy a copy from someone is stupid. The freaking people on eBay went like freaking over $100 for just a disc. Not even in the original case. They just wanted that much for a disc. Okay, well, it didn't censor waifu there. Sometimes I think it will do. It depends on what else is in the sentence with whatever you typed, and they'll look at it and say, okay, well that makes a bad word, so we're gonna censor that. I don't know. Yeah, it's in combination with other things, where Twitch will flag it for reasons. It's ridiculous, like, it's just ridiculous, like, trying to get a copy. I bought my copy of this game for $20 at GameStop several years ago. I didn't get the game on release because I didn't even know what the game was, and I just randomly saw it at GameStop. one day many years ago at this point now, and I'm like, huh, like this looks cool, so I bought it. That was basically the story of how I bought this game. And it ended up being my favorite game of all time, so what do you know? Dude, 3 times speed would be a godsend. Anything that speeds up the game would be just a freaking godsend. I would take that. I mean, honestly, I would honestly seriously take that.
Retreat!
That is awesome, Tigerian. I at least got my copy with the original case and the instruction manual, so I will say that. At least my copy does have all of that. Even though it was used, it was still in pretty good condition.
Yeah.
That's interesting, Evangeline. Not to make a pun there, Evangeline, but basically your game freezes in the lands of ice. I know, I'm terrible. I will see myself out the door now. Kick weight, thank you, Alec. Thank you for using kick weight. Appreciate that. That was the perfect response to what I just said. That's just interesting. Although I think I have heard somebody else say that their copy of the game did that, and that's weird. It's very interesting. Okay, I need these guys to not be complete douches, if that is a possible thing.
Let's try this.
Ika, you broke one of my freaking boxes. Stop it. Stop breaking my boxes. And he's guarding, of course.
Here goes.
Of course he is. Because why wouldn't he? Yep, he runs this game. Demon is another runner of this game. Demon is a madman. He's a stream monster, man. Also, Ika, you broke another box. Why is Ika breaking all of my freaking boxes now? Like, look at Vice here. Look at Vice. Vice doesn't break boxes. Like, I mean... Cutlass Fury. Do not break this box, Ika. I swear to God. Do not break this box. Oh, thank God. She broke two of my boxes in this fight alone. So now I have like one box left.
That was easy.
So now I can only really buy 3 boxes in Maramba.
Ha! That was easy.
It was easy, Vice, but it was dumb. Because I lost all my boxes. Or not really, I didn't lose all of them, but I only have 1 left. Yeah, Demon is a madman, though. He's awesome. He has 2nd place in this game, actually, right now. On the leaderboard, he is as a 1052 in this game. I mean, you're not wrong. I win. I mean, you're not wrong on that. He honestly could have. He could have done Sky's Hundo. Tigerian, I appreciate that pun there. Kind of helps make up for the fact that she broke 2 of my boxes.
Thank you so much.
I mean, yeah, it's. I think in that interview that somebody posted that interview in this guy's Discord about where they were talking to like the producer and the director, you know, all that of the game. It was like an interview basically with them, and they were talking about who would end up with Vice or something like that, and like like the director said. He said, "Why does he have to have one or something like that? He's a pirate. Like he could have both of them or something like that." I'm like, okay. I see that was the intention then. uh, Good to know. Both Drachma and exactly Tiger, both Drachma and Gilder. I do not put Ica with Vigoro. Like, no. Vigoro just needs to not. He can go off and be his little sky pirate self and and not be with Ica. That's just my opinion on that. That's a weird champ. I mean, you're not. That one is kind of a weird champ, yeah. Gilder, let's say Gilder and Enrique, because, you know. But then you might have to fight Moegi for that. Let's say, okay, no, let's say Vice, Gilder, and Daikokuya. Since Daikokuya already likes Vice. Or has a thing for Vice. I mean, you're not wrong. Vigoro pretty much already does have tramps. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if you believe what he says. If you believe what he says, that he's been with a bunch of women. I mean, sure. That would be interesting, Evangeline. Also, hello, Paige. Welcome. No, I did not. I do not have any boxes. I was not lucky enough. I did get a moonberry off the second fight of the game, though. Didn't get a box, but got a moonberry. But that's something, I guess. It is something. I will not. I mean, I will not argue. You take the RNG that the game gives you. You just take it and be happy with it, I guess. I mean, Paige already got double electric box. On the one run that Paige did on the PAL version, he got the double electric box drop, which is insane. You can actually pull that up for reference, because if you just look up obsolete runs and you go to like the first run that Paige did, you'll find it. The elusive double electric box drop. No, that was the funny part, is that it was on PAL, and then everybody just kind of went, huh. It's his PAL version blessed or something. It's not. It was a joke. PAL PAL version is much slower because the frame rate is much slower. Unfortunately, it is not the version to run on. PAL is pretty much. I mean, from a casual perspective, PAL is the same as the North American version. It probably has additional language options, of course, because it's the European version. But You wouldn't see any difference from like a casual perspective. It's the same game. It's just it runs slower. Lower frame rate, unfortunately. Which only matters for, like, speed running, really. That I don't know, Manok. I'm not a super technical person anyways. I'm like terrible like to answer questions like that, so I won't, considering I don't know what I'm talking about. And that makes, I mean, I could see that page. That makes a lot of sense. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, so warning about this particular split here that I'm on. I'm going to lose time on this split, and that's because, again, in my PB, I did the normal give both Moonfish to Doc at Sailor's Island, watch a cutscene, and I didn't do that in this run in order to prevent having to go into the end twice. So I will lose time here from having to watch the first cutscene of the Moonfish side quest. But it's just basically evening out the run and bringing me back to where I should be time-wise. That's basically what will happen. So in the end, I'll probably be, like, close to even with my splits after this. But it's fine. Maybe, I don't know if I'll actually be ahead or not. It'll be a little... I shouldn't be behind, though. It'll be probably close to even. And then I have time save in Barin because... what I do, because I don't do YOLO Merchant page, is... I don't... When the first time I go to Sailor's Island, I don't go into the inn at all. Because I don't... I can get the gold chest later and the other Moonfish later, because I don't need the Warrior's Rune. I just need the Rhizolum Crystal so I can sell it. So I get the repair kits, the one Moonfish, and talk to the ship parts guy. Leave and blah blah blah. It saves like a little bit of time because I don't enter the inn twice. I have no reason to, because I don't need to go in there. I just need to the second trip, obviously, to talk to the mystery merchant and get what I need there. So it's like it's a minimal time save. It's something. I mean, it's a time save, because you really don't need the Warrior's Rune, to be honest with you. It won't impact like anything really. It's not like you're gonna get damage ranged or anything like that in Valua, because the Crystallis boxes just do so much damage anyways that it doesn't matter. The Cutlass Furies that you do in Valua will still be just as good.
Retreat.
Minimal time savings sort of thing, yeah. I kind of still have it in the intermediate notes because it's like whatever. I just kept it in there because it doesn't really matter too much. But it's one of those things you can incorporate into your own run if you want to, though. It's just making my splits a little wonky for this run because the previous run that I did, my previous PB, did normal strats. That is very much true, Manok. That is very much true.
Retreat.
But yes, you probably would know. You would notice the speed difference, obviously, if you played both versions of the game. It probably might be apparent to you at that point, and it would be especially if you've done speed runs especially of this version of the game, and then you like tried to play the PAL version. You probably would very much notice the difference. From a casual perspective, though, if you're not really like caring about that, you probably wouldn't really notice.
Hi.
And this game almost was on the PlayStation 2, but I think even if it had somehow released on the PlayStation 2 at the time, the GameCube version would still be faster, because that's generally the case. When there is a GameCube version and a PS2 version of a game, the GameCube version is generally the fastest one to speedrun on, like, from what I have seen. That's generally what you'll do.
Whoa.
You're not wrong. I mean, people shouldn't, like, you know, talk crap about the GameCube. Like, the GameCube is actually a very solid console. It's a very solid console, honestly. Oh, really, Paige? I mean, I can believe that. You, like, looking at them side by side, you probably would notice it pretty immediately. I played my GameCube a lot when I was younger.
Hi.
I had this game. I had Evolution Worlds, which was another port of a Dreamcast RPG game. Actually, it was technically 2 games in one. Fun fact: I bought Evolution Worlds at the same time that I bought this game at GameStop. Believe it or not. But plus, I mean, then I had Tales of Symphonia also for the GameCube. I mean, there was some good stuff, like, for the GameCube. I played the heck out of mine. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You had Shrek too. Good job, Alec. Yeah, you had Shrek too. By the way, yeah, don't freak out about this time lost. It's just me getting back even with my splits. There is time saved still to be had, and my early game in my PB was very good. I'm throwing that out there. It was very much incredibly good, if I'm honest. Some of the boss fights were very rigged. But this should give you an idea of how long cutscenes with Doc take. A zillion years. That's how long it takes to talk to Doc. Like, goodness gracious. Alright.
We're stalling! We've taken too much damage!
I know, Ica. Well, it'll be alright. Don't freak out. We'll make up time. It's only... What is that? 16 seconds? It's not the end of the world. Hello, Harpoon Cannon. I know why you're here. You're here because I don't stream very much at all. and to give me love, yes, also. Thank you for the good luck. And I love you too, Harpoon Cannon. I always appreciate you stopping by, just to tell me that. Possibly, Paige. I mean, that is how you get, like, what some of the other, like, actually useful items that you just kind of get through easier means in this version of the game. And yeah, because I only have one box left, I really can only buy 3 here. If I buy more than 3, I will not be able to afford anything else that I need to buy. So, yeah. Once again, let's all thank Ica for breaking 2 boxes. And I think... Who broke the 3rd one? I'm trying to remember who broke my 3rd box. Invalua. I can't remember. Ica broke 2, though, so she's already on my crap list. In that regard. Also, hello, Koshiko. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. Thanks. I love Ica, by the way. Ica's like one of my favorite characters in this game, but I'm not happy that she broke 2 of my boxes. But yes, hello, Koshiko. Welcome. When am I pulling out the lover's ring strats? I do not know on that regard. The day I do a meme run, a sellout stream like, you know, like Pingy does, and somebody donates for it. That's a joke, by the way. I'm totally joking. You know who broke the 3rd box, Alec? Who broke the 3rd one? I'm like reading like messages are really slow right now. Well, mostly because I was menuing there. I had to make sure I didn't screw up shopping. Neil Breen did. Okay, well that makes sense. You know, Neil Breen would do that. This town, yeah, Maramba is, but the worst town for navigation is Horteca. Oh my god. The only saving grace, like the main saving grace for Horteca is the music is just amazing. The movie, you just bop to the music while you're like wandering around Horteca, so I can give it the benefit of the doubt on that one because the navigation being slow and kind of wonky. Pretty much, I'm staying away from that. Like, if I want a PlayStation 5, I'll wait until it's not the situation it is right now. I mean, they literally spent all their money buying the freaking PS5. So if nobody buys them from them, then I guess they make no profit. So they go out of business pretty much. That is not a wrong statement. They can have their however many PS5s they bought. And just have them sit around, I guess, and collect dust. They just gave a bunch of money to Sony. That's about all they did, really. And if nobody buys them from them, they just have a bunch of stock sitting around. Scalpers are just... It's just amazing the things that people do. I mean, I realize they're trying to make money through some sort of quote-unquote easy means, but yeah. It's crappy for other people. Who legitimately, like, you know, just want to buy one for their own purposes, or, you know, buy whatever it is for their own purposes. At least in that regard, yeah, for FF16, you'll have a bit, you know, obviously to wait before that releases, so you got some time at the very least. Yeah, I guess cute cat face. It would be funny, honestly, to be able to do that. And yeah, I guess, yeah, the FF16 will eventually come out on PC as well. Oh yeah, the NES and the SNES Classic, man, goodness gracious. People were scalping those like crazy. I don't really have, I mean, I say this and I'm streaming right now, but my PC, I mean, I don't really have a good computer either, like, to really do PC gaming, so... Yeah, I never got the NES or the SNES, like, mini, the classic minis. I never got either of those. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like I said, at the very least, FF16, you have a bit to wait on that, like before that comes out. So hopefully, by the time that comes out, goodness gracious, you'll be able to find one reasonably. Goodness gracious. Alright, we are about to head into the next dungeon that can lose a lot of time if it wants to. And that's Perrin. Perrin can either go very well or very poorly depending on the encounters that the game wants to give you here. And how many times it wants to give you back attacks as well, so we will hope to avoid that as much as we can, but it is all up to the game at this point.
Well.
So after this text option, because I still picked the wrong text option here, which is just a neutral option, I don't lose or gain any points from it, but I picked the wrong one here, and this is the last like wrong text option I'll do for a while. Because after this I have to start picking the right ones in order to get my ranking back up. Yeah, that's pretty much true. That's why I don't have it. I mean, even if I wanted a PlayStation 5, I just can't even justify it because there's like nothing on it that I want right now. Like there's like just there's no games I want to play on it. Yeah, Coward is just Ninny is just it's so stupid. Like you need literally 0 to 5 swashbuckler points. And for reference on this, by the way, you start with, also this is a nice encounter if Vice goes first, but he didn't. For reference, you start with 100 base swashbuckler points. 100 is just, you know, Vice the Unimpressive, and that's just what you start out with. So imagine what you need to do to get down to 0 or 5 swashbuckler points. It's like terrible. It's a lot of running away, essentially. Also, thanks for not missing, Vice. Alright, show me those level ups. Show me these level ups on Fina. Yeah, here we go. All these level ups, good shit. Alright. And she learned Sacri and Vice learned Sacri. Cool. Now everyone goes to Silver. And we start grinding Silver Magic EXP. For like the vast majority of the game for a while. But yeah, it does take a while, like, obviously, for new games to come out for it.
Wow. Hey.
I think a lot of people did with the Switch. I think a lot of people got a Switch mainly for Breath of the Wild initially. It was like they're like probably the cash cow, or actually it was the cash. Let's all be honest. It was like probably the cash cow that got people to buy one, at least initially. And then last year, if you didn't already have a Switch, you probably bought one to play. A lot of people bought one to play Animal Crossing. I mean, I'm just being honest. The Animal Crossing sold a crap ton of Switches last year when it came out. Whether you like Animal Crossing or not, it seriously did. So many people bought Animal Crossing. Yeah, Monster Hunter Rises was also, if you didn't have one already, that probably was another like jump to get you to buy one. Because Monster Hunter Rise sold a crap ton of copies, and it's still selling. So Ring Fit, yeah, actually it is. Ring Fit Adventure actually is. That is physical. That's actually impressive because you have to get all like the peripherals that come with it. So that actually is impressive, honestly. Smash, yeah. Like the top 10 for Switch is probably pretty. You could probably guess most of them, like most of the games that are on there. But Ring Fit actually is impressive, like for it to be that high. I play Smash, yeah, just to download all any DLC that I've missed, and try out the characters, the new ones that have been added. That's pretty much what I do with Smash.
Let's try this.
That was easy.
I had an N64. I can't say that I had a ton of games for it though. Nice Behemoth's ring drop also. I mean, I have games for my N64. It's just it was kind of limited what I had on it. And at the time that I was playing the N64 as a kid, I was like obsessed with Pokemon. So most of my time was spent with Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2, if I'm being honest, because I was like Pokemon obsessed as a kid. This encounter is really poopy, so we're going to run away from it. Oh yeah, the Everdrive. That's true, Harpoon Cannon. The Everdrive is a great thing. Ooh, this is a very nice encounter to run from as well. Like if I want to get more levels on Fina, I'd rather save them for like the second part of the dungeon with the salamanders, because you can hardly run from them anyways, so I'd rather just kind of fight them and get most of Fina's EXP there. Yeah, Harpoon Cannon comes around all the time when I stream. It's amazing, you know, being able to get that screen name, well, before someone else did. I mean, somebody else would have thought, obviously, to get the... yeah, Harpoon Cannon is actually a bot. Like, somebody else would have, I guess, gotten that username at some point, but yeah. It's amazing, though, that somebody has the username and actually uses it and actually comes into the stream when I stream this game, so that, honestly, that just, that tickles me, honestly. Because usually when people like steal usernames like that, they never use them. Like it's just kind of like derelict and sitting inactive somewhere, and then you're like, dang it, I can't use that username. It's just an actual harpoon cannon is. That is actually the harpoon cannon in general. Just typing in the chat right now. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just a username. Good question. I got stuck on the wall there, so I think I actually got hit by the boulder. Yeah, I lost a little bit. I was checking just to make sure where my HP was, but yeah, I got a little bit got stuck on the wall. Oh well. Moving on. We'll live. Yes, but the one thing that you have Paige, is you have good you do good voice acting. Like that's something you have going for you on your streams. Yeah, I mean you could totally do that. It's totally worth just going and letting the boulder hit you. It's not like it would be detrimental to you at all. I gotta stop breaking my boxes. My gosh, Ika's terrible, man. She is so terrible right now. That's the third freaking box that she has broke. Stop breaking my boxes, Ika. Goodness gracious. You're welcome, Paige. Honestly, that it is very entertaining to watch you. Like your voices are very entertaining to me.
That was easy.
Ika's being real bad right now. Like her handling of the boxes have not been good. She's being very much Butterfingers this run. Oops, dropped the box. I will try not to. Hopefully Ika behaves. Yeah, because Ika would just break all the dishes, you know. Dang it! Why is one of these stupid things always guarding? One of them always has to guard. See, look at Vice here. Like, Vice is just being a pro right now. He's just throwing that Pyre box and not breaking it. It's lasted for quite a while, honestly. Another Moonberry. Dear God. Okay, well... Cool. That's like my second Moonberry drop of this run. I got the one off the second fight of the game, and then I just got another one. Okay. So I'm skipping Horteka, because Horteka's Moonberry's slow. I guess I'm skipping the Rix's Moonberry. I'm not fighting this encounter, by the way. That's way too many loopers. If you mean like what enemies drop and what percentage they have to drop items, yes, we do. It is very much known, and the interesting thing is all enemies. Yes, all enemies have a chance, except for like bosses obviously, but random enemies or most like peon enemies, if you will, have a chance to drop a Moonberry. And what the game does with drops is that whatever the enemy can mainly drop, like let's take the first encounter, which can drop an Electri box. It will roll. The RNG will roll to see if the box drops, and then it will roll to see if the Moonberry if the moonberry will drop. So the moonberry is a completely separate RNG roll, if you will. It rolls the main drop first and then the moonberry drop, which is interesting. So I'm pretty sure if you get like the main drop from an enemy, you also don't get a moonberry. I guess you can roll both of them. Like I guess if both of them roll as a drop, you can, or I can't remember the way it was explained. If the RNG rolls the main drop, it doesn't roll the moonberry. I can't remember exactly, but either way, the moonberry drop rolls second. It is a separate RNG roll after you win a fight, and it's after you kill an enemy that the game determines if you get a drop or not. It may feel that way, but they really don't. Remember, they don't have a better chance of dropping one. They have the same percentage chance of any other enemy.
Retreat!
It's like 1%. Like for any enemy can drop it at a 1%, a moonberry at a 1% chance. I'm fighting this encounter because I probably won't be able to run from it. It is the best. I mean, Looperland is the best place to grind anyways, so it would be the best place to go for in general. But yeah, like they don't have necessarily a better chance. Although for loopers, it might be easier to get them because they're also nice flame mantle drop. For loopers, it might be easier to get them because their main drop or main initial drop that they may have, like the black map, and some of them have like other drops like a Dexus seed and stuff like that, is pretty low. So the chance of getting the main drop is pretty low. So maybe that might have a reasoning why it's easier to get. You have a slightly easier time getting them off loopers. I guess if an enemy doesn't have a drop, like if it doesn't have a drop, something that it mainly drops, or if the drop that it has is really low, it's probably an easier time. Because all they can do is drop the moonberry. Also, this is going to be a huge time save, by the way.
Ha! That was easy.
Yep, that was a huge time save. Good lord. So one thing I did differently on this split is I didn't get the Nazar Combat Mail, which I got in PB, so that's some time save. Because you had to like go into that building and go down the stairs, blah blah blah. So that saves some time. And then, honestly, the RNG here was not bad. The encounters were very good, and I did not get back attacked once. So I'll take it. Thanks, Nilbrain. I appreciate that. Thanks for telling me I'm doing a good job. Alright, Rockworm. Oh good, she actually didn't get petrified there.
Here goes.
You're welcome, and I appreciate you returning the favor.
Let's try this.
Rockworm, just cooperate, please. Don't do bad things.
Let's try this.
Oh look, I didn't break a box. Shocking. Amazing.
Let's try this.
You have to imagine that a stick of ice going through your head would hurt. No, see, come on, man. This is not what we want to see. We don't want this. We don't like volcanic blast. Because now I have to heal. You know, that's just and that's slow.
Here goes.
I have to heal at the risk that he will use volcanic blast again this turn. If he does, well, both both Ika and Fina are dead, which is not good.
Let's try this.
Which, of course, he didn't do, but whatever. I'll take it. And Ika stoned. Also, hello, Oron Scott. Welcome to the stream.
Let's try this.
Hope you are doing well. This fight is not going completely terribly. I would like that if I had countered there. That would have been very nice, but oh well. Killed him anyways, and I switched to silver because I didn't. He was low enough on HP to where I could switch to silver safely and now I get more silver EXP for this fight, which is nice.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Yeah, he was not very nice. So 33 seconds lost. The fight went basically very well in PB. He probably didn't even use Volcanic Blast at all. So, oh well. Okay, playing Vesperia, so I know who you are. Also, Oran is an awesome character. He's probably my favorite character in FF10. Also, hello, Grudge Guy. No black maps. 2 moonberries though. No Electribox. I got a moonberry off the second fight of the game. I got a moonberry in this dungeon. So it's something. It's moonberries or something. I mean, I'll take it. So I have gotten some RNG like drops at the very least. And it's useful. I can skip the Moonberry and Horteka now, and I guess I'll skip Rixus because why not? In hindsight, I could have skipped something else. I could have skipped one of I don't know, another one of the earlier Moonberries, but I was kind of wanting to skip Horteka more than anything because Horteka is just slow. Is a crush. Perim went exceedingly well, so that's the time save there was just insane. Some of that was from skipping getting the Nazar combat mill because I did that in PB, so that's something. Save time from that, and the dungeon itself went very well. No back attacks, 0 back attacks. I don't even think I had any failed runs in Perim, so that was like exceedingly good. That Perim was something else. And reminder that my Perim in PB wasn't bad either. It was pretty good, but this was just kind of something else. Nope, 0. No salamanders from behind. Shockingly. I got an encounter with a zillion loopers that I thought you would enjoy because it made me think of you because you would have taken that encounter and tried to get a black map off of it, so it made me think of you. Yo, Grudge Guy, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Oh, and with regards to boxes, Ika's on my crap list right now. She has broken 3 Crystallis boxes. She broke 2 in Valua. I think Vice broke the other one in Valua. I only had 1 left when I got out of Valua, but they broke at the best time, considering they broke on the Royal Guard. They didn't break on Blagok or Executioner, thank God. So they broke at an opportune time to where I didn't lose a crap ton of time from it. But it's just like, Ica, please, stop breaking all my boxes. Money, Shrine Island was really bad, like for money. I got no Seekers and I got no Loopers. It was a horrible time. So it was not good. Money was bad. I took 1 encounter on the way to Blackbeard just to get my gold back in order. It wasn't terrible though. I didn't lose a lot of time from that, so it was okay. It wasn't the end of the world. I only bought 3 boxes in Maramba on this first trip that I just did. So I can't afford 4 if I only have 1 left. I can only really buy 3. Or my money I just won't have enough money to buy everything else I need to buy in Maramba. It's way too tight. And yes, Recumen is very strange, Gigas. Alec, in fairness, you didn't really know that. This is like a boss that you just had to survive. But yes, I'll be watching for B-type and Hunter Torpedo. We'll see if we get those as drops. They'll be nice if we can. Or something breaks in an episode of that's not wrong. That's pretty much The Office. But yeah, this is pretty much break time. This fight is literally nothing. Nothing is going on for several minutes. Because you can't win it, and there's no faster way of really doing it. You just kind of have to guard and heal pretty much. What can you do? I also still have my Pyre box. That Pyre box was pro. That thing lasted the entirety of that dungeon without breaking. But then again, Vice was the only one using it, and Vice doesn't break boxes apparently, from what I'm seeing. Apparently only Ica breaks boxes. It is an excellent show to watch. Very much so. Good life choices. So one thing also with this fight, that's a route change that really should have been made a long time ago. We won't use Harpoon Cannon on this fight. So we used to use Harpoon Cannon on the very last turn of this fight to make Red Ray miss, but there is like literally no reason to do that. Sorry, Harpoon Cannon, yes. We're cutting out another Harpoon Cannon usage in this run. So I won't be using that at all in this fight, and it will save a little bit of animation time for not using it, so that'll be nice. Very, very nice. Because we'll just heal back the damage that we take from Red Ray on that last turn, on the first turn of the Link, so, you know, no big whoop on that one. Like I said, that's a route change that really should have been done, like, so long ago. I don't know why it took that long for that to just be a thing, but whatever. Sometimes the obvious route changes are the, you know... Sometimes you can miss those obvious things. Rockworm was okay-ish. He used Volcanic Blast once, and then I had to heal, so I lost some time there, because I bet that fight was probably, like, near perfect in my PV. He probably didn't even use it at all in my PV, so 30 seconds lost there, pretty much. I got a second Moonberry drop in Perrin, so that was something. My Pyre box never broke, so Vice is good at not breaking boxes at the very least. But I don't think anybody broke a box on Rockworm. I don't think any of my Crystallis boxes broke on that fight, so that's something at the very least. Although that's also because for one of those turns, Aika was also stoned. So for the last part of the fight, she was not able to use a box, so she couldn't exactly break anything. But that also was really bad because the reason why the fight was also slow because she couldn't throw a box, so he barely survived. Yep, she was stoned. She got a little too into the drugs, man. You know, we told Aka not to do that sort of thing, but, you know. Frame drops there, sorry. It is saying I dropped a couple or a few frames, so I apologize. Alright, what turn am I on? Because on one of these turns I need to go to the bathroom. Gotta use my ship battles to do that sort of thing. And this is the one to do it on. So, is it this turn? It's this turn. Alright, so let me put in my commands on this one, then I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back.
Ha! That was easy.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Got back just in time to make that split. And mash through the text afterwards. Tastes like pain. I mean, you're not wrong. Red Ray is not to be trifled with. This fight is also very dangerous too. When you're playing this game casually and you get to these two ship battles, if you get past Recumen, you might get wrecked by the Lynx because the Lynx is no joke. She hits like her freaking magic and everything else hits like a truck in this battle if you don't know what you're doing. Sorry for messing around with my headset there. Had to adjust the mic and all that nonsense. So, why is someone eating? I mean, you're not wrong. Why is someone eating Pam cooking spray? I mean, in general, it's just vegetable oil. I mean, that's all Pam is. In general, I mean, if you do the speedrun strats for this fight, it's not very difficult because you mostly just heal and guard the whole time and then wait to use harpoon cannon on the last turn. So, in general, it's not bad. Should be a sticky point. I mean, pretty much. It shouldn't be. Hi, mailman. Sorry, I'm sitting downstairs in my office-like area and I see the mailman outside. Tigerian is good with the puns. Yeah, look, that's a perfect visual, honestly. And then they go get the box and then they just play in the box. And then Squidward gets mad at them. Yo, Madills, what's up? Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the stream. Nothing in particular, other than I didn't have anything else to do. So I take opportunities like this when I can because me not having anything to do is a rarity. Generally, there's always something that I need to do in my adult life. Then I hadn't streamed in forever, too. So it was, you know, it's just kind of like, why not? Let's do a stream for like once in a million years. Because the last time I streamed was last year in July. Because that was the last time that was the last PB I got. That's how long ago it was. And getting a new PB would be nice, if that can actually happen. If this game cooperates. Which is asking a lot. I'm doing my absolute best. We're close to getting out of, you know, the early game nonsense, if you will. Because once we get the white map, it's kind of like we're fairly okay, pretty much, except for like boss RNG. Boss RNG, and then however many other encounters the game wants to give me that I have to run from. Because we have to get past South Ocean first. I mean, South Ocean is a thing that exists, unfortunately. So we have to get out of there first.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
Cool beans. This fight went, well, pretty much standard.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
I mean, that small time loss was just from menuing, probably. Menuing slowness, probably. So on this shopping trip that we're fixing to do in Marama, I get caught up on all the boxes that I have lost. Because I'm going to have to buy some more. Although I think I still have 3 of them? 3 boxes right now? Which is not amazing. But I'm going to have to buy at least like 5 of them on this shopping trip. Because Aika's Butterfingers, apparently, in this run. Who can't, you know, not break boxes. I love this scene where Drachma's like, yeah, we're just gonna take your engine. Bye. But before we get to the madness that is South Ocean, we have to get past Rupe and Barda. I mean, she does deserve it. She does this. I mean, she pretty much deceived you, and then took the moon crystal, summoned a giant Gigas to attack you. I mean, sounds like a fair reason to steal her engine at that point. Yeah, because gold is very tight around this part of the run. You have to be very careful. Otherwise, you won't be able to buy all the bombs that you need and everything else that's coming up on this shopping trip. Like, pretty much even with the intermediate nodes for this, if you have 1 box coming out of Valua, if you only have 1 box left, or even if you have 0 boxes left coming out of Valua, you pretty much can only afford 3 boxes when you get to Maramba the first time. So you really just can't afford to buy 4 of them. It's too much money, unfortunately. Yo, B-Mal, what's up, dude? Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. I hope that all is going well in your life at the moment, B-Mal. Yeah, that's the correct name for South Ocean. South Ocean is just... it's hell. It's slow, and the enemies are not very nice, especially when they can use Eternum. Which is not a very good thing that you like to see. We don't like it. We don't like to see that. Nah, I'm not gonna buy it. I was thinking about buying it. I'm only gonna buy 5 because I feel like my gold is gonna be in a really bad position if I buy another one. So I'll just go with 8 boxes. It'll be all right. We'll live. I'm just not gonna do it. Eating lunch and debating on buying a new headset. Alright. It's the best section of the game. Yeah, pretty much. We all love South Ocean. So something I would like to see in this fight is not a bunch of boxes breaking, because we're going to be using a lot of boxes in this fight. And I would very much like to see not my boxes breaking. That'd be wonderful. Okay, the regular attack. Interesting. I think that's on himself? Yeah, that's on himself. Okay.
Let's try this.
Not a bad first turn, I guess. That was interesting. I'd rather him Incrum himself than Incrum Barda. That's
Let's try this.
just my opinion. But I think it's better that way. He can Incrum himself because, I mean, the only thing he gets out of it is a defense boost.
Here goes.
Considering he doesn't attack at all, like, physically. I mean, it is, because it's like... It is one of those suspense moments of the game, at least casually, because once you get through it, it's like, okay, what's waiting on the other side, you know, of South Ocean. Kind of like going through the Dark Rift as well. Like, you go through the, when you go through the Dark Rift the first time, you're like, what's okay, what are we going to see on the other side? Alright, Legendary Charge. So he's going to punch somebody next turn. No, oh, in the speedrun, yeah. Oh, it's very much a suspense in the speedrun. For very much so. Because then you're wondering, is my run going to die here? Because it very much could. If it wants to go terribly. Exactly. This is pretty much going to be the deciding point. If you can get, if you can get past South Ocean, you're pretty much mostly okay because you get the white map very, very, very soon after that, and the second trip through there is not anywhere near as bad, like going the other direction, because obviously the wind is pushing you in that direction, so you can get through it so much faster. And then you have the white map for the third trip back through it, so it's okay. Also, yes, Bardock, that does make me think of like that anime, that Bobo anime, with the way that he looks. I haven't seen that freaking anime in like years, but I remember it.
This should work.
Yeah, so I just go ahead and switch to silver here, because I don't really need to be on purple to finish him off. And you want to finish this fight on silver. You want all the silver EXP that you can possibly get from the boss fights. And you can technically, like, end Rockworm on silver, but you shouldn't do it if it's going to basically cause a damage range sort of thing. Oh, it was very random as hell.
This should work.
Like, Rockworm and Ricktalish we try to end on silver if we possibly can, but obviously I wouldn't do it if it created a damage range situation where it meant that either of them would survive an extra turn, especially Ricktalish, goodness gracious. I don't know how many bows are in the name of the title of this anime. It's like Bo, and it's like, I mean, literally, that's like the title. It's like ridiculous.
Let's try this.
I just remember like seeing it on TV like long ago when I was a kid or when I was younger.
This should work.
It's a very random anime. Is he dead? I think he's dead. Cool. He's dead.
That was fun.
So, I think this will be a small time save.
Ha! That was easy.
Small time save. I won't argue. Like, time save is time save. It's not time lost, so whatever. Also, I do not think I had any boxes break in this entire fight, so cool beans. Even though I didn't need to buy that extra box, considering none of mine broke, so I'm probably in good standing on boxes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Argus. Also, hello and welcome. that particular anime. Yeah, that's basically what somebody in the chat was saying, is that that Bardo was making them think of that. Which, to an extent, I guess so, considering that he's a big muscle guy. I can see it. I've gotten some interesting drops in this run also. I got an Ivy Band, I got a Behemoth Ring, I got an extra Flame Mantle. So I've gotten some interesting drops in this run. Plus the 2 Moonberries. So I don't know, this game is very sort of generous with drops, just not giving me like the drops that I really need, like the really important ones, but whatever, other than the Moonberries. The Moonberries are important. They help. That's not wrong, working player. I mean, that pretty much is the case. Also, I'll always get an encounter on the way over here, so I'm just doing this to avoid it. I don't do this 2-bridge thing, like I said, very much at all, because it's very slow to do, but if I use it in situations where I know I can get an encounter, and I've had issues running from that encounter. Pretty much that's what I do. But I don't want to use it very much otherwise, because it's slow. It's really slow to do it. Hello, Chrysalis. Yes. I'm doing a stream for like the first time in ages. I'm so happy that you were able to join and at least catch some of the stream. Yes, we're at the moment of truth of this run right now, which is South Ocean. So far, I was able to run from that encounter, so that's something. But yes, this is a very big moment of truth part of the run, because South Ocean can pretty much wreck my day if it wants to right now. Yes, we had to go through here, and then we go back through it to get the white map after Chameleon 1, and then we go back through, you know, again after we get the white map to get back to Moonstone Mountain. But at least the 3rd time you go back through, you have the white map, so the encounters are not a problem. And it's the 2nd time back through is really fast because you're going the opposite direction, so it's much faster. It doesn't, well, it's sort of. What going to the bridge does is it resets the quote-unquote step count on the world map for the encounter. So it resets it, basically. It's very possible that when you come out of it, you could get an encounter immediately after doing it, because that's just how this depends on the step count and when it wants to give you an encounter. But I try to do it in such a way to avoid getting one. It can be effective, especially, I mean, in certain areas it can be used to an advantage. It's just slow, but yeah. It's slow to do, but also dying and failing to run away is slower. That is definitely true. Either of those things is definitely slower. This run is not bad so far, no. Like, I mean, could I be further ahead? Yeah, but it's not terrible. I mean, this is comparing against an early game that was, like, really good. Like, my early game and my PB is nothing to you know, nothing to scoff at. It was pretty good, and the boss RNG was incredible, especially for some of the more RNG bosses. So we'll see. This South Ocean was not terrible though. There's also the path that we take through South Ocean there that I just did is also the most optimal way to get through it in general, regardless of where you're going to get to Ixataka. That's the fastest way to get to do it through South Ocean is staying along that sky rift, because there's also a dead zone where you can't get in, where the step count won't increase on part of that eastern sky rift that I stay up against. So it won't increase and you can avoid encounters that way. So it's just the best way to go about it. So it was just that was a very quick and not a bad South Ocean at all. Yeah, money. Discoveries are for money, and a lot of them have been cut out because you need them to get past the paywall, where you had to give 100,000 gold to move on with the game in general, and for Piranha seeds. So a lot of discoveries have been cut out. I don't know how many we actually get anymore, or how many are in my route anymore. It's not a lot, honestly. Like, we get the quickest ones that you can like really get, and a lot of them are on your path anyways, so they're not incredibly slow to get. A lot of them are not really out of the way anymore. As far as the discoveries go, but I don't know how many we get anymore. It's not a lot though. A lot of them have been cut out significantly since early routing. But yes, now we bop to the music that is Forteca. Oh yeah, I don't have, well, yeah. Sour Play still works. I think if I get another emote slot, which I need a lot of freaking like subs to even get another emote slot, by the way, so but in the off chance that ever occurs, that the next emote will probably be some sort of like music emote, like jammin' emote sort of thing, or sour please emote, whatever you want to call it, like some sort of emote of that regard. It's a matter of which character from this game do I want to use for it. I'm thinking Gilder. Honestly, I'm thinking Gilder in some regard. Or I could just do that, yeah. Because I don't have it, therefore you can't really use Cat Jam him so I apologize. So I should save, I mean, I'm going to save time here because South Ocean was not bad. I don't have to get the Moonberry here, which is nice, because I have two. I have two extra ones. I skip getting the one here, which is very slow. The Moonberry here is incredibly slow to get, so skipping it is amazing if you can do so. Because you have to climb up a pole, and then you have to go across a frickin' lift thing, whatever you want to call it. It's just slow. Yeah, I wish that they did that they re-released this game in just some capacity. Like somehow, we were talking about this earlier, but yeah, Sega is just incredibly unpredictable with what they do with like IPs, and especially past IPs. But I would love to see it. It would give people like so much more access to play the game, other than like emulator, obviously, considering emulator is always an option. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, they pretty much don't. You, I would do the same. Yes, I would basically say, I'll give you all this money just to re-release this game. Here, do it. Yeah, this was like Overworks, which was like a different team. But basically some of the people that worked on this game have like obviously they have connections to like Fantasy Star, and some other games like that. So they were involved with others, other projects. Yeah, exactly. They still own it, so and they're not. And apparently, they don't care they don't care to like reuse the characters because they still have them like be cameos and other things like Vice being in that Sega racing game, which is by the way the only reason I bought that Sega racing game because Vice was in it. And the stage, the racing stage for Skies that was in it. That's literally the only reason I bought that game. Dude, I had fun with it though. Like I played that game and I used Vice. I was like, hell yeah. Also, the reason I bought Valkyria Chronicles, but I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad game. It's not. That's the main reason I bought it too, is because Sky's cameo is. It was gonna be like the original idea for this game was about trains. That's not a lie. Yeah, that actually is true, which is pretty amusing. It kind of explains the whole train sequence in Valua, though. I can definitely understand why that was a thing. I mean, it's not a wrong decision to buy a Switch for Tales of Vesperia. It's not. I already had a Switch at the time, so it was like a no-brainer, like to buy that when it was announced, like absolute no-brainer. Trains of Arcadia, yeah. Hey, Mr. Legend's playing Trails of Cold Steel probably right now. He's been playing through all those games. He's on the 4th one, which is the last one. I think he's very close to beating it. They really made Vesperia. They made the availability of that increase exponentially by releasing it again. Like what? It's on Switch and PlayStation 4, and I think it's on Xbox One as well. I mean, true, it does. It literally does refer to train tracks. All right, let's see how much time I save on the split, because I'm gonna split when the cutscene triggers for the chameleon cutscene.
We did it!
Good lord. Okay. Well, that's time save. So that's what we call in speedrunning a time save. Which, by the way, like my South Ocean split in my PV wasn't bad. My South Ocean did not go terribly in my PV either, but that was just apparently way much better. Yeah, I don't know how that would work with the crew members. My guess is that you would just keep the same crew, and their effect would still be the same, and you could just, I guess if you bought a ship, they would just have the same effect on the new ship that you bought, I guess. No idea how that was going to be implemented, though. Yeah, that's just interesting. It's interesting, like, just the different ideas they have for the game. Yeah, there are. I don't know how that would have worked with those particular crew members. And the fact that that's still in the game is amusing. That the ship value is still there and that they still actually increase the value of it. It's just kind of amusing. So if you haven't seen a run of this game in a while, me using Webley here is very much new. that was not a thing previously. But the thing about Ika learning Webley and using it on this fight, which by the way, this particular ship battle is takes more damage to blue magic. What it does is that it allows us to buy less pyro bombs in Maramba, and pyro bombs are expensive. So I went, at least my route anyways, went from buying 20 of those to buying 11 of them, which is a significant like decrease in how many I have to buy, and the rest of the damage for other things is replaced with big bombs, which are significantly cheaper. So basically, it saves money, and it made it so you don't have to fight the Zivlin Bane and Temple of Perrin. That is completely cut out now because you do not need the money from that. So time saves. It's time savings. Cutting out things is very nice. Plus, it's nice, like, giving some of the other magic in this game, like, an actual use. It gives it that the magic gets some of the magic gets a chance to shine. Because on it, like, Webley is a very good spell to use for this fight. And if you have Webless, goodness gracious, you wreck the crap out of this fight if you have Webless. Man, I remember back in the day with old routing, with these chameleon fights, it was terrible. Like I remember losing so much time to these chameleon fights until we like discovered bombs, because bombs can't miss, and magic can't miss either. I mean, as long as the turn isn't lost, I should say. But if it's not a lost turn, they physically can't miss. So these fights became a non-issue after a while, which is amazing. Man, I would be absolutely ecstatic if that happened in this particular run. You have no idea. I haven't had record in this game, like the world record in this game, in 2 years. Last time I held world record in this game was 2019, just for reference. So it has been a while. So let's just say that if that happens in this run, I don't even know. I don't know how I'll even react to that. Alright, get ready to split. This fight's pretty, like, standard. There's nothing, as long as you do menuing properly, it's just a standard fight.
Ha! That was easy.
I mean, because he should die, like, to the harpoon cannon. A lot of the ship battles in this game are not really scary. Like, a lot of them are pretty standard, and they end in the same number of turns, like, no matter what. They're pretty scripted. Except for some of them. Bluheim being one of them. We hate Bluheim, because Bluheim is a dick. Bluheim is still one of the most random ship battles in this game, unfortunately. And making that fight consistent has just been, it's just not a no-go. Try as we may. I mean, I do have the name Arcadia Legend. I will do my utmost. We'll see what happens. Yellowgar is just... We walk all over Yellowgar, unfortunately, sadly, in this run. You don't even have to use the Moonstone Cannon on Yellowgar. That's how... that's how bad Yellowgar is. Bluheim is just bad because you don't have a lot of things at your disposal for Bluheim. Like, yeah, you have weapons, and we take advantage of what we can buy. Also, nice encounter on the way over here. But you can't buy complete kits either at that point. Also, nice failed run. Wow. Honestly, that hasn't happened very much in this run. I haven't failed to run away very much at all. So, I guess it was bound to happen at some point. I hope I can run away next turn. Please. Oh, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate that. Come on, guys. Stop doing like the slowest stuff. You don't have to do this.
Retreat.
There we go. Goodness gracious. At least I ran away the second turn. Goodness gracious. But they did like some of the worst nonsense. But yeah, like the other thing about Bluheim is just that you have like there's a lot of turns in that fight that you literally can't hit him on. Like they're just lost and you can't do anything. So and he has an incredibly high dodge rate, so your best option is to attack on the C turns, and unfortunately he likes to guard on the C turns. So it's just designed as a horrible fight. Terrible, terrible fight with RNG out the buttocks. And the weapons you can buy in Yafutoma, like yes, they're useful, and we take advantage of what we can buy, but it is what it is. And you can't, like I said, you can't buy complete kits either. You have one complete kit that you get off Grendel. Also, I love how I got an encounter the minute that I started moving again. In South Ocean.
Retreat.
So I was sailing there, like on that during the first, like a good portion of South Ocean there, because, like I said, part of that zone is a dead zone where your step count doesn't increase, so you can go along there for quite a long time without getting an encounter. And then after a while, I stopped sailing and just let the current push me to the end to avoid encounters. And then the minute that I started moving again, the game gave me an encounter. Appreciate it, game. But we have done it, chat. We have gotten through South Ocean, and we are about to get the white map. One of the most important accessories in the entire flippin' game. From here on, random battles are not a problem ever again, and I will not fight another single random battle ever again in this run. I can, however, still lose time to the game giving me too many random encounters where it doesn't need to, so that will vary. If the game decides to just give me a lot of random battles somewhere, it can do that. Yep, so this next time will be fine. It won't be anywhere near as bad. So from here on, after you get the white map, it's pretty much navigate properly, menu properly, and deal with boss RNG. Which there's a lot. There's a lot of that. And let's also not forget the other single worst, like, one of the other single worst parts of this game, which is Deserted Island and the Grapors, which can lose you a zillion years. If the one part of this run where you want to fight encounters because you absolutely have to move on with the game. You get enemies that like to run away and back attack you a lot. Yes, it pretty much. I have never failed to run with the white map on. It like, from what I have heard, technically, 99. It's like a 99.9% chance or some crap that you will run away without any issue, and I have never seen it fail. Because people have the opposite map, the black map, which prevents enemies from running away. Have seen an enemy actually run away when you have the black map equipped, but it's like seriously such a low chance. That's why it's not completely guaranteed with the white map either, but it's like such a high chance that seeing it is probably pretty freaking low, like to actually happen. I have never, in any run that I've ever done after getting the white map, I've never failed to run away. So it's pretty much guaranteed for the most part. Lowers it lowers the encounter rate, makes it so you cannot get back attacked. You literally cannot ever get back attacked again with the white map on, and you're mostly guaranteed to run away. It is a freaking broken accessory for a speedrun. So, as a speedrun of an RPG that has random encounters, it is absolutely the accessory you need. Yeah, no problem. I mean, if this is still going, I mean, I'll still be around like for several hours or a few hours from now for sure. So definitely come on back, like when you're finished doing anything you need to do. If everything goes well, I will still be here. But thank you for the good luck.
Retreat!
And we would love to have the black map in this run only for that particular part of the run where you fight the Grapors, because the black map increases the encounter rate, enemies can't run away if you have it, and they can't back attack you either. So it's useful only for that one part of the run, but getting one is it's such a low chance to get one anymore, because you don't fight a ton of red loopers or green loopers either. Like, your only chance to get one is from defeating the red loopers in Temple of Perrin, and it's such a low chance to drop anyways. It's really tired. I'm not tired right now, but obviously later, when it gets toward the end of the run, yes. It will be very, very tiring. So some of this time loss is or time gain that I have here, possible time save, is I'm losing it because I had that failed run, obviously. Like, I've had a failed runaway, so it is what it is. I'm just going to lose some time here probably, or a little bit. Which is also very nice. Yeah, when the game just lets you turn off encounters, that's also a nice thing. Like, that minute time save is actually a legit time save for the split, but oh well. I got an encounter that I couldn't run from, so it is what it is. It be like that sometimes.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Basically, it's very small time save, so... Or time loss, excuse me. Very small time loss, because pretty much that encounter took up that whole minute. I mean, pretty much it took up the whole minute of time save there. Probably getting a few extra encounters along the way probably did too. Oh, man. I know nothing about Bravely Default. I mean, I know some things about Bravely Default. I'm not completely clueless about like what it is, but I have never played Bravely Default, so.
Retreat!
This part of the run feels so good. Also, not messing up running. Every time I go through that section and run along those X's on the ground, I don't know. My heart just kind of like stops for a second because I'm so afraid of screwing it up. That'd be so much time lost if you mess that up because you have to like backtrack all the way back there. That had to have taken a lot of time to do that.
Retreat!
True. I mean, if there's a problem with something, but if you get something for it, like something out of it, I mean, you have to mention like what you get out of it as well. It's basically, it's not a complete negative. Also, my cat is behind me playing with her one of her toys on the floor. Yeah, I can't win. You would probably enjoy it. She's very adorable. She is a very cute cat. And very sweet. Actually, what the emote that Alec posted, if you have Franker Face C, is what she looks like. I mean, that's her face, pretty much. She is very adorable. Has her moments where she can be rotten though, but she's still very as far as cats go, she's a very sweet cat. She has a very sweet disposition. Yeah, whether it is like, I mean, you know, it's subjective, but you should at least like mention that there is something that you get out of it for doing it. Whether it matters, I mean, I guess whether it matters, whether it's enough for you or not to offset it is, I guess, another question, but yeah. Yeah, Super Luigi. Hello there. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. This run is not going terribly so far, so we're doing all right now. Goodness gracious, this dungeon has like so many of these little cutscenes in it. We have to listen to these two boneheads like talk to one another. Yeah, I cannot complain really about encounter luck in this run. Like I had one bad encounter, like getting to South Ocean the second time, like to get the white map. So I mean, with that being the case, like Perrin went fine, like Catacombs went fine. The encounter like has not been terrible. Like it could definitely be worse. And that South Ocean was definitely fantastic. Like to save that much time on South Ocean is like stupid.
Let's try this.
Here goes.
This fight's going well so far, considering my characters are outspeeding them. So the less actions they take, the better. Haha, I have Crystallis too, but it hurts more than your Crystallis. I'll give Drachma a pass on breaking that box. Considering he hasn't broken in any other boxes, I don't think. Alright, this fight didn't go terribly at all. I think only one of them got to do something.
That was easy.
Okay, this is just stupid now. That's like the third Moonberry drop. I can't even really do anything with this anymore. Like I can skip the Moonberry and Dackets, I guess. I can skip the Moonberry and Dackets Island on Ica and Fina's side. Three Moonberry drops is absolutely stupid, and I've gotten 3 of them in this. That was my third one in this run. Oh my god. And that was off of forced fights, which is hilarious. I give Drachma a pass, because yeah, that's only the first box that he's broken anyways. Ica gets no pass. She's broken too many boxes already. This is a bunch of nonsense. Is that how it looks like in the I still remember when you said that. When you were playing through this casually. That still amused me. Alright, so we need to quickly heal here. I mean, it's true. Running this game is very much RNG, so if you can't deal with that, you're probably running the wrong game.
Ha! That was easy.
Small time save there. That time save pretty much came from the fact that fight against those guards was very good. Only one of them got a turn, and they used magic. Some RPGs are not as bad. Like, it depends on the RPG, because some of them you can like completely remove the random battle like element entirely. Older RPGs are probably a bit more sketch in that regard, because there's no real way to avoid them. Although some of the older ones can also be RNG manipulated too. Chrono Trigger is a very interesting speed game. There's a lot. There's so much interesting tech in Chrono Trigger. I mean, it depends on the game. Some RPG speedruns are probably a bit easier than others on the RNG side of things.
Let's try this.
But yeah, it is. It's no joke. I was watching my friend nomics, like learn the speed run for the game, and I think yeah, it was. I mean, it's that part of it, the skill and the muscle memory. I was watching him like learn the game. Goodness gracious, it's something else.
This should work.
There are spells that you want. Early on, you grind up to get Incrum. You get Pyre and Incrum because you need those two things. And you need Sacri because healing. That's for healing, mostly outside of battle. And it's just easy to learn Sacri, anyways. Once you get Fina, you pretty much do want to switch to Silver, but that's to learn Rizelum. You need Fina to learn Rizelum so you can recruit Ilkamus later. And she has, like, she starts with the most Silver EXP anyways, so she's the easiest person that can learn it, and she learns Silver magic the fastest, so that's why everyone is on Silver right now. And Vice is on Silver for this fight because this boss takes extra damage from Silver anyways.
Let's try this.
For Rictalish, I'll be on Red, because Vice will change weapon color now depending on the boss and what they take more damage to, pretty much. Is the best way to say it. Also, Antonio too is kind of being a butt. He's not doing things that I want him to do. But, oh well. He should die now. I mean, this isn't a hard fight, it's just him doing things I don't want him to do. Like doing Thunder of Fury. That's something I don't like. So losing a little bit of time here, but oh well. It's not the end of the world.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
It's not the end of the world. We'll live. I mean, that's true. Hades is an interesting speedrun as well. Yes, for this particular fight, and for most of the fights where Vice's weapon color matters, since he's the main person that's going to be attacking physically, he will be on a color that does the most damage. Everyone else just stays on Silver because they don't matter. Their weapon color just, it doesn't matter. All I need them to stay on Silver for is so Fina gets more Silver magic EXP from the fight when it's over. Yeah, I can see that being the case in a fixed seed like sort of thing. That would be an interesting speed run for sure. Are you talking about Cyber Sleuth? I'm still playing that. Technically, I'd already played the first Cyber Sleuth, but I haven't played Hacker's Memory, so I'm still playing Hacker's Memory right now. But when I got like the complete edition on Switch, I played through the original again because I needed to remember everything that happened in it. And now I'm playing Hacker's Memory. But yeah, I've played like pretty much most of the Digimon games that have come out. Like I played all the World games on PS1, 1, 2, and 3. Played 4, but 4 is terrible. Like nobody, mainly 4 is probably all right if you have like somebody to play it with because it was built around being a multiplayer type of game, but. Hi, kitty. So trying to play 4 like single player is kind of because it's like a hack and slash sort of game. She's been wandering around down here. And she was playing with one of her toys. Yeah, the thing about Redigitize is that, well, I mean, there is a fan translation now for that game, but yeah, it never actually officially came out here, or in English. I feel like with like the Digimon games, it depends on what you like, because some people like the pet raising sim like sort of like style of games, and some people like the RPG style of games. So it's like people are split on which one that which games that they like because of that reason, which is fine. It's like it's whatever, you know, appeals to you. I'm the oddball in this whole discussion because I love Digimon World 2, which is probably like the one that most people don't like because it's a dungeon crawler and very grindy. But I don't know, it doesn't bother me. I love Digimon World 2. That's probably like my favorite Digimon game, and I know that's probably very much not a popular opinion, but oh well. I love that game. Not all of them. Digimon World 1 is like a pet sim game. Like if you were like had one of like a virtual pet sort of thing, it's built around that sort of mechanic, if you will, where you have to feed it and take care of it and all that stuff and train it and get its stats, and it evolves based on various criteria. 2 is a dungeon crawler, and it's pretty much an RPG. It's just a dungeon crawler sort of thing. World 3 is more of a traditional JRPG. Digimon World 3 is. 4 is hack and slash, and I don't like 4. 4 was just a hack and slash sort of game, and it just did not appeal to me. I did beat it, however. I did beat World 4. I just wasn't very crazy about it. That is true. Digimon World does very much resemble that. Yes, and I actually love Digimon World 1 as well. I have a lot of nostalgia for that game, even though I had no idea what I was doing in it when I was a kid. But now that I've learned like some speedrun things for it, now that I've learned some speedrun things for Digimon World, it's not as bad. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's like, now they call those games, yeah, Digimon Story, to kind of like try and separate them. Exactly. They tried to separate them so it made more sense so you knew what kind of game it was. Because Digimon is so weird, like the way they were with their games. They had no idea what they wanted to stick with. You know, what kind of genre that they wanted to... Which I understand, because the game started out... I mean, the whole thing in general, idea in general for Digimon started out as virtual pet. Like, that's how it started. That was the origins of that, so... They just followed other genres since then, so...
Retreat!
It's not like Pokemon, where Pokemon pretty much stuck, you know, pretty much the same formula with just, you know, with their main games anyways. They just changed, like, some things to it every now and then. And then they just had side games, like like spin-off games that did other things, like, you know, like Mystery Dungeon and things of that nature. I can totally understand that. I kind of do that with Cyber Sleuth, honestly. I spend way too much time leveling up. I don't know, I guess I'm just like one of those people that sits there and freaking doesn't mind grinding at all. But I understand why people hate that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, then there's like the fighting. There's fighting games. Like they made Digimon Rumble Arena 1 and 2, which are fighting games. I love the music here, yeah, in this dungeon. It's very atmospheric. Mine was very much higher back in the day as well. It's since decreased, you know, since that. But I still have it to an extent. If I have like something in the background, like while I'm doing it, I guess I can sit there and do it without too much issue. Alright. Where is this platform at? That's the question. It's all the way over there, of course. So I have to stand here and wait on it. See, the way that you lose time in this dungeon is how many encounters you get and the cycles of these platforms. Because you can get good cycles or you can get really bad ones where you have to stand there and wait, and yeah. Pretty much, yeah. That's what Digimon Story is. And there were a lot of them on like DS. There was like Digimon World DS and Dawn and Dusk. And there were some other games on DS too that we didn't get. Like there was Lost Evolution and then something else. There was 2 other games that were like I guess similar to that, but yeah, some of those didn't get localized. And I got that. If I hadn't gotten that encounter right there, the cycle for this probably would have been better. But this dungeon is kind of screwing me with encounters right now. But what can you do? And it's only because these platforms are running on cycles. That's the main thing. Is like encounters really do mess you up here. So skipping the Moonberry here because I don't need it. Because I have gotten 3 Moonberry drops, so I'll skip this one. And literally the only other one I can skip is the one on Decad's Island on Ica and Pina's side. I can skip that one. Minimal time save, but it's still a time save, so I will not complain. I haven't played an MMO in like forever.
Retreat!
Way long ago was the last time I played an MMO. Yeah, the thing about being Vice the Coward is that it's necessary for the run, at least for the beginning part of it, because a flat 10% increase to running away is necessary before you have the white map. And that's a flat increase, so if you had like a 70% chance to run from something, with Coward you have an 80% chance, so it's very much necessary, unfortunately. Picking all the wrong options, though, does make me hurt inside. Yes, they do give slight bonuses. Some of them more than others. Like Coward having that increased run bonus is like that's unique to that particular title. The only other one that gives something like that is Ninny. If you actually manage to get the Ninny title, which you would actually have to like put effort into getting that, I believe that title has it's some stupid like high. It's like a 200%. I don't know. It's some stupidly high run chance. So if you had that rank, you would pretty much always run away. Like without the white map, you would not even need the white map to consistently run away with that title. But you literally have to try to get Ninny. I mean, it's just you would have to run away a stupid number of times to even get that title. The other titles have slight effects on your stats. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's anything significant. Okay, so see, I'm losing time. All this time loss is just from like encounters and bad cycles in this on this split. But what can you do? It is what it is.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
By the way, going up those stairs and hugging the side of the and that hugging the railing there, going up the stairs, does make you go faster up the stairs. Fun fact. That is why I was doing that. You literally move faster up the stairs by hugging that railing. Somebody, I don't remember who it was that mentioned that in Pingy's stream that time, but I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but it works, so it's still dumb though that it actually is a thing. And there's a few other places in the game where you can do that too with stairs.
Let's try this.
It's just that one in particular is so much faster to do that because that's a pretty long set of stairs, like going up there. Also, this was not a great start to this fight. I don't like to see that. Feather Slash is not what we like to see. Alright, well... sacrifices have to be made, unfortunately. So, Vice will be healed first, because Vice is more important than Fina, unfortunately, right now, to surviving this fight. So, I will heal Vice first. If Fina dies, I'll revive her. It's not the end of the world. Which she is, because he's using Feather Slash again. Freaking boss, man. This is why Bird Boss sucks so freaking much.
This should work.
He either does this to you, like spams this, or he spams status effects. Like one or the other. Like you can't win with this fight. Alright, so let's revive Fina.
Let's try this.
But you absolutely need to keep Vice alive. Like it's so super important. Okay, thank you for doing something that wasn't incredibly annoying. I appreciate that. I will lose time to this fight, by the way, because, again, this fight went, like, exceedingly well in my PB, and it is going like garbage right now. So, time loss is imminent on this split, unfortunately. There's nothing I can do about that. Because I want to say he just spammed status effects in my PB, and Vice never got hit with any of them, so he just always got Cutlass Fury off, so... it is what it is. Yeah, you have, like, no control over that, so... can you just, like, not right now? Like, that's, like, the third Feather Slash that he's done in this fight. Can you just not? I have no choice but to do this. Like, Fina will survive. Okay, Vice outsped anyways. Cool. Goodness gracious. This freaking fight was terrible, by the way.
Let us be thankful for our safety.
3 Feather Slashes, man.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
But what can you do? I can't do anything against a split where he literally hardly did anything to me. I can't really compete with that, unfortunately. Especially when he uses Feather Slash 3 times. The fact that I only lost 36 seconds there, honestly, is amazing. I honestly expected to lose more. But I guess the fact that Vice was always able to get Cutlass Fury off and was never under any status effect helped in that regard. Because he always was able to attack every turn. It always happens. The game giveth and taketh away. That's just how RNG works in this game. You'll get a good RNG somewhere, and then something else will go wrong. But at least the next 2 fights are pretty pretty simple. There's nothing that can really go wrong unless you menu incorrectly for the next two fights. Because early game ship battles are pretty standard. Like they're scripted to where hardly anything can go wrong as long as you do what you're supposed to do. Do what the notes say and you're fine. That is spooky. Also, hello. Hello, the Rurik. This person is actually doing a Dreamcast. I think it's a Dreamcast playthrough on the Japanese version, and you're kind of like translating it as you go along, or reading the dialogue as you go along, which is an interesting thing. It's very interesting to see like differences, you know, obviously, because I know that the translation is very different than what the Japanese says. Not that the localization is like really bad. Like the localization in it for this game is not bad at all. It's just that they very much took their own liberties with it. I can believe that, honestly. That does not surprise me in the least. They probably just like really, they toned it down a bit probably in the localization, but I mean, they pretty much still kept them sort of the same. But I can imagine it may have been worse in the original, like Japanese translation. I can imagine like the scene with Vigoro and Aika is going to be worse than what it was too. The dialogue there is probably worse. I don't blame you, dude. I seriously don't. If it is that bad, please don't. I can't blame you. I'm assuming it probably was pretty bad. I mean, that's basically what they did with this game. Like they pretty much did give it that sort of treatment. Considering, yeah, they took out like any references to cigarettes and booze. Which is kind of funny for a game with pirates in it. Like, honestly, it's humorous. I don't know that he's kind of shirtless in the Japanese version, but it's like, I don't know what you would call what he has on. Like, it's not, it's some sort of shirt, but it's not, you can see through it, I guess is the best way to say it. It's gross, basically. Don't look at it, though. It's disgusting. Because no, it's one of those things, like, no one wants to see that, like, sort of moment. Male lingerie, okay. I mean, come on. I mean, when you design a character that has a key around his neck and a lockbox on his crotch, I mean, I don't know what I don't know. There's like not much else you can say about that. Like that's a character. That's a character design choice. Let me tell you. These scenes are so long, by the way. There are so many scenes during this part. It's not the longest set of scenes, because the longest set of scenes is definitely after Ramirez steals the moon crystals from you. Like, much later. There's a zillion scenes during that part. Isapa's mostly creepy because he's like hitting on the two girls and being weird. But Goro, yeah, is just obsessed with Aika. He has a thing for Aika. Okay, is that what he says? Okay. To be fair, Aika wants to kick his butt after the stuff that he says. Alright, Chameleon 2. This fight is not incredibly different from the first one. It's mostly throwing bombs at him. I will lose a little bit of time to this fight though, because previous route, because this was so long ago, we used to buy the shock torpedo from the black market ship wandering around out there, which surprisingly made the fight faster. Also, sorry, my oven's going off. That's Mr. Legend making food. It makes this fight faster if one of them crit, and you could avoid an additional like turn after the moonstone, after the harpoon cannon. But I'm not going to be able to do that because there's no way I can crit him or do anything of that nature. So it'll be a little bit slower because I will have to do an extra attack after the harpoon cannon regardless. Yeah, which makes sense because the Seinfeld is funny. Like, it takes a lot to offend me as well, and for me to not laugh at something. Nothing in Seinfeld really offended me. I thought Seinfeld was hilarious. But I guess some people just have a different threshold for, like, some things with comedy, and I don't know, some people are just like that. They really do. I mean, they definitely do. That's why it's funny. But yeah, that's the whole point. Like, that's the whole point of the show. That's why it's funny. I really do get upset about things a lot of the time. I mean, I don't know. It would have to be something like really freaking bad for me to like not laugh at it. So I believe this fight went perfectly in my PV to where he died right here, but it won't happen with the way we do it now. But it's fine, whatever. Skipping having to visit the black market ship at all is still better than having to talk to it at all in the long run.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
But that's how slow taking an additional attack is in that fight. Freaking 13 seconds. I'll have to adjust that split layer, because the gold for that is no longer appropriate.
Hey, boy.
Since I can only get it if I have the torpedo. It will be fixed later, though, eventually. So my next big time saves after this, because obviously I can't really save time on this. Or Deserted Island, because that went absolutely horribly. Like, it was pretty bad. The Graper encounters were pretty bad in that section in PV. So there's that. The entire, let's just be honest, the entire mid-game of my PV is where things went downhill. The early game was very good, and then it just kind of went downhill after that, due to various things. Bad RNG. There are some other things later in the run that I'm not gonna do anymore that will save time. Things that were so they're just like free time saves just from not doing them anymore. And Vigoro 2 was a terrible fight. I forgot to equip the captain's hat on Vigoro 2 in PB, and that fight went to hell in a handbasket really fast. So I want to say I lost like over 2 minutes in PB to that fight, like something stupid like that. So on that dialogue choice, never pick attack his legs, unless you feel like having a really bad time. Never ever. Yeah, if you attack the legs, you get stomped, and it does a lot of damage. It's not good. But if you don't know, I mean, if you're just like playing through it for the first time and you just make that choice, it's kind of like, well, that was a bad decision. So not much going on in this fight, because Grindel's very much scripted. It's another one of those. It's a little bit more interactive than Recumen is, because you will do a little bit more than, you know, what you do with Recumen, but it's still very much a scripted fight. You just need to do enough damage to trigger, because it's a damage threshold basically to trigger the harpoon cannon, or knocking him into the ditch sort of thing. That's not, you're not wrong. Like it does seem like a trap. I can see that being the case.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
So we use all the big bombs that we dropped, or that we bought in this particular fight, or what's left of them. We use them all in this fight, just to do additional damage, get the damage range we need. Alright, so now we have triggered this, which is what we like to see. So next turn, all we have to do is harpoon cannon him. After we heal, because you do need to heal on this turn. Unless you feel like depleting all of his HP without using the harpoon cannon, which you can do, but I don't suggest doing it. It's a very slow, agonizing thing. We are almost done with Grendel, and then we go fight Gordo. I think I have time save on Gordo, or at least maybe a little bit to save on Gordo. Depends on what he does, or what he did in my PV.
Cannon, fire.
I don't... No, not really. You get the same drops, actually. Which is funny. You still get the same drops that you would have gotten, so it's just kind of like, I guess, bragging rights.
Ha! That was easy.
Alright, there's some time save on the split for Gordo, like 30 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Would be interesting, though, if they gave you some sort of, like, special reward for doing that. Kind of like with the last Chameleon fight, the Chameleon 3 in the Vortex, where if you beat him in the first fight, because after you do enough damage, it kind of just ends and you move on to the second fight. But if you beat him the first time, you get double drops. You get the same drops that you get in the second fight. So you could potentially get another Captain Stripe by doing that. And everything else that he drops. 'Cause he drops some other stuff, but yeah. And it's actually really easy to do that. All you have to do is, like, set up 3 arc wheel torpedoes to hit him, and you can pretty much deplete all of his HP in the first round. So these discoveries are part of the money that we need. Which is why I'm getting them. They're just purely for money.
Retreat.
I swear, I always get an encounter before this cutscene triggers with Gordo. Which also factors into the timing of this fight, or time save in this fight, is getting an encounter before the fight triggers. So the amusing thing with routing this fight, you would think, okay, this guy's really fat, right? He's a big fat guy. He should be pretty slow. The problem the issue that I have with this fight all the time when routing it is that he fucking sped me all the time. Like, how does somebody who is that big outspeed constantly? Like, it made no sense to me. So we countered that by using a glyph of speed now. And he pretty much never outspeeds anymore. I never have had an issue with it anymore ever since I started doing that. So it was very much a necessary change. Because I got tired of him outspeeding me all the time. Like, look, I mean, it's just silly.
Let's try this.
Yeah, Fat Albert. Like, there's no way that this guy should go before any of the party members. Like, it's just dumb. These guys are... I can see that because, I mean, they're relatively small. And they're doing good things because we don't want them to spam Pyrus. Only one of them did that, which is nice. They can do that, or they can just attack, and we would rather than just attack or guard. Either one works.
Let's try this.
So they gave me fairly good luck on that they did not do that. Oh, and he's not guarding, because the other thing that Gordo can do is that he can guard for seemingly no reason, which is bad also. So we Rain of Swords, and everybody else throws boxes at Gordo, pretty much. And Vice went first. That's beautiful. Lovely. Bye-bye.
Let's try this.
From here, it doesn't matter who goes, as long as he dies. He barely lived.
Let's try this.
Goodness gracious. It's possible for him to die right there, but it depends on how much damage, it depends on how much damage Vice does with Rain of Swords, since his damage varies.
Ha! That was easy.
Cool. Time save. It doesn't, no. Alright, so Gordo went well. That is nice. Alright, now we continue on. Yo, glow stick. What is up? What's happening? Hope you're doing well.
Retreat.
Pretty much we'll always get into at least one encounter here. I got you. Yeah, today for me was pretty much, I don't have anything else going on today, so let's play Skies of Arcadia. Why not?
Here goes.
So this glyph of speed here is also so I can outspeed these guys on the next turn. Yeah, I can see that with some of the cutscenes in this game.
This should work.
Alright, that's something that we don't want to see, but at least only one of them used that. It's really bad if like all four of them spam grenade. Also one of them was guarding, but whatever. I'll live.
We did it!
Dynamic camera angles. Oh, I missed a split.
I'm sorry.
I was supposed to split after the enforcers. Oh well. I'll fill it in later. I was due for missing a split somewhere in this run. I always miss at least one of them. Plus, I always forget about this fight. This fight is, like, seemingly not important, so I forget that I have a split for it. Yo, Armstrong, what's up, my dude? We are on some sort of run of some kind. There have been good and bad things about it, but encounter luck has been very good. Yeah, the Graper. You're here for the Grapers. So fun things in this run. Let's see. I've gotten 3 moonberries, 3 moonberry drops. Which is dumb. But whatever. 3 moonberry drops. Other random drops of the various nature. Yeah, I got 1 off the second encounter, 1 in the Temple of Perrin, just off a salamander fight, and then the third one was off the forced guards fight in Moonstone Mountain, which is hilarious to me, honestly. That fight just gave me a moonberry. It's like, okay, thanks, appreciate it. It's pretty much tight, yeah. Like we really have to like be careful. Like, and we spend money just on what we need. We don't spend it on anything else. So all the discoveries that I get, and any treasure chests that I might open that have money in them are very much needed, pretty much. But you don't do a lot of I wouldn't say you do a lot of shopping in this run anyways. You do, like, in the beginning, just to have you need various things to even do the run at all, or to make it fast at all. You'll do a few shopping trips later to buy stuff for the Delphinus, and things you need for the end game. But yeah, it's pretty. The money route it's pretty tightly routed. So doing anything additional, like or buying anything additional, would probably mess things up, especially if you did it in the early game. Especially like the first shopping trip in Maramba, you mess anything up there, and you probably won't have the money to buy everything you need. And same for like the second one, before you fight Rupe and Marta. Is much tighter than it used to be. Like, money routing in this game was, I would say it wasn't incredibly tight. You know, very, very early routing, but, you know, as it has gone along, it has gotten tighter. As more things have been removed and such. There probably are some items that we get that we just sell. A lot of things that there are several things that you just get from like ship battles. That sometimes some of them will drop weapons that you could equip to your ship, and we just sell those. We sell a lot of equipment. Like any equipment that we have that's not on anybody and is not being used gets sold. I wouldn't say we go out our way necessarily to open a treasure chest that has something in it that's necessarily just to be sold. We open like treasure chests that have gold in them, like some of them, not all of them, but I can't think of really any good examples where we open something where we're just gonna sell it, and it's not gonna get used really. Oh, I can imagine with Super Mario RPG that freaking money route has to be tight. Just given like how much that game has been ran over the years, and I'm sure routed out. That route is that money route is probably tight. Yeah, the Zivelin fights are a good example. That's true, because anything that you get from them, you're just gonna sell. Because we fight a few of them. Way less than we used to, thank goodness, but we do fight some Zivelin mains. Just for money. That's literally the only reason for fighting them, pretty much. Because they get a decent amount of money. But yeah, there was the 3 Moonberry drops. I'm trying to think of anything like extraordinary happened. That's weird. I mean, can't really think of anything that was crazy. I mean, getting 3 Moonberries alone, anyways, is already by itself stupid. Like, getting that sort of luck is just kind of like, wow. I mean, I skipped Torteca, which is really slow, of course. I skipped Rixus, and then the last one I'll skip, I guess, is Dakits on Akka and Fina, on their side.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
So there are things, like, there are definitely things I have skipped and saved time on. So, as you will notice, if you pay attention to the splits right now, and you look at possible time save for this split, how much time I have to save on this split. Yeah. That should give you an idea of how bad Grapors were in this PB in particular. In my previous PB, it was bad. Let's just put it that way. 4 minutes of time save on this split means that Grapors was bad. That's basically what that means. It was a bad time. It's 3 minutes. Or 4, excuse me. It's basically 4 minutes. I mean, 3:58 is basically 4.
Get moving.
And also, that that possible time save right there, which is basically like the gold that I have for this split. That gold was gotten without a black map. That was just good encounters. Like that was just good encounters without a black map. That's how like you don't necessarily need the black map to save that much time on the split. Yes, you came back at the scene, Alec, where we lose the captain. But at least for the moment, but we'll never have him in the party again, unfortunately, for this run. Unfortunately. Oh well, we'll see how this goes. It is still going. It has not died, so that is something. Potential for very very good time save here if Grapors go well. We can only hope. So we'll see. It's for what my PB is, yes. And considering my early game in PB was very good, actually still being ahead after that is honestly fantastic. Graperly, yep. So I am not gonna fight, or I'm not gonna open the gold treasure chest here because I don't need it. I got one of the chameleon drops. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the B-type cannon. So I'm not gonna open or get the gold chest here. Because in order to get the treasure chest here that has gold in it, you have to go in the cave here, all the way back there, and open it, and then come back and talk to the skeleton. Because if you talk to the skeleton first, you'll get a cutscene when you get back here to get the gold chest. You could technically, I guess, get the gold chest later if you really needed it, but anyways. Yes, and how many times they back attack you too. Because they back attack a lot. That's the other bad element to this. Vice can get back attacked a lot. They're pretty fast, so they a lot of times outspeed him. And yes, run away. So there's a lot of just bad things to it. RNG parts. I could equip the white map, but it would lower the encounter rate, and I've already tested that. It's so slow. Like, it takes so long to get an encounter if you have the white map on, like, doing this section. Like, yeah, you wouldn't get back attacked anymore, but good lord, it's so slow, like, getting an encounter. And yes, to hair down Ica. I like is one of the rare moments you get to see that, considering the other time is on Pirate Isle, if you choose to spy on her. It is not a bad time to come back. Oof, internet please. Well, I'm glad your internet came back. That way you can watch the run again. I am from Tennessee. USA in Tennessee. Not currently living there, though. I currently live in New York. I have been to several other states, though. I've been to California. I went there for work, for some work-related thing. Which is fun, flying from New York to California, non-stop. That's an interesting flight. Just have something to do, because it's very boring. It's interesting, like, regardless, like, just doing it. That is very much true. I've been to, like, various other states, just, and mostly for work-related things. Alright, what we got? 4. Ooh! Okay. I like this. I like this start.
That was easy.
That had to have been like a freaking, like, first strike or something. Unless I just got incredibly lucky with turn order. 15. I need 15 of them. All of my family is, like, in Tennessee. Also, nice back attack. Okay, 1 ran. See, this is more what I'm used to seeing from this. This is the RNG I'm more used to. Okay, okay. I got 2 of them at the very least, so I didn't come out of this fight empty-handed, at the very least. And double miss, yeah.
That was easy.
I guess it depends on how far away you are from the state, but I would argue probably that most people prefer to fly than drive. But I mean, if you're close enough to the state, like, I don't know. Driving isn't that bad, but I guess it depends on how far away it is. Also another back attack. Okay, that's a counter. Okay, another counter. So I at least got 2 out of this fight, so that's not a complete waste. Okay, 3. Alright. When it's only a 4-day drive. I mean, hey, if you like that sort of thing, sure. Like, sometimes that appeals to some people. I guess it depends on the person, though. Some people like traveling. Alright, what we got? Ooh! Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, this encounter. How many is that? 5? Lord help. Alright, well.
That wasn't so bad.
This hasn't gone terribly. I mean, I've gone back attack twice, but this is still like leagues better than what my PV had. Goodness gracious. I think I only need like maybe like 1. Like I think I need. I wasn't keeping track or counting. I had 4 or 5. Yeah, I think I maybe only need like, yeah, 1 more. Alright, cool. We out of here. We done. Moving on. That was like absolute like good luck on those fights. Vice has been like on point with speed in this run. I don't know what is. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. His quick stab must be like on par, pretty much on point in this run because he has had a lot of moments like that. I've had him outspeed Ica like more than once. Pretty much, but he only outsped her in the where it actually mattered. When she needed to like use a glyph of might on him, he didn't outspeed. So you see, Vice is working with me here, you know. Vice in this run is working with me. He didn't break any boxes. I think he broke 1 box. I think he broke 1 on Blagok, but he didn't break the Pyre box at all. I still have that actually. And he's been good. He's been good with everything else that I needed to do. The person who broke all the boxes in this run was Ica. I swear to God, Ica broke like at least 3 boxes. 2 of them in 1 fight. She broke 2 on the what, the Valuan Guard or whatever, where the Royal Guard, excuse me, the Royal Guard before at the end of the train segment. She broke 2 boxes in that 1 fight. I had 3 going into that fight, and she broke 2 of them. And I'm like, good job, Ica. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I went out of value with 1 box left, but at least it happened in not the worst time, because at least she didn't do it in like on like Blagok or something. The timing could have been worse, I guess, for her to break the boxes, but still not wonderful. I would prefer that she didn't do it at all. See, I went from that, and then I did Rupe and Barda, and like 0 boxes broke for that fight. So that was also lucky. Alright, so for the rest of this is just gathering all the crap. Which I pretty much know where all this stuff is. All this stuff is like almost... This whole segment here is just so muscle memory now. I have done this so many times that I don't ever mess up where these things are. So, I don't think that I'll get the full 4 minutes of this split, like of the possible time save on this split, because I'm telling you that that gold split that's on this, particular split is ridiculous. Like they if you thought those encounters right there were good, like I believe that split was like no back attacks and Vice outspeeding or getting several like surprise attacks or first strikes. I don't know how many fights. So that's how good that gold split is on here. And like I said, that was with no black map. It's just ridiculous. But we should get a considerable, regardless, this time save will be considerable. And I split for this on the cutscene trigger for Clara when we escape Clara. So it will be very soon after Gilder joins. I'll split for this and we'll see how much time I just saved on this split. But it should be substantial, like regardless. Because this split was horrible. Like, this was terrible in my PV. Absolutely terrible. Alright, Paige. Appreciate the good luck. Thanks for being here for at least some of the run. I appreciate it. And lurking. It's comparing to previous PB because my PB is 10:55, and then I have best possible time showing on here, so we can see what kind of pace I'm on, based on how much time is left to save in the run, sort of thing. So I kept that. I have that on just so we can see, where I am. I mean, obviously 10:33 is stupid and not realistic. I mean. If I get 10:33 in this run, I think we all need to, I don't know. That would be something. That would be definitely something. But it's nice, obviously, to see best possible time, because, I mean, I do have time save. My mid game was tragic in my PV, like absolutely just not good. It all started here, like with I'd started losing time here on Deserted Island in my PV. Grand Fortress has some bad moments in it as well in my PV. I'm trying to remember how Yafutoma was in my I'm trying to think about what happened, if anything tragic happened there in my PV. Because Yafutoma is another place that has some RNG elements to it. But later on, there are two things I'm not going to do later that are free time saves. One is not doing a second shopping trip with Ilkamus, before you fight the Hydra. Or leave to fight the Hydra. I did another shopping trip with him in PB, and I've cut that out entirely. It's just that I haven't PB'd in so long that I just haven't had it in a run, or hasn't been incorporated in one of my runs yet. So, free time save, not doing a shopping trip with him again. I'm also not going to visit Sailor's Island again to sell discoveries. I'm going to skip that sell entirely. So, yeah, we're going to have some free time saves from not doing things. And Vigoro 2 has like close to 3 minutes of time save because I forgot to equip the captain's hat in PV. That's the only fight I forgot to equip the captain's hat. And that fight went horribly, and I almost game overed. Alright, Gender Switch. If you do come back, hopefully I'll still be going. But if you come back, it's looking good so far. Alright, let's get ready to split here in a moment. Oh my gosh, this time save.
Ha! That was easy.
Good lord. record. That okay, I got a good considerable part of that time save still. Oh my gosh. I didn't get all of it, but that's still ridiculous. I still got a good amount of it. Oh my goodness gracious. uh getting a time save on Grapors, having a good Grapors section honestly is just, I can't argue with that. Considering I don't think I've had a good section like that in a long time in a PB. They've kind of been either bad or mediocre in most PBs I've had lately. Which hasn't been a lot of PBs lately, but you know, I mean, you know. Considering I haven't, like, streamed in a year. Close to it, anyways. Time to change the title to World Record Attempt. You're not wrong at this point. It's pretty much becoming that. It's turning into that. Before my very eyes, it is turning into that sort of thing. Because as of, I mean, yes, as of right now, this is world record pace. It would like barely, or mostly be Pingy's time. Like it would be like what, like his is like a 1050. Like so, it would like barely be under that. It would like barely be his time. Like, but that's, you know, that is amusing. Believe me, I want a PV today. I haven't PV'd in like since July of last year, so I think I'm. It's like at the point where I'm due for it. You know, I'm due for another PV in this game. After all the time that I've spent with it, even offline, since then. I almost feel like I never stopped playing this game. I'm always doing something with it. Messing around with something. Plus, I mean, goodness, the current world record that's on the leaderboard right now is like, how long? Like, how old is it? Like 10 months old at this point? Yeah, there hasn't been a new world record in the game in quite some time. 11 months? Okay, longer than that. That's even longer than I thought. Well, not that PBing in this game is easy by any means, especially when you have a good time in it, but you know. You have to ask a lot from the early game, and then this part of the game, sort of. Hey, I would absolutely love it. First of all, like one thing is that I have not held a world record in this game since 2019. I actually looked at that. The other day I went on speedrun.com and you know you can look at all the world records in the game, and I was looking to see when the last time was that I actually held record in this game, and it was like 2019. So 2 years ago, at this point. We will see what happens, though. We will play this thing out and see what happens. Because there are time saves in here, like just from doing more optimal things, you know, and not doing certain things. Making minimal mistakes. That's where that text box there always, for some reason, gets to me. Like when you just start moving with Vice and then you get interrupted by that text box. Sometimes that thing throws me off. It's such an oddly placed text box. I mean, I get why it's there, but it's just kind of oddly placed. So we're almost done with doing side things, or things that are not really exciting. And then we'll get back to another dungeon very soon. And boss fights. Dungeon boss fights, you know. So our movement here will be a little bit different. Because something that I did, because my PB is so old and I've done routing since then, is that I used to get the balloon seat on this split, but I'm not going to do that anymore. Because there is much better movement to be done, to be getting it after Decad's Island. As Armstrong showed me, that is a much better movement, and I actually enjoy that a lot. That is so much better than getting it before Decades. It's just so much, the movement is so much better getting it after. It seriously does feel so much better getting it after. I don't know, it's so much nicer. And very consistent. Like, it's, I mean, you can't get more consistent than what it is. Hey, a lot of things in this run, like route change wise, came from ideas from your run, your last run, Armstrong. I pay attention to your things, all your stuff, because you have good ideas. This is why we have more than one person routing the game. It gives new ideas to things. You're not stuck in your own head sometimes. I do that a lot. Sometimes I get stuck in my own head with things. I look forward to seeing that, honestly. Every time you do a run or you do something like with the game, I'm just like, you just bring out some new ideas to me. I love it. I'm just like, huh. I like that. That's a good way of doing that. It's always good having more than one person like routing something. You need more than one person doing it because it's how new ideas come about, you know, new ways of doing things.
Retreat!
I know there was some. I know there's the person tassing the game, but I guess that's not really routing. I guess that's just them like breaking the game wide open. I can't remember. Did somebody say something about working on it? I can't remember. It might have been 100% rerouting. Yeah, I know a lot of people have expressed interest in looking at the 100% like routing. messing with it. Which, yeah, like that route definitely has work that can be done on it. Not that it's bad. I mean, the 100% route is actually pretty solid now. You know, it's come a long way, like, from what it used to be. Like, Mario did a number on that routing. Between Demon and Pingy and Mario and just anybody, everyone who worked on the route, oh, Kensei too, because Kensei was the original router for that. Goodness gracious, it's come such a long way. Get that lollipop now. Yeah, I mean, actually, since that came up, I'm just thinking about that, going, gosh, that could have some use in the 100% run. Like that could be such a thing. If that always confuses, goodness gracious, that could be a thing as long as the boss isn't immune to it. That is like actually legit. I'm not entirely sure though, like that you can get it before Veltarn, because I think the issue with getting that with fighting the imposters before Veltarn is a swashbuckler ranking issue. You might not be daring at that point in order to fight them and get it before Veltarn. You could, I mean, I could check like Pingy's run or something like that and see if there's a menu somewhere where it has what his ranking is, like at the, at the, after like Yafutoma or something. Because that might be the issue there, is that maybe your ranking isn't high enough at that point to fight them. I could see how it would be after Lands of Ice, because there's a lot of text options in Lands of Ice, like all those quiz questions, whatever you want to call them, get you like what 2 points each or something like that, and then the text option would drop, but you get a lot of like points there after Lands of Ice, which might be enough to push you into daring rank after that. But I don't know. I'd have to check like somebody's like Pingy's run or something like that and see what rank he was at after like Yafutoma. Because oh my goodness, like being able to, if you could cheese Veltarn like in that run, that would be so amazing, honestly. Like just basically just desserts for all the pain he has caused to everyone. Was it a clip of what I would love to see the clip though. Was that in Discord? Did somebody post that in Discord, like the her doing that, like testing that out? Because that sounds hilarious, honestly. Like I could see you like watching this and freaking out because you're like, oh my gosh, like you're watching that and you understand like how substantial that is to like a speed run of the game, like how crazy that is. That's hilarious though. That's amazing, honestly. Because I would love that's just sounds so funny. Like just that sounds amazing. Imagine Veltarn like not being immune to confusion, which is a status effect he can cause. He can actually cause that status effect. But I guess at the same time, like you can say that about Tortigar, because Tortigar can, petrify you, but he's not immune to it, which is pretty funny. This dungeon in particular is very good. Like, the design of it is just... It's so nice from a casual perspective, I think. It adds so much from, like, the other dungeons. It sets itself apart from the other dungeons. They could have had the characters reunite in some other way, but, they designed a whole dungeon around it, which is honestly very, very nice, I think. This one in particular is just, it's definitely one of the more unique ones in the game, and it's just so nice. But they did such. I think they did a fairly good job of like making all the dungeons kind of unique from one another and putting like unique elements into them. You know, keeping it interesting. You know, so to speak, where it's not the same formula every single time that you go into one. So, what we had to worry about after this is that Sinistra and Destra go okay. I mean, this fight is not incredibly bad, I would say. It just can turn dangerous if you get screwed over by turn order. That's about the main thing that can happen with this fight is if turn order decides to screw you over. As long as you don't get hit with death waltz, it's relatively okay. That's the main scary thing they can even do, is just death waltz you. Alright, so that was like pretty much the last puzzle, if you will, of this dungeon. So now we're pretty much gonna get out of here. Awesome, thank you, Armstrong. I'll definitely check that out. Because I wasn't there for the stream when she was messing with that. I just remember you all talking about it and data mining afterwards, and I was like, what in the world? Yeah, Deserted Island went incredibly well because Grapors cooperated. For once in like ever, that section went okay because those encounters worked with me. And it was really bad in my PB also, so... Alright, so we gotta do a menu here. I'll go ahead and do some of this now, just because I don't want to do it in the fight. Because a lot of times I tend to forget stuff in this fight because there's so much going on. And I need to equip Ica as well on her turn. Alright, we split there.
That was easy.
Like, that time save is pretty much from, like, being better movement. I skipped because not getting the balloon seed there, that's the time save from that. And it could have been more if the encounters were, if I had, like, really, really good encounters or something like that, but... This is a very good moment in the game. I agree. My friend Alec, who played this game casually, and he got so he freaked out all the time during the scenes in Nazareth where they walked right by one another and never saw one another. But yeah, them reuniting here is a good moment. Alright, Sinister and Destra, what do you got for me? Put the Slayer Ring back on her, and then she uses a Glyph of Speed. Guard, Glyph of Might.
This should work.
Let's try this.
So we'll see what they do, because they can either do an annoying AoE attack or set up for Death Waltz next turn. If they do engage. Alright, he's gonna Tundra Blast. What are you gonna do now? Engage, I think? Yeah, he was either gonna attack or do that. Alright, so he's doing that. So we just have to hope that everybody outspeeds. Because we do not want to get Death Waltzed.
Let's try this.
And Gilder broke a box as well. Alright. So he's gone, so we didn't get Death Waltz. That's good. They still have elemental resistances. The thing about well, any box in this game that does damage, they all do green damage. But the weird thing is, yes, even though they do green damage, for some reason, Sinistra doesn't take less damage than Destra does to it. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Why that's the case. He takes the same damage, even though like. Unless, does purple take less? Am I remembering this correctly? Also, nice miss, Gilder. I was trying to save time, but Gilder missed. If purple also takes less damage from green, then that also explains it then. If they both take less damage from green, then that's why it does the same amount of damage to both of them. I'm not remembering my colors right now. But red and purple take like super duper extra damage to each other, yes.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
That fight could have been faster if Gilder hadn't missed. I was trying to save time by having him attack normally instead of throwing a box, but he missed. So, oh well. Sometimes it be like that. Yeah, for this fight, you definitely want to do that. Purple against Sinistra, and then red against Destra, because red and purple are weird like that, and they're the only colors where that do that, where one does super duper extra damage to the other, and vice versa. They're the only two colors though that do that. I would argue in this run. And it's probably actually I can't even. That's not even an argument, honestly. It's just a true statement. You use purple a lot on a lot of bosses in this run. Vigoro, the tank. This one of the bosses here. There's so many enemies that you use purple on. Funnily enough. So purple probably. Honestly, it gets the most use as far as weapon color damage. If I was having to throw that out there, or say. The funny thing about Vigoro though is, no, blue hardly ever gets used except for Valua. It gets in the first trip to Valua, I should say, because those enemies will take extra damage to blue because they're yellow. But you only really take advantage of it on Executioner, pretty much. Because blue doesn't really do it. It's, like, yeah. It probably may be the other way around. I cannot remember. But either way, both Sinistra and Destra do take the same amount of damage from the box, the Crystallis box, which does technically green damage, because for whatever reason when they coded it in this version of the game, all the boxes do green damage. We don't know why that is the case. They did correct elemental damage in the Dreamcast version. Weveless can be very useful, cause especially to like Chameleon 1 and 2, because for some reason that particular ship takes extra damage to blue, to blue magic. Ship battles are interesting like that because the weakness for Bluheim is red. See why that doesn't make it? Why the ship battles are kind of weird. Bluheim is weird in that it for all intents and purposes should be a blue enemy, but it takes additional damage from red. So I don't know. Ship battles are kind of weird in that nature. Not that you would really use red magic on Bluheim at that point in the game, because your weapons are just so much more useful than doing that. You're not going to use magic on Bluheim, but it's just, it is an element to that fight that is interesting. But I definitely can confirm the boxes do elemental damage in the Dreamcast version, because the Crystallis boxes, let's just throw this out there, wreck the hell out of Rockworm on the Dreamcast version. Poor Rockworm, he doesn't stand a chance. And it feels so good, honestly. He doesn't like being steamed. I mean, you could look at it as, yeah, you're throwing fire at him, and he's a blue enemy. Which is essentially throwing fire on water, I guess. It is interesting, though. Like, some elements to this game are very interesting. We're still not sure if the whole thing with the boxes in this version doing great damage is a mistake. Just like a coding mistake, or what. It's an interesting thing, though. In some regard, it is a good thing, because for Sinistra and Destra, Destra would take like no damage from the Crystallis box otherwise, if it was doing elemental damage. Why evil music? Because Ramirez is Ramirez. And that's his theme. Even though, honestly, he's not that scary. Galcian, I would say, is way scarier than Ramirez. I am Edge, exactly. That is pretty much the answer to that. Yeah, that's pretty much true. He's not scary. He's an edgy boy, though. He is that. Okay. There is time save here in this particular section. I think my Slapara box did not work on the tank in PB, and I think it broke. I can't remember. Something happened on the tank in PB, I know that. Deloco is just kind of nuts, but I mean, that's his point. I mean, that's how he's supposed to be. Hence his name. He's just supposed to be a mad scientist sort of character. Insane. Honestly, like, as far as, like, the Armada members, the Loco is, I mean, at least he's spot on for being, you know, a bad guy. He's some of the things, I mean, that he does, and that's what you want from a villain, really. Some of the other Armada members are just kind of silly. Well, I guess the only one that fits that bill is Alfonso. Alfonso's kind of silly just because he has no real reason for being there other than family ties. Gregorio is there, which makes sense. He makes sense being there. That line, some of his lines are so good.
This should work.
Also, why are you guarding? Goodness gracious. Nice. Stop breaking my boxes. I still need them to an extent. I'm not saying that they're incredibly important now, but you still need them. For some things, still. Yeah, Pingy's t-shirt. Why are you guarding? It's very appropriate for this game. Honestly. There's so many moments where that is a problem. With these guys, particularly with the Valuan soldiers.
That was easy.
That wasn't horrible, though. I mean, that it could have gone worse. I put the white map back on. You technically can get encounters in this section. The encounter rate's probably pretty low, but I still equip it anyways, just because I don't want to run into that one moment where I get an encounter here and it's a back attack and I lose a zillion years. That sort of thing. There will be one moment in my life where that will probably happen. From not equipping that. Probably not very likely, but it's a thing, probably. I do need to do a menu, though, because I gotta get the Dabu hide off of him. I could have done it in the fight, but it would have been slower to do so, because I would have had to guard with Ica and then unequip that and move back. I don't know. The Dabu hide needs to go on Ica, though. Because she needs to outspeed on this first turn. I mean, for all intents and purposes, that is not a wrong statement. That's almost like almost what happens. Captain Sap. Re-equip Ica. Also, what am I doing? This is the wrong strategy for this fight. I am looking at my notes, and I have notes. I have like notes for like doing Cutlass Fury strats and Pirate's Wrath strats, and I was like reading the Cutlass Fury strategy. I'm like, what am I doing? I was like, this is not the correct strategy for this fight if you're going to use Pirate's Wrath. You need to. The two other people need to focus. That is the correct strategy for this fight when you're doing Pirate's Wrath. Goodness gracious. So that was a bad menu. Oh good, she recovered from confusion. Very nice. Very nice.
Let's try this.
Ica! You're killing me! She has broken so many boxes. Goodness gracious. Oh well. What can you do?
This should work.
Also, yes, the Admiral Battle theme is very good, I agree. Definitely a good theme. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. The menuing in this fight has been sketch, and she broke another. She broke another freaking box. I swear to God, I'm gonna I don't know what I'm gonna do with Aika. She has been the absolute worst with this nonsense today. I want to say that's like 5 boxes at this point that she's broke.
How could this be?
But this fight didn't go terribly. It could have been worse. I need them to an extent, but I still have enough to do what I need to do for the next fight against some soldiers.
That was easy.
I think I still have at least 2 left, and I need them to fight the next set of soldiers for the forced fight that you run into. I also need them a little bit for the tank if the correct strategy happens where I can put it to sleep, because damage ranges. I use boxes to make up some damage from not having some things. Because 2 Pirates Raz will not be enough to take out the tank. So I had to use them on the tank a little bit too to get some additional damage in. So these 2, I think I have 2 boxes left. So these 2 boxes are gonna have to do some work, and people are gonna have to not freaking break them. People, stop breaking my boxes. I need these 2 because they're gonna have to do some work for me still. I mean, I don't know how that works actually. Since we're in a flying ship, that is true. All I know is that she has definitely broken more boxes than anyone else in this run so far. Like, I think for Pingy, like the person that breaks the most boxes for him is Fina. I think Fina breaks like a lot of his boxes. I guess Aika is that for me today. No problem, Super Luigi. Yeah, it's going okay right now. We're on very nice pace, honestly. 6 minutes is nothing to scoff at. Here's another set of stairs. We're hugging the rail. Makes you go up the stairs faster, by the way. You gotta love these little things in this game that make you go faster. Hugging walls and railings upstairs. Which is still amusing to me that works, but programming, that's how the game was programmed, I guess. It probably wasn't intentional, though. Like, I assume it wasn't, but it's just kind of funny that it works. Also, I just forgot that whole thing works on these stairs, too. Dang it. You can do the railing, like, hugging the railing thing on those stairs as well. I forgot to do it. Good job, me. Yeah, it basically is like that. This game. The little time-saving things, though. Like, all these little time-saving things add up. It's hilarious, honestly. The little things add up more than you think sometimes, especially in a run this long. It definitely adds up. For this game, yes. Dreamcast and GameCube were pretty different as far as like how the speed run would work. Because Dreamcast is slower as far as loading. And higher encounter rate, but yeah. But if you mean like language differences, it's not really been proven that the Japanese version would be faster based on text because I remember somebody looked into it and there's not really more text boxes or more text in the English version. And it is seemingly faster to scroll through the text in the English version for some reason. So it hasn't been proven. Let's say that it's not been proven that the Japanese version is faster because of text. It's true for a lot of RPGs, but it is seemingly not really going to be true for this one because of the way that they did it. The Japanese text is also huge in this game. If you've never seen like like a text box in Japanese for this game, the text is gigantic. At least I think it is. It looks really big to me when I'm looking at it, so they probably fit all the text in all the English text in the same number of text boxes just by like making the text smaller. Like, I don't know. It looks big to me when I've seen the Japanese text. So seemingly there's like the same number of text boxes in this game, whether you're playing Japanese or English. Seemingly. But for some games, yeah, it makes a complete difference. Like playing the Japanese version is indeed faster because, I mean, there's just less text, and it matters for a lot of games, especially RPG speedrunning. Most people have run this game on the English version. Like everybody's running on English and then Paige did that one run on PAL, which don't run on PAL. PAL is definitely slower. PAL is slower because it runs at a lower frame rate, so that's the reason for that. Also, this fight went well, or is seemingly going well. It's very slow. PAL is very slow. But yeah, if you can't skip super moves on Japanese Dreamcast, that's something.
I wish they were all that easy.
But yeah, it's definitely interesting for that somebody did a run on PAL though. Like just to have a run on that version of the game. To this point, no one has done a full complete run of the game on the Japanese version. Sora I think he tried to do a run once on the Japanese version, but something happened. He never finished that run. But Sora, I think, has the Japanese version of the game and tried to do a run of it on that version. Yeah, PAL is. If let's say this, the person that did the run on the PAL version of the game did their next run of the game on the English version. And other than, obviously they were faster at doing, certain things because that was their first run. The first run they did was on PAL. But other than being faster at doing like things, the other difference was just the game going faster. It was substantial, the amount of time that he saved when he did the next run on the English version. Like the English and Japanese versions of this game, I would say are very comparable to each other. Like one could get world record and the other could get world record. They're very much probably the same sort of thing. Yeah, it was like 2 hours or something to that effect. As I recall, it was substantial. But he also got two electric boxes off the first encounter in that PAL room, which is honestly hilarious. Like, Yes, of course, if that was going to happen in anyone's speed run, it was going to happen on the PAL version of the game, because why not? That still amuses me. That the first time somebody got double electric box, it happened on the PAL version of the game. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so there is time save on this split, and that is because the tank fight did not go well in my PB. Chances are the Solpara box did not work and it broke. So potential time save here. Not guaranteed though. Cause with the way Ica has been so far in this run with boxes, I am not placing much faith on her. And she will be using the box on this fight. On the tank fight when I get to it. Because as we have discovered, thanks to our lovely person who is tasking this game, when you use a box that causes a status effect, in this case the Solpara box, which causes sleep, the person with the highest agile stat should use it because it increases the chance of the status effect actually working. And Ica has the highest agile stat, so she should be the person using it. Holy Jesus, she almost died. That was scary, honestly. You alright there, Fina? Fina almost bit the dust there. I don't know why that's a thing, Armstrong. That's such a silly thing. And it's only like that for, like, boxes. Like, when it's a box with a spell that has a status effect. For what I understand, if you use a spell that does the same thing, like actual magic that does the same thing, from what he was saying is that it's based on your will stat, so Fina is the better person to use things like that. It's just silly. I don't understand, like, this. That was a real 1 HP moment. That was definitely a scary moment right there. And I could have revived her, but it would have been slow. Also, hello, Euro is here. Welcome to the stream. Unless you've already been here for a while, but welcome anyways. When I was reading that, him talking about how that worked, I was like, why? Like, why is that a thing? So, it's such a silly thing. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Let's try this.
Well, the box broke. Thanks, Ica. The box broke. And it didn't work. Great. Well, we're doing alternate strats for this fight. I guess. Because Ica's Butterfingers again. She broke the box and it didn't work. So, like, I just want to point out to everybody about this that box working is like, what, 75% chance or something like that? When having Ica use the box? I believe that's what they were saying, is that if she uses it, it's like a 70-something% chance to work. So, it's that whole thing right there that we just witnessed was incredibly stupid. RNG, I guess, as we say. It is what it is. I can't do anything about it, I suppose. You are not wrong about that. That is seemingly what is happening here. The thing is that I guess my luck in the PB was the same, so probably be like similar a similar sort of time. I don't know if I'll ever really lose that much time from this because the same thing happened in PB.
This should work.
But all this healing is not good. I have to do a lot of healing now.
Here goes.
Alright. Thanks for the crit, Gilder. That's something. Vice didn't outspeed, which sucks. Because, I mean, it's dead to this next Pirate's Wrath, but if Vice had just gone first, it would have helped. So we'll lose a little bit of time to this. Thankfully, because similar. My PB had a similar sort of fight.
Tough fight.
Unfortunately.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
It could have been worse, though. So really, like, kind of like no gain, no loss on that one because I had similar RNG previously. Sometimes the box just doesn't work, and sometimes people break the box like it does. Granted, that box has a fairly decent chance of breaking, but oh well. What can you do? RNG said RNG. That's the RNG just had a say in that whole thing, and it said no. Honestly, the time save from that I got from the Grapors was way better. If it took like getting a bad fight, I guess here to this thing, but getting like 3.5 minutes on the Grapors, I guess I'll take what I get from this game. It's kind of like you take what you get because this game just kind of does that to you. 3.5 minutes on Grapors, I'll take it. Pretty much. That's where we're at right now. But now we get the Delphinus.
Hey.
So we do this nice little fight where it introduces the Moonstone Cannon to us. And then we go sell all of our crap that we don't need. Literally. We sell every little bit of thing that we have in our inventory that is not needed anymore. Because we need 100,000 gold shortly after this to move on, in order to move on with the game. Enrique is very much, I would say, very much a huge MVP in that 100% speedrun of this game. Because while we may not make use of Enrique very much in any percent, because we don't really need Justice Shield, we do need Delta Shield. Like, absolutely. Delta Shield is... you have to have it. Unless you want to die to like, Eternum and Eternus over and over again on Galcian and Ramirez. But We don't really need Justice Shield, but in 100%, Enrique is like your boy. You use him in like all the bounty fights, and he's like, and he is the party member that you take with you for like everything, pretty much. He becomes basically your last fourth party member at the end of the day. But you do like all the bounty fights with him and get him back when you can for the rest of the game, because Enrique's just good. Like he's good because his S moves, at least the ones that do damage, for at any rate, like the Judgment, it doesn't cost a lot of SP to use it. And as long as you've like pumped some like strength boosting seeds into him, because I mean he's not very incredibly strong physically, but if you pump some piranha seeds into him, like the Judgment is just, I mean, it doesn't cost as much SP as like, you know, Drachma's moves, for example. It does a lot of damage, so that's why Enrique kind of becomes the the MVP fourth party member of 100%. It's a poor man's Pirate's Wrath. I mean, it pretty much is. That basically is what the Judgment is. Because for like Ramirez, you'll pretty much kill him by just using Pirate's Wrath and the Judgment back to back. It's really amusing to watch in the 100% speed run. It's amusing. Enrique it does have a lot going for him. Like his S moves are very, very nice. Spirit Charge is a very much overlooked S move, I would say. I mean, it got used in very early routing of the speedrun, and I believe it gets used in the segmented run. Because they use Drachma a lot more than what we do here. But Spirit Charge is nothing to, you know, to laugh about. That's actually it's a really good S move, and he's guarding, like if you use it anyways. It's like, yeah, it's like all in one package. So I think it's a very, it's an S move that a lot of people don't think about, and they kind of like gloss over. But I think it's a very useful S move. If you have Drachma, you have no reason to not use it. I mean, honestly. If you're going to bring Drachma with you into your end game, or if you're just going to use him in general, definitely don't ignore Spirit Charge. The segment run is also quite old at this point. I mean, or much older than the strats we are using now, and I would argue that the segmented run could be even better than what it is, but the segmented run that we have right now was done so long ago, and there's so much more that has been found out. But yeah, Drachma is used because they use tackle a lot more in the segmented run, and they don't get Captain's Hat like what we do in any percent now. Like, we get Captain's Hat, so, like, Vice is your main damage dealer, whereas in the segmented run, Drachma is. Drachma does a lot more of your damage in the segmented run, or at least the one that exists. So that's why they use Drachma a lot more. As the run goes on, they do use Vice. Because they do the whole Piranha Seeds thing in the segmented run too. As I recall, anyways. It's been a long time since I've watched the segmented run, honestly. Yes, like, the segmented run could definitely be updated, and it would be much faster than what it is right now. Not that I'm not saying the segment run is bad by any means. Like, the person that did that put a lot of work into it, because doing a segmented run is it is a painful process. You're literally trying to get the best results out of, like, the segment that you're doing, basically, which means getting the drops that you want and everything to work out. So it's definitely an undertaking if you decide to do it. Kind of like doing a task. A task is not an undertaking to be taken lightly either. And never break. Exactly, like that's the sort of thing. Also, I'm glad the run has been insightful to you, Toad. I just now read your message. There's a lot in this game that we have learned through routing and doing runs. I have learned more about this game than I ever knew. Also, Hand of Fate is a very good SP. It costs a lot of SP, but the damage is amazing. Plus, I like the animation of Hand of Fate. It's funny to watch. Him just like smashing an enemy with a giant hand. RT, because yeah, doing a run like of just a full RTA run of this, even any percentage, it is long. Like it's a very long run. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much segmented as if you don't want to do it in one sitting too. I mean, you don't necessarily have to grind for the best RNG to do a segmented run. Segmented, yeah, pretty much just means that you broke it up into more than one part, pretty much. You didn't do it in one sitting. Which there is technically a leaderboard for segmented on speedrun.com. Yeah, crew members in this run, and they said for any percent, we get not a lot. Just the ones that matter to us are necessarily like really important. And obviously the ones that automatically join, because there are some people that automatically join the crew by default. Yeah, I understand the pain, Armstrong. Yeah, you make one change and you had to like play it all the way out just to make sure that there isn't a problem. We understand. I understand your pain on that. It's a thing when you do routing. For this, if you're doing like optimal, like if you're wanting to be quote-unquote optimal with the flag choice in this game, it's Vice. Vice is the fastest because it's the first option in the text. You know, you don't have to scroll down on the text options to pick another one, and there's less text after you pick the option as well. So technically, if you want to be optimal, you pick Vices, but you won't lose an incredible amount of time if you pick another one. Like if you pick Fina or Ika's, it's not the end of the world. Because some people do just because they want to. Like B-Mal. B-Mal always chooses Ika's flag. Save the frames, yeah. Urala is... We do... I do get Urala in my route. I don't think Armstrong does. But, I do get Urala. And by default, I have to get Kurala as well. Because you can't recruit Urala without Kirala. And we get Tika, who is the crew member that's, okay, you're debating that, okay. We get Tika, and he's the guy that's in Horteka, or one of the crew members in Horteka. And he makes it so your torpedoes pretty much never miss again, which is incredibly important. And Belle is our gunner because we need a gunner anyways to open up the shop on Crescent Isle to buy ship equipment, and she increases the damage of secondary cannons, which is more important than main cannons for this run. Secondary cannons are going to be used way more than main cannons for this speedrun. Oh, okay. Alright, so I gotta do a lot of menuing here now. I gotta sell the deck its coin, and then sell my discoveries, and then I gotta buy a bunch of stuff. Bluheim, I swear. Sometimes I think Bluehelm will be the death of me as far as like trying to make it consistent. I mean, it is fairly consistent, but if he guards like on both turns, it's just not good. I freaking hate Blueheim. I have put more routing work into that freaking fight than I think any other ship battle in this whole run. Yeah, I need those and those. Alright, now time to sell everything. If I don't need it, I get rid of it because it's clogging up my inventory anyways, and I just like my inventory to be more clean than that, so I'm not sifting through a zillion items. Also, I got a lot of useless seeds in this run, as I'm seeing. I got like the most useless seeds from like the Bane fights that I've done so far. Just do not sell an Aura of Valor. That's not a good idea. Don't sell the captain's hat either. You sell the captain's hat and you'll cry. Alright, I got the B-type cannon. Alright, we are good. Gold obtained. 100k gold has been obtained. Like, Blueheim is just terrible. Like, you can lose so much time to that fight, and sometimes it's not even your fault. Like, it's just... the game said no, and your attack missed, or he guarded, or, you know, something else. It's just one of those things, like, and you have no control over it sometimes. And the game gives you so few options with hitting him. Like, the way the turns are set up in that fight, it's like, oh, that turn's lost for, like, no reason, just because. It's just a lost turn. His dodge rate is just stupid high. Blueheim is just a terrible fight. Like, I don't know any other way of, like, saying it. There's so much bad stuff to say about Blueheim. If Tika was actually not so out of the way, like to go get him, goodness. But he's so out of the way to get him before Yafutoma. And I remember like doing testing that fight with Tika long ago, and one of my torpedoes still missing on Blueheim. And someone is gonna have to tell me how that works, but he pretty much is. Yes, you basically have to have him for the vortex fights, because Chameleon is just trying to do Chameleon, the last Chameleon fight without it is just a no-go. Oh yeah, I just saw what you said, Super Lloyd. Yeah, we do kind of sell Enrique's stuff. We take his accessory and his armor off. Well, we give him like another accessory and another piece of armor, but then sell his armor.
Wow.
Pretty much, yes. I mean, I would take that, honestly. Can we just do that? Like, I'd be all on board for that. You pretty much don't, and especially with what Enrique has, it's like it's probably just some fancy, obviously some fancy code of his, so might as well sell it. And his accessory that pretty much doesn't do anything. That starting accessory that he comes with is just kind of like, okay, it's just kind of there. Pretty much, unless you're just like like somebody who likes to hoard all your equipment. There are some people who are like that, where they don't like to sell anything in RPGs. You know, they keep everything that they pick up and they never want to sell it, which I understand. That's how some people are when they play RPGs. You cannot be like that with the speed run for this game. You have to sell anything that you do not need. RPG hoarder. There we go. We have someone who is like that. Oh yeah, I have no problem with Enrique at all. I think Enrique is actually a pretty cool character. He does give you a badass ship, you know, and help you escape Valua and steal the moon crystals back. So as far as I'm concerned, Enrique is pretty cool.
Let's go.
Oh gosh, the FF9, oh my goodness. Yeah, that would do it. Also, hello Schwiggity Schwa. I did not officially say hello to you, but welcome. Alright, to Esperanza we go. You're not wrong. In FF9 it actually does do something. It actually isn't a bad thing to hoard stuff on FF9. Because old weapons and things in that game are useful. Like, you can get something out of them, so... True enough. That's very much a true statement. For FF9, it's definitely a different thing. For this game, not so much, but for something like FF9, it kind of matters. Okay. So looks like we'll save a little bit of time in this split.
Ha! That was easy.
Some of that's probably menuing, and some of that is probably encounters. Maybe a mix of both. Oh lord, jump rope, yeah. In FF9. Yeah. I remember watching a friend of mine do that whole jump rope segment in FF9. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, this looks horrible. I remember just watching that and thinking this looks terrible. Okay, well there you go. That's a way of doing it. That's one way of taking care of that problem. Yeah, I would say so. I would think that that can be quite strategic if you really get into it. Buy some stuff here. It's the first time in the run that I ever buy saccharin crystals, or it's the first time I do buy them. I will buy some more later, towards the end of the run. Oh man. Yeah, Dawn is the character. It's yeah, he drinks a lot. Kind of like down on his luck kind of guy until you come along, or until Vice comes along. I mean, that pretty much describes him. Yeah, that's pretty much Dawn in a nutshell. Yeah, I still love FF9. Definitely one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Actually, it might be my favorite Final. Actually, I think it is my favorite Final Fantasy. But I have played others. True. Yeah, he just needed somebody to come along and talk some sense into him to an extent. Of course, watching Vice, I guess, beat the crap out of one of the members of the Armada is also helpful. Sometimes we need that in our lives. Sometimes we need people to smack sense into us. So these ship battles are not anything incredibly complicated or difficult, I would say. The game control you somewhat with these fights if it wants to make your cannon miss a lot.
Uh-huh.
It has the potential. Yeah, the speed wax that you get, because it's funny because you get that from like one of like the first ship here. I love how they give you that, and it's up to you to figure out that you need to use it basically on the Auriga. I mean, they kind of like give you hints, but yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, that is a thing. Just increase your speed, and apparently you will dodge the giant ram attack. But that's interesting that the first time when you saw one of my runs that you've learned that. Pretty much, yeah. It's not a good idea. Getting rammed by the Auriga is very much not advised. Yeah, it couldn't possibly. Not even possible. Also, hello, Harablo. It is such a great game to come back to and revisit. I mean, yeah. I just think it's amusing that yeah, literally playing this game. One of your discoveries is finding out that the world is round. That is such a great thing, honestly. Yeah, some people have taken like the world map and the Skies Discord and like tried to like form it and show what it, and it does look like a donut. Like I mean, it's so silly looking. But yeah, I mean the Valiants already knew it, considering they got to Yafutoma, the other way, which is blasting a hole in the freaking like wall in Ixataka to get to Yafutoma. So I mean, who's really the more intelligent ones here? The Valiants already knew. True. It's Beliza actually just straight out tells you. It's such a silly thing. That is also true. Hey, I would rather rather go that path, and then I don't have to like deal with any of the Dark Rift and stuff and save time. But I have not found my elusive skip into getting into Yafutoma without going through the Dark Rift first. Because Armstrong, I believe, proved through doing some things in emulator that you couldn't do in an actual run, that you can technically skip Esperanza and the Dark Rift with no repercussions at all. Like the game would not care if you skipped both of those things and if you just went straight to Yafutoma. So if we find a skip to get to Yafutoma earlier after the paywall, yeah, you can technically skip Esperanza and the Dark Rift with no repercussions. Yeah, exactly. Some emulator magic. So if somebody finds that skip, please let me know, because I would love to skip that and save a crap load of time in this game. From what Armstrong said, that if you do that, you still have to fight. You still have to fight. Sorry, the Tinku spell ship, because if you go straight to Yafutoma after that, it gets messed up or something like that. So you still have to fight the Tinku spell ship and trigger that scene with them. Because that scene there is kind of like something that is absolutely necessary or required to see. Otherwise, you just you get stuck in Yafutoma if you don't do that. It's kind of funny. If you just go straight to Yafutoma after that without fighting the Tinku spellship, you get stuck there. It's kind of silly.
Ha! That was easy.
Also, yeah, I lost stupid time to these fights for some reason in PvE. I think it was the second fight that I lost time to because a bunch of stuff missed. So that's why I saved 46 seconds. The second fight trolled me in my PvE. Actually, the first fight might have trolled me a little bit too. I can't remember. The ones that we get for like we go ahead and use the ones on the little jack that we get, like the captain stripes, because they just carry over to the Delphinus anyways. As far as when we use the ones that we get, it's just when the menuing is appropriate, I guess. When you're already in the menu, like doing something, and if it's necessary, you might as well go ahead and use them, sort of thing. Because otherwise, there's not a whole lot of points of just going in there and using them for no reason. But there are points in my notes where I have to use my captain stripes where it is like appropriate to do so. I guess is the best way to say it. Because I'm already in the menu doing something else. Because at one point I save up a bunch of captain straps at one point and just use them all towards the end of the game, pretty much. Yeah, Armstrong was just kind of like messing around with that just to see, you know, what could theoretically be skipped if such a thing was possible. You know, if in a scenario where you could technically skip this dungeon or do this, you know, some sort of sequence breaking what would break the game and what wouldn't break the game, sort of thing. Yeah, it's nothing that has been technically found that we could do RTA. You're not wrong. I mean, the whole idea of him, like, taking his ship and, like, literally wanting to ram into another one is kind of dangerous. Honestly, is pretty dangerous. That is not a wrong statement. True, because they're gonna go like all over the place. Yeah, like the impact of like hitting something else like that, especially at that speed. Like, goodness gracious. Recommend and Links is kind of like, it's that first part of the that first like two ship battles where the game gets real with you with ship battles, and it's kind of like, okay, we're not holding your hand anymore on this. You're gonna have to like figure out how ship battles work, and that when to guard and when to do this sort of thing. So you learn very quickly when you get to Recommend and the Links what you're supposed to do with ship battles. And how to win them. Also, this fight is going like stupidly well right now. I could have technically killed him on this turn had, I don't know, something crit somewhere else or something hit somewhere else. Like, look, because of how low he is on HP right now. Because you can technically 3-turn this fight, which is hilarious. With some good damage luck. It's very much possible. Just need some crits. A good number of crits and some good luck on the 3rd turn.
Ha! That was easy.
Looks like I had similar luck though in PB. I must have killed them like around the same turn last time. That is where you learn, yes. And the good thing, I mean, the thing about ship battles in the game is that if you game over, they just let you retry. Like, you just get a retry option and just go again, and and you learn. It's a learning experience. So when you're playing casually, like if you game over there, you just try again. You're like, okay, let's do this differently now. But yes, general boss fights will do that too. Like if you game over to just a general boss, you'll get a retry option. The only time you game over is if you lose to a random battle, pretty much. Then that's a complete game over. That is also a good point, yes. If you died to a random battle, something happened. Or instant death, yes. Like the biggest cause of that would be getting instant death to death. Because generally you should not die to a random battle, though. Like it generally should not happen in this game. Unless something just, yeah, dumb happened. But yeah, the Dark Rift is a very cool place. The music here is very atmospheric, and it works very well for what they're trying to, achieve here. Plus, it's a very interesting dungeon. Yeah, there are enemies that have Eternum. South Ocean being the first place you run into, where enemies have Eternum. There's the Maw of Tardis as well, that you had to go through to fight Yellowgar. That's the other one. Technically, yeah, I guess you could say there are three. There's Maw of Tardis, and then technically Deep Sky. There's not much to see in Maw of Tardis, though. Maw of Tardis is just kind of there. It's big. Has like 2 treasure chests or something like that. They're like those yellow crystals. It's a dungeon. You have to like literally fly through it to go fight Yellowgar. And there are 2 crystal treasure chests in it. They're like yellow crystals that count as treasure chests in it. And has floaty save points, yes. That's also true. Yeah, we get that. We don't really do anything with the Black Moonstone other than saying that we discovered it, I guess. Most people dislike, yeah, the Maw of Tardis like ship dungeon because of that. It's just a really big area, and you have to backtrack a lot. You get the treasure chest and then backtrack to where you are. So this Bane I'm fighting purely, well, I'm fighting it for 2 reasons. Money and Silver Magic EXP. Those are the reasons why I take this encounter. Because Silver Magic EXP for learning Rise of Limb is also very tight in this run. No, it's not a very dungeon-y dungeon in this game. It's just, it's there. It's...
Let's try this.
So... this box is actually required most of the time in order to take this guy out, so I just go ahead and do it. Because Pirate's Wrath is not enough.
That was easy.
But that will be the last Bane I fight in this run. No more Banes. So now we go fight Anguilla, which is a fun boss.
We did it!
I really don't know how I stayed 55 seconds there, but okay. I mean, that's the same place I split every time for that split, so I don't know where I saved 55 seconds. I must have had like really like a lot of encounters or something like that in the Dark Rift and PB. I don't know what the heck that's about. That doesn't start happening until like I don't. It wouldn't have been a back attack. I don't get back attacked ever again after the white map, so it's definitely not that. It's probably just getting too many extra encounters despite having the white map on, because that does play a factor. But you don't start taking like really super uncomfortable levels of damage until late game. The first instance of that, it will be Vigoro 2, where you will take a crap load of damage from him. Actually, I take that back. Like, probably the real first instance of that is gonna be Veltarn, which is the boss in the Lands of Ice. His Avalauncher attack will do like stupid amounts of damage to you. But and pretty much everything, all the regular boss fights after that, like land boss fights, if you will, after Veltarn, or starting with Veltarn, do lots of damage to you. Veltarn, Vigoro 2. So many bosses. I like Anguilla now because we have like a pretty consistent strategy for it. I don't know. I don't know where I stayed 55 seconds on the Dark Rift, like the dungeon part of it. Like I said, the only thing I can guess is that encounters, encounter luck to an extent. Probably like less encounters. I probably got less encounters or something like that. Also, hello Evangeline, welcome back. It is going so good so far. I'm not gonna complain about being 8 minutes ahead. I mean, if the game wants me to have that, I'm not gonna deny it. That is not an incorrect statement, Blue Rogues. That actually is a thing that somebody did say, that that's what loopers are supposed to be. So people do say that Galcian is supposed to be like Galcian spirit, considering he doesn't show up until you defeat Galcian. Once you defeat Galcian is when he shows up in the Dark Rift, which is pretty weird, honestly. That too, that's also a thing too, yeah, the same loophole. It's interesting. Also, this fight went well, considering he did not guard Moonstone Cannon, so that's something. Yo, Mario, what's up, my dude? It is going well so far, yes. I cannot complain with this pace. I won't complain about this pace.
Ha! That was easy.
11 more seconds, cool. Actually close to 12. Awesome, I am glad that you're doing well. I am doing pretty all right. I cannot complain. Especially if this run continues to go well. As well as it has been going. But as far as anything else in life, it's going pretty okay. Alright, so Tenku Spellship was like perfect in PvE, and by perfect I mean I got the Moonstone Cannon turned and did not have to use Moonstone Cannon to kill it. So that is what we're up against right now. This split here, we're up against a pretty much perfect Tenku Spellship.
Retreat.
Which may or may not have had an encounter on the way. I don't remember. So the encounter will play sort of a role. Also, this movement here is setting up for getting Spice Island, by the way. That is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing here. Alright. So the thing about Tenku Spellship is that getting the Moonstone Cannon on the second turn is not even guaranteed, and you may not ever get a chance to at all, because it's complete RNG on whether you can even get it or not. You may not have a Moonstone Cannon chance at all on the second turn. If you do, though, it's a damage threshold, and all you have to do is just do enough damage in order to get the Moonstone Cannon on the second turn. But we'll find out how lucky I am. If I'm lucky at all. Alright, I see Moonstone Cannon flipping back and forth on the second turn. So that is something. We have a shot at getting the Moonstone Cannon. By the way, that's random, like I said. That turn may or not, you could get into this fight and that turn may not even be flipping back and forth between Moonstone Cannon or no Moonstone Cannon. It's completely random, as far as we know. Good damage. That's a very good first hit, and I'll take that. If I get the Moonstone Cannon next turn, whether I use it or not depends on how much damage I do on this first turn. Which so far is going very well, so... Holy crap. Okay, so we're not using Moonstone Cannon next turn. Absolutely not. We will be going for fast strats because that is the appropriate thing to do in this scenario. Because the thing about a Moonstone Cannon turn anyways is that you will do a crap load of damage. Because the damage, like, calculation there is much higher. Even for regular weapons. That was just overkill. It was not even necessary for both of those to hit, but okay. That was completely overkill, though.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Incrum, Drill, and then Ilkemus, because Ilkemus also increases your stats in stacks with Incrum. Ilchemist increases, like, I don't know what all Ilchemist actually increases. It's like definitely your attack and your defense and probably several other things. So that's another reason why Ilchemist is recruited in this run, not just for the seeds, but he's very useful in ship battles. So anything that stacks with Incrum is a friend. Because, I mean, using the Moonstone Cannon there would have been completely overkill to kill that ship. It would have been not... They would not have survived in any capacity. I think it's like literally everything when you use Alchemist. Like, there's literally no reason not to. You just have to use him at the start of the turn because he only impacts the turn that he's used on. Accuracy is very important, yes.
Let's try this.
Important part of that. It makes a lot of things possible that would normally be possible for hitting. He is definitely one of the better crew members. Alrighty. This fight isn't going horribly. This fight's going pretty okay so far. That's fine, and he was guarding, so that's okay. Yeah, he's just like beating up on Enrique here. But that's fine, I guess. That was not a bad fight at all, because they can do way worse stuff to you.
We did it!
Alright. That fight must have been kind of not good. In my PB. I told you, man, the mid game, like from like starting with Grapors, like sort of like through a good portion of Yafutoma was just sad in my PB. So there was like time loss that just went everywhere. But I mean, that was a gold, so that was like the best I've ever done, Jiao and Mao. So that's something. I also don't know what the biggest amount I've ever hit in a ship battle. Probably more than what I'm gonna do in this run, but yeah. I mean, there's a turn on Zelos at the end of the game where we do like over 80,000 damage. But you can do more than that. I'm pretty sure the game is gonna cap you in a ship battle though at probably 99,999 because there are damage caps in this game. So I'm pretty sure that would be the case for a ship battle. They probably would cap you at that. Because in a regular battle, it caps you at 9,999. Okay, thanks, Encounter. Thanks for giving me Encounter right before I enter Yafutoma. Appreciate it.
Retreat!
If Vice's attack power is increased a lot with seeds, and if you utilize Ilchemist and Driln and probably like every single thing to your like advantage for that turn, it's very, very possible to hit the damage cap in a ship battle. Zealous would be one of the easiest ones to do it with because it literally gives you Moonstone Cannon turns with a chance to use Ilchemist or a hybrid wax, which do the same thing. Ilchemist is basically a hybrid wax. Why they designed Zealous like that, I do not know. Because they don't let you do that with the Hydra. Like the Hydra, any Moonstone cannon turns on the Hydra are on the first slot of the turn, so you can't really utilize increasing the damage with Alchemist in that fight because, yeah, they kind of put it right there at the start of the turn, which kind of ruins everything. So this next dungeon is Sleepy Dungeon. I call Mount Kazai like Sleepy Dungeon because there's not really anything going on. It's the water dungeon. I mean, you're going around hitting switches, watching water. I mean, it's Sleepy Dungeon. There's just not a lot going on. Also, what in the world? Why did the chat not tell me that I got hosted just now by Yaga? Thank you for the host, Yaga. I see that in my activity feed now. It says that happened 7 minutes ago, so I apologize for like completely missing that host. Generally, that shows up in the chat when it happens. I see it in my activity feed though. So thank you for the host, Yaga. I very much appreciate it. Da, 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 da. Navigating Yafutoma is a fun experience too, just because of how they have it designed, where you need to use these little wash tubs to go around. I feel like that's very much ill-advised. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. Public service announcement on that one. I do not condone this. I think it's one of the cooler things about navigating this area, though. Like it's unique at any rate. Like it's so interesting because, like, you know, Marama has like the Dabus that you go around navigating to get to the other side of town and to get some treasure chests. Corteca has like the little trolleys or whatever you want to call them, the little lifts or whatever. I don't know what you would call them that take you from one place to the next. And then this place has water and wash tubs that you go around in. It's just there, but like they say, it's that the water is here from like the blue moon crystal, pretty much, or that it has something to do with the blue moon, the blue moon stones, because they're like represent like water and wind and that sort of thing. Alright. So yeah, this was a gold. Mount Kazai was a gold in my PB, so unless... I mean, I guess it's possible I could beat that gold, but it was really good, let's put it that way, because the Alisphere fight went the way it's supposed to, and encounter luck was relatively okay. This is another dungeon where encounters are weird, and you could get a lot more than you should, even with the white map on. This is one of those dungeons. But this is just relaxing, sleepy dungeon, especially with the music. I love the music here, and it's very much a calming, chill time in the run. There's not really, I mean, you could mess up this dungeon, but it's if you know, as long as you know what you're doing, you're not gonna mess things up, and it's just go along, do the thing. Yep, the diving suit. And luckily for those segments, you can't get encounters, so... Encounters are completely gone when you do those segments of the dungeon, which is nice. You only have to worry about them in these parts of the dungeon. But I didn't get any on the way to this first one, so very nice. Most people have a lot of anger for water dungeons and games. It is I think it's a very good dungeon, and at least, especially from a puzzle perspective and atmosphere. It's another one of those unique things where they give you some sort of unique element to it. Yes, this is the one with the turtle boss, and the turtle boss is a jerk, by the way. We do not like Tortigar. Tortigar is another one of those RNG bosses. Yep, he's a jerk. He's mainly a jerk because he has steel skin, which is priority, and nulls all damage for that turn on himself, which is, you know, that's nice, great, lovely. That's a lovely thing that you want in a boss fight. So that's one thing that's annoying. He can petrify you with his normal attack, which is like, okay, that at least you can prevent that with an accessory. And then he has blue magic, and then an AoE move that hits everybody. The main issue is steel skin. That's the main problem with the fight. That makes it incredibly RNG. And it is why. This is one of the only 2 fights in the game? Yeah, only one of 2 fights in this game that you will see Prophecy. Because we don't like to use Prophecy because it's very slow, obviously. Because you cannot skip the animation for it, unfortunately.
Retreat!
But for this fight, we utilize Prophecy strats, and it just ensure that we hit him. Because Prophecy has priority entirely, and the boss cannot do any action after it, so... Steel skin becomes a null issue if you use Prophecy. It does, like, the formula for Prophecy is basically roughly, I say roughly here, 100 times your max SP. Like whatever the max SP you could have in your SP gauge if you maxed it out. So it's like 100 times that is how much damage you do with Prophecy. So it is not impacted by any equipment. Or anything of that. Any equipment you have, and it's not impacted by any of that. So that literally doesn't matter. Or buffs. That doesn't matter either. True, that's the only thing that occurs that turn. Just that, and that's it. Which is why it's so useful for Tortigar, since he literally cannot take any action. The other fight we'll use it on is the other boss fight immediately after Tortigar, or close to after Tortigar, which is Miraji, and that's just to take him out and all of his soldiers or his guards that are with him in one fell swoop. You could technically do another strategy for that fight, like Pirate's Wrath and Rain of Swords or something of that nature for Miraji, but it's a consistency thing for me because his little soldier dudes can guard. He can guard. So Prophecy eliminates all that since they can't do any of that crap if you use Prophecy. It just kills them and it's done. That's so I just use Prophecy for the pure consistency of it.
Retreat!
Beyond that, after Miraji, you will never see Prophecy again, though. No, we do not have a meme category like that, but it would be pretty amusing. Considering it would just literally be like loading up the game and getting into the first fight and taking it off.
Retreat!
Yeah, there's like if you're in a battle and you do a sequence of like of inputs, you can take Vice's goggle off or his eye patch. Nice little Easter egg sort of thing that exists in the game. Yeah, I don't know what a standard number of encounters is for this dungeon, but anyways, with the white map on. Yep, it is a thing that exists. The buttons, I found it on GameFAQs several years ago, and it's still on there. Or game FAQs, however you say it. I call it GameFAQs, but whatever. There is in the cheats section. There should be something there that explains how to do it. I don't remember the inputs exactly.
Retreat!
I would say 5 isn't really probably terrible for this part far into the dungeon, but I don't remember how many I had in PB either, so gameplay. Yeah, I love this long ass drop where you just jump down here. No Cupel. You're not going to be fed this run, unfortunately. Alright, so this is a force fight. Put that on to prevent getting being petrified. Buff Ice Guard, and use the Electrum Box.
Let's try this.
This should work.
Good job, Enrique. You didn't break the box. And it's not a big deal if you broke it, honestly. Okay, that's fine. As long as that's not on Vice, it's fine, because that's a debuff. That's bad. Cool. Pretty much, Enrique will always hit both of them. If he goes first, if he outspeeds them, which he generally pretty much will, because those things are slow. And if you target the first one with the box, he will generally hit them both, or he should. Lining it up for Vice to finish it off in this second turn, as long as Vice doesn't get debuffed. And if that happens, if Vice gets debuffed, what you would do is just throw Crystallis boxes at them, and that would kill them. Either way works. Man, the old strategy for that was terrible. Like, we used to, like, use Pirate's Wrath on them, and that was slow. Because, so you can imagine, like, how much better doing that is than using Pirate's Wrath, which is slow. You need a lot of SP to use Pirate's Wrath. Nice encounter there.
Retreat!
Should be the last encounter that I get in here, unless the game wants to troll me. I could technically get another one, but hopefully it's the last one I'll get in this dungeon. Hopefully. And then it's time to throw moons at a turtle. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna drop 3 moons on a turtle. Yep, I'm losing a little bit of time here, but that's I definitely didn't lose any time to the Allosphere, so that fight was pretty much perfect. So that is definitely just encounters. It's something encounter luck. Maybe I had an extra encounter on this run through or something like that than I did in PB.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Or maybe more than one extra encounter did it. Probably. It's like close to that, yeah, to where 3 prophecies is just enough, like, to kill it. Because I'm gonna do around like 3,600 with prophecy. That fight is like one of the worst fights in 100%, and they do use prophecy for that fight. Yeah, they use one of their auras, like one of the auras of valor for that fight, and that fight's still bad. So we waste 4 turns at the start of this fight, and that's because if he's going to use Sacrilyn, he's going to do it within the first 4 turns, pretty much. And you want him to go ahead and do that before you start doing damage to him, because that's going to be a real bad time if he uses Sacrilyn after you've already done damage to him. But from what we have seen, he does not use it again after he's used it once and within the first 4 turns. And even if he doesn't use it within the first 4 turns, we've still never seen him use it. So. So this is pretty much a big focus fest. Like, we pretty much just focus and guard and all that. Also, hello, Yaga. I had said before, but thank you for the host, because I saw that really late after it showed up in my feed. But thank you so much for the host. I hope you're doing well. Sure, you kind of have to find out that prophecy exists, like, kind of on your own, because the game really doesn't ever explain it. It's just kind of like, it's there, you know? But yeah, thank you for the good luck, Yaga.
In dire
We
need.
call forth
The power
of the ancients.
to battle our foe.
I really wish you could skip the animation for this though, but it is kind of fun that we do use it at some point in the run just for like some reason at all. People can see it and say, "Huh, interesting." And at the very least, he has done things that are very, very fast for me in this particular fight. He hasn't done things that are really incredibly slow or trolly, so that's good. And he attacked Vice with that, who is immune to stone status, so that's fine. It's something the localization made up. We don't know what the ancients are. The translation for that is actually different in the Japanese version. People were talking about that recently in the Discord about what the Japanese version actually says, like when they're doing this, and it doesn't mention anything about ancients. It's just something they made up. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking with the look when they came up with this.
That wasn't so bad.
That was actually a really good fight.
We did it!
And it was a gold. That's how good that fight was. That fight went pretty well. The only way that fight could have gone better is if he had used steel skin more, because then he wouldn't have really done anything at all.
Yes.
That was a very good Tortigar fight, honestly. I am getting these gold splits. I don't know where they're coming from, but and why the game is giving them to me, but hey, I'm not gonna argue with it. Oh yeah, like that when they do their little victory pose thing, yeah. I mean, if somebody had told me like that I was going to be -9 coming at all in this run, or that the run would even have made it here today, I would have told you you were crazy. Honestly. Yes, there is the one time where Drogma kind of like smacks Vice in the head during their little victory moment. it is part of the pose. I mean, it's part of the whole thing. You have to just soak it in. So I don't have the Slapara box for Mirages, so I unfortunately do not have it to use to potentially put him and any of the soldiers to sleep, so potentially. So I don't remember if I had it in PB or not. Honestly, I don't remember if I had it. So probably did because my tank fight was also bad in PB. So I assume I didn't have it because if I didn't have it for the tank fight and the tank fight was bad, then I assume I didn't have it for this fight either. Theoretically, not really, because I'm on best possible time right now is on 10:36 pace. So is it possible? If you're asking if it's possible, possible with really good luck in somebody's run, like yeah, my early game would have needed to be better though. Like even though that's what best possible time is saying, it's if I got literally every gold split from here to Kingdom Come, like start from now to the end of the game, which is not gonna happen. There's a lot of RNG that's going to come in, and one of them is coming up really soon, and that's Bluheim. So, yeah, Bluheim is the thing. And yeah, Hydra can save me some time if it doesn't want to guard on one of my Moonstone cannons. So, is it? I definitely wouldn't count it. Is it possible for somebody to get that time? Absolutely, but I think it would require a ton of good luck. Really good luck in a really good early game. Because that's where a vast majority of time save is the early game because it's so random. I mean, pretty much. I could figured out apparently from him just staring off into space that he has a thing for her, which I guess fine. I mean, I guess he is kind of looking longingly as she's walking away. Did we discover Dawn Skip, or are we just like the way to skip all that nonsense? Goodness gracious, we're talking like yeah, ridiculous amounts of time save. I would honestly believe sub 10 segmented can happen. Like with everything that we know now, and as low as like RTA has been pushed, yeah, the sub 10 segmented is a thing that I honestly believe exists. It's just a matter of somebody doing it. But we'll see what the task time will be when Johorda is done with that, because that's going to be fun to see what the task time is going to be when all is said and done. I'm going to love seeing how low that time can go. It's also going to be amusing watching that and watching all the perfect RNG moments that is in the task. Just stuff that you wouldn't even imagine, that you couldn't even never get in an RTA run. Like three encounter deserted island. Like, because I believe he said in his in the task for the deserted island segment, he got 4, 5, 6. 3 encounters, 4, 5, 6. Like obviously like perfect luck. You can only get up to 6 in an encounter, so 3 is the best you can do to get, you know, 15 pieces of meat. So I'm just like, just watching that, like watching the task do that, I'm like, I would just be like, good lord, I hate everything. three encounters where Vice goes first, obviously outspeeds. Yeah, because he said he was quickly able to get to that point because he's routed through Grand Fortress, or pretty much. So he said everything after Grand Fortress is going to be a little slow going. Because they had already worked all the way through Grand Fortress as far as what they were going to do. So but it's still impressive that he's gotten all the way through Grand Fortress anyways. Like, that's still a good portion of the game. There's a lot after that, but, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. That's definitely true. There's a lot of things that they did to like make with the characters' facial expressions, with the stuff that they do, their body language. It's just interesting. There's a lot of attention to detail with stuff like that. This game has a lot of attention to detail with certain things, which is very interesting. It's probably one of the reasons why I like it so much. It's just all these little things that they poured attention into.
Wow.
I would assume I don't
Yes?
duck skip. That's a good question. Like as to whether they did that or not, because obviously they don't need anything that Doc gives you, or at least I'm pretty sure they don't. They shouldn't need anything that Doc would ever give you, or any of the moonfish for that matter. So that's I never did ask if they did Doc skip. That's a good question, Armstrong. You should ask that question to make sure that first of all he's aware that that is a thing that exists. Um, so that it's incorporated into the run because that's hilarious. Like if never having to talk to Doc at all would just be the best thing. Because obviously, yeah, he doesn't need white map because he's pretty much going to avoid all encounters anyways through fun stuff. The person in the Discord who's doing is their screen name is I think it's Johorta or Johorta. It's like spelled Jahorta. You can find him in the if you look in like the data mining channel, he's made recent posts there, and you'll be able to find him pretty quickly. But that's the person that's working on the tasks.
Retreat.
Although I don't know if that's a problem. Like if skipping Doc, if you would have to continually do that every time you came near that area, because if the Doc scene would just trigger if you got too close. So avoiding it, I guess the whole run would be a fun thing. Which I guess is not a problem for a task, though. If you just know where the trigger is for the cutscene, you could just keep dodging it every single time. Oh, really? That's interesting. Okay, then never mind. It'd be fine then, I guess. That's hilarious. So you can just basically not ever interact with Doc and just completely miss the chance to ever speak to him if you if you just skip it. That's amazing, honestly. I did not know that once you change shifts that you can't ever trigger that cutscene. Because I know you can with the little jack, if you still have the little jack. That's funny, though. Nope, you cannot, because... Yep, that is true. Like, because he never gives you the item. You never have the item that triggers the noise, so you can't catch moonfish, and I guess the game never feels the need to alert you on it, so... That's pretty amusing, honestly. So to skip basically triggering the dot cutscene, you have to do some funkiness, like to do it. There's some pause buffering involved to just get past the cutscene trigger, pretty much. It's very amusing. Some people were messing with it like a long time ago in early routing of this, but it just is not useful to skip it at all in any percent.
Hey.
Very nice, Armstrong. That's something that should be asked, because I think that's a good point. It's something that if he's not aware of it, he should be, so he can incorporate it in the task, because it definitely belongs in the task. Also, hello, Reagan. Reagan! I hope you're doing well. It has been quite a long time, or quite a while. Since the last time I streamed and just in general. Dago is pretty cool. Going through acquiring merch. Oh man, that's a fun process. Oh, I can imagine. Yes, I remember going through that for when we bought this house. Well, we had this house built, which yeah, that's a stressful thing. You only want to go through that once because it's a stress. If at all possible, you only want to go through that once. Yeah, it's one of those. It's that whole thing where you have to go through all these hoops, you know. They make you jump through a zillion hoops. Very nice. Our house was built and finished in close to the end of 2012. We moved in 2013. You're moving to Long Island. That's where I am. So we'll both be on Long Island then, because that's where I live.
Uh-huh.
That basically describes the fight against the Draco. For all intents and purposes. That's it. That is the whole thing. No, I completely understand that. It's going to be different. If you were raised in Brooklyn and you're going to Long Island, that's going to be different, yes. Like I guess people that don't really live in New York don't understand like how different it is from there to here are very different things, and upstate is even more different. There's like different worlds to New York. Definitely lots of differences. Oh, okay. I got you. I definitely know where that is. And I haven't even lived here that long, but yeah. You're not. That is pretty much true. That's not wrong. That's why when people ask me if it's when I moved here from Tennessee, if living here was somehow really different, I'm like, in some ways, yeah, in a few ways, yes, it is, but it's very similar too, because this place is very, it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? Trying to find the word. It's very much similar. There are farms here. It's not at all like living in the city. Yeah, it's just not the same. That's a good question. She was successful at any rate at hurting Enrique, so that much she succeeded at. If that is what she was going for, I guess she succeeded. So, I'm just wanting them to not do really slow things because I don't have this Lapara box to put anyone to sleep here, so... Yeah, and right now they're not doing slow things. They're doing things that I don't want them to do. However, he was guarding, so that's nice. 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 Counter stance I'm okay with. You can continue doing... Nice, thank you. All of you can do that. That's very fast, and you're not doing things that waste my time. And this is a little annoying, but I guess it's better than some things that you could have done. And now they get nuked, so bye-bye.
In dire need, the power
Of the ancients!
to battle our foe.
If you weren't, like, using the weapons, or if you planned on, like, if you plan on buffing people with seeds, or if you plan on using magic or something to that effect, I guess, yes, you could have this beat the game with the starting weapons.
That was fun.
Ha! That was easy.
I just want to point out that Ica learned, or not Ica, Fina learned Ryzalum there, so that's very good. I do not have to worry about her dying or anything on Veltarn. With her already having Ryzalum, that's very nice. It gives me leeway to play Veltarn balls to the wall sort of thing if it goes wrong. Because I don't have to keep her alive. Alright, so I actually changed strategies for this fight slightly, to an extent. Because of Armstrong. Because what I used to do is, we would finish him, or in my old route, we would finish him on the next turn, but after his S cannon had been used, and it was slow, obviously, because you had to watch that animation and all that nonsense. Now, I will attempt to take him out before, on the second slot of next turn, is what I will attempt to do, and if it works, I will save time. But what I need to have happen is all of my cannon shots need to hit. My 5-foot cannon shots must hit. But if they don't, it's not the end of the world, because I'll just be even with my PV. Because it's still routed out to where I'll still finish him off on the second turn, regardless of what happens. Alright, that hit. That's cool. We need the other two to hit, and then we'll be good. Alright, so Moonstone Cannon, Complete Kit, and Guard on that turn in case we ever get to that and he uses the S Cannon. The Complete Kit is super important because you need to be at full health going into Bluheim. It's bad if you don't go into that fight at full health. Alright, so we need this to hit. Very nice. Okay. Good fight. Good Draco fight. That's what we need.
We did it!
So that's 48 seconds from just not having to, like, watch extra turns in this fight. Because in PB I would have finished him on the 4th slot of that second turn. And in order to doing that, you have to watch another S cannon animation and other bull crap, so. But now comes Bluheim. A very trolly fight. If he wants to, anyways. He can troll. I want him to just cooperate, but we will see what happens. He will or he won't. It's Articuno. I don't remember how this fight... Like, it says I have 43 seconds to save for... But that's probably in a perfect scenario, I assume, where I 3-turn the fight and... take him out on the 3rd slot of 3rd turn, I guess? I don't know. All I know is I did not... I'm pretty sure I did not 3-turn him in PB. It was... It had... I'm pretty sure it was a 4-turn fight. Yeah. That's what I want him to do right now, because Bluheim is one of those fights. Yeah, just like, just win. Just do it. I'll just throw a Master Ball at it. Simple enough strategy, right? It's like, just win. It's easy. Alrighty then. What are you doing here? So... he's guarding. That's something we don't want to see. He can do this though. Like, he can just guard, and there's nothing you can do about it on the turns that you're trying to attack him on. Apparently, because he guarded twice in a row on that turn. He guarded on the 3rd slot and the 4th slot, which is just silly, honestly. He can also do the same thing on this turn if he wants to. On the 3rd slot, which is where I'm trying to hit him on. You don't have a lot of options here for like trying to hit him, because the turn can either be lost where you can't hit him anyways because nothing will hit on that turn, or he'll just dodge it because his dodge rate is incredibly high, or pretty high in general. Yep, he's guarding again. This is a terrible fight. This is a bad Bluheim. Unfortunately. Bluheim be like this sometimes. All he has to do, honestly, like, this is a true statement. All he has to do is not guard on one of these turns once. That's all that happens, and you can still 3-turn this fight. But apparently, he has decided to guard both turns. Yeah, what he does on these turns is it's completely random. He has specific actions that he will do, but it's still like, what will he do sort of thing. Because he could just attack me. Because I could end up on this turn with much lower HP than I am, but because he hasn't attacked me very much, my HP isn't as low as it could be. So this is where all the turn that all the damage gets done on, because it's where you have the best opportunity to do so. He's most open on this turn. And like I said, if all he did was just not guard one of these turns, it would be a 3-turn fight. But I don't have any more complete kits. I only have one, and that came from Grendel, because Grendel drops one, but you can't buy any complete kits until after this, when you get back to Crescent Isle. You can buy them on Crescent Island. You can also buy them on Sailor's Island too. But yeah, you can't. Basically, you can't get complete kits until after Yafutoma, at the very least. See, all he had to do was not guard one of my first attacks, and he'd be dead right now. Time loss. Well, not really. I'm losing my possible time save, unfortunately, that I could have gotten on this split, but it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. Now you have to be careful on this turn, because you are at such low health. And I may be making the wrong decision by doing what I'm doing here, but I'm gonna do it anyways. His health is relatively low. The better decision would have been that I could have done was the 5-foot cannon for second to third and used a bomb, but there's no guaranteeing that my 2 5-foot cannon shots would even hit him. They could both miss, so that's the sucky part about having to do a 4-turn fight. It's so up in the air. The bombs that can't miss, which is why I did that. And he's guarding again on this turn. Oh my gosh, dude. So this, I don't know if this will kill. It may not, because he's guarding again. It didn't kill. He's like barely alive, pretty much. If he hadn't guarded on this turn again, he'd be dead. He has been so so guardy in this fight. Goodness gracious. He probably literally has, like, I don't know, like 100 HP or something like that sitting there. Like some minuscule amount. So I'm just gonna do this. I repeat what I always say about freaking Bluheim, is just fuck Bluheim, I swear. He's just terrible. This fight is terrible. And there's no way to make it consistent, because it's just so random. He should be dead now. But oh my goodness. I can't say for sure if he would have died if he hadn't, like, guarded on the last turn. I can't say for sure if he'd be dead right now, but maybe. I don't know.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
And I could have, like I said, used the 5-foot cannon, second to third on that turn, but both of them could have missed, and I would have ended up in the same situation regardless. Sometimes you can't win. Like, you just can't win with this fight. If it's gonna get you, it's gonna get you. Yep. So, oh well. If this PV's, then I have a huge time to save on this freaking fight. There's that, I guess, at any rate. Freaking 2 minutes to save on Bluheim. I mean, in comparison to my PB, I could be even more behind if I hadn't done the fast strat on the Draco. The Draco kind of helps cushion that, sort of, because that was at least faster than PB. Sort of. I know, that's the whole thing. Whenever there's like minutes of time saved somewhere in the run, it's kind of like, well, I guess I'm gonna keep having to do attempts because there's that, you got that time save sitting there that you know that you have to get. There's always that in the back of your mind. Whenever you have like big time saves like that, it's just like, it's always there in your mind. Yeah, I mean, it is still world record pace. You're not wrong. So we'll just keep trucking along. We'll keep going.
Yes.
It's not the end of the world. We will move along and see what happens. Because remember, we still have to fight Veltarn very soon after this, and Veltarn is another piece of crap. Veltarn can cause lots of bad things. It's considering he can cause confusion and instant death, so we'll see what happens. We need Veltarn to cooperate, though. I need to not lose this, like, minutes on that fight. Because that fight wasn't perfect. There's time save potential on Veltarn if it goes well, and I say that in quotes. Because that's asking a lot sometimes with this game, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. There is run left to go, and there are time saves that I still have. I still have like close to 3 minutes to save on Vigoro 2 because I messed up that fight in my PB by forgetting to equip the captain's hat. Which we will not do again in this run. So help me. That will not happen again in this run, so we can kind of offset this time loss later with Vigoro 2 if that fight goes well. But that'll be much later on in the run, close to the end of the run, really. All in due time. And there are other things where I'm going to save time, but we'll cover that as I get to those sections. For now, let's go visit Horteca again and enjoy the music there again. Because we're going to stop by Horteca here real quick to get Tika Tika, one of the crew members that we absolutely need for this fight. Or for this run, excuse me. Tika Tika is one of the MVP crew members as well. Simply because he makes it your torpedoes will never miss if he's with you. Like, that's what he does, is it increase the accuracy of torpedoes. And that doesn't even do justice to what that means. It's a ridiculous boost to the hit rate of torpedoes to where they, especially the Arcwell torpedoes, can never miss. Which is very, very, very useful for Chameleon 3 and the Hydra as well. Because torpedoes are interesting in that on turns where you would normally not be able to do anything because that turn is lost, where you couldn't hit the enemy or really do anything on that turn, torpedoes can never be lost. So if you have Tika Tika, your torpedoes are not going to miss on those turns, so it's good stuff. That is why we get Tika Tika, despite the time it takes to go get him. Yep, you do get to listen to this music again because we do make a return trip here just to get this crew member. But we'll miss the Arcwell. That is not wrong. I mean, soon enough we'll be saying goodbye to the Arcwell. Very soon. Come with us, Tika Tika. And literally the only thing you have to do to recruit Tika Tika is find a discovery. You just have to find the Ixnus Village discovery. Because for some reason that's required to recruit him. That's just what they decided is required, I guess. For him. So we gotta do some cutscene stuff. And traveling. Then we get to the next dungeon. Technically 2. Or 3. Actually, no, technically 3, because Black Baltor counts as one, because you do get a reward for doing it. Baltor counts because he's on the wanted list, and Gordo also counts. If you count those 2, then technically 3. But if you are asking optional bounties, 1. It's just Rupe. For ones that are not required by story, then yes, it's just Rupe. And that's just to get the Captain's Hat. Because the Captain's Hat gives Avice a whopping plus 80 attack power boost. So, yeah, it's kind of good to have. It's one of those accessories it is worth fighting that optional battle just to get that accessory.
Retreat!
Okay. That fight's pretty easy if you fight them really early, because those fights scale with your level. The higher leveled you are, the more they scale with you. Which makes them more dangerous. So we fight them so early in this run to where there isn't a lot that they can do, I guess. So we just throw boxes at them and Cutlass Fury them to death. So it's not as bad, and we just need Delta Shield to block Rupe's magic, and that's it. So if you fight them later, like after you're much higher level, they're not as much of a joke. Because Rupe later on has more spells as well that he can use. If you fight him later at a higher level, he has more spells at his disposal. Just don't go after Rupe first, because the thing about that fight is if you try to kill Rupe first, you trigger him using his special move, where he kind of like I think he like pushes, or I don't know, something where he sends Barda flying at you and it does a crap ton of damage. So if you don't try to kill Rupe first, you will not have that happen to you. True. That's definitely true. They definitely punish you for doing that, because that is obviously the most smart thing to do. Like, yeah, go after that person, because why not? Like, that's obviously a sensible thing to do. But the game, apparently, they designed it in such a way, yeah, to where you get screwed by doing that. Or they'll punish you for doing that. I believe that attack, yeah, is called Berserk Rupe, as I recall. It's an interesting attack. We're back home. Oh man. Yeah, we'll get to that soon enough after Lands of Ice. And then we will not get encounters on the world map ever again, because, yeah. You do not have to get those when you are able to go above and below the clouds. It is nice, like, not having to get any encounters on there anymore. It's definitely makes that whole part more consistent. Man, I remember an old routing getting to this point, getting to the Lands of Ice and generally being around the 9-hour mark. How far we have come since then. Alright, so we gotta get Belle here. It's so nice that Belle's just kind of here. Like, that you don't have to do anything really out of the way to get her. She's just kind of there. And she's actually useful, so... How did I still discover that? Okay, I actually was not trying to discover Skull Rock. I started mashing to get this discovery, and I thought I was like far enough away from the Skull Rock trigger, but apparently not, because I still discovered it. Goodness gracious, the trigger for that must be stupid. Must be stupidly big. Thought I was far enough away. Well, that discovery is quite useless at this point. I'll probably only get like 10 gold for it later. Because Domingo has definitely already found that.
Retreat!
Yeah, I would say it is, because I wouldn't say that was very common thing. But I thought it was like one of the coolest aspects of this game. So now we do unintended clips to get into the lands of ice. Completely intended, not really. That's not really the way you're intended to get to the lands of ice. That part of the sky rift there, you just happen to be able to go through it. It's really only useful for getting to the lands of ice early. Also, I love this music, by the way, in this first part of the dungeon. There's nothing useful you can really do if you come here like before you're supposed to, because you can't get into the lands of ice anyways, and a sky rift blocks your way to getting to Esperanza. At least until you do the ship, get the Delphinus upgraded, then you can, but yeah. You can technically come to the lands of ice with the little Jack if you do some fun stuff there, but the little Jack literally can't do anything here. It's just, you can fly around with the little Jack, but not really do anything much else with it. Okay, on to the next half of the dungeon, or main part of the dungeon. This is another one of those, you lose time here based on encounters, pretty much, how many you get. That, and I'll probably lose a little bit of time to discovering the stupid skull rock, considering I did not mean to do that. This is actually my favorite dungeon in the game, by the way. I know it's really short. Like, there's not a lot to this dungeon, but it's my favorite at any rate. I also like that it has like a second entrance where there's that one of the moonfishes and a treasure chest. I always thought that was a neat thing too.
Retreat!
That would be an interesting situation.
Retreat!
Okay. already losing like the time save that I have on this split. I don't know where that what that 35 seconds is though. Like, what is that time save for? Or where did it come from, I guess. I mean, that's enough for like 2 extra encounters or something like that to cause that. Alright, well, we'll lose a little bit of time on this, but it's not the end of the world. Nothing substantial. But now we have Veltarn.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Oh, goodness. Oh, I love this area, yeah. This is like my favorite area of the game for sure. So, there's so much about it I like. Yes, I do love the cutscenes after this. It's very... it's so good. Such a good part of the game. Alright. Let's... definitely put the stupid hat on. Buff ice, guard, glyph of speed.
Let's try this.
Alright, attack. A regular attack. Interesting. And confusion didn't actually happen, so that's good. Because that can cause confusion, but it didn't happen, so cool. That bit, the start of this isn't horrible. The start of this fight isn't terrible. Alright, so what we're going to do is... we're going to throw this box, because we do need some additional damage. 2 Pirate's Rods will not be enough, so we need a little bit of extra damage. So just that box will do in that regard. Pirate's Wrath. Avalanche, okay. This is probably going to hit both Vice and Fina, yeah? It's going to hit both of them, yeah. It's super damaging. That move is no joke. There it is. I'm trying to find my Sacralin crystals. And you will heal her. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Because I'd rather her not die. I mean, I need the SP, so I'll keep her alive. Or she'll just die. That's fine too. Because she's not going to survive this. Because he used this twice in a row. So unfortunately, bye-bye Fina. It's not the end of the world because she has Rizalim already, so I'm not as concerned. Not like completely scared about that. And that heal just goes back on Enrique, which, whatever. He healed himself. Whatever. Oh, don't do this. I hate everything right now. I hate everything! All Vice had to do was outspeed him. And he couldn't do that. Like, all he had to do was outspeed.
Try this.
And it would have been fine. But he didn't, so... Also, I just want to point out that that's not 100% chance to kill. That's like 50% or something like that. It doesn't always work. But for this game, yes, it does. It's always 100% effective. Goodness freaking gracious. I hate Veltarn. Both Veltarn and Bluheim, man.
This should work.
Luckily, we can get him back up relatively easily. Okay, thank goodness. That was not as bad as it could have been. That could have gone so much worse. Considering Vice died, so that could have been even worse than what just happened.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Goodness gracious. Alright, well, we survived Veltarn with minimal time lost, despite what happened. Because I could have lost like minutes to that fight, but We out. We survived. Moving on. That's one of the other aren't really bad RNG bosses down. Bluheim's done. Veltarn's done. Yeah, walk it off, Fina. We pretty much just left Fina dead the rest of that fight. Because it's fine. It just means that Vice and everyone else got more EXP. Slightly more EXP. She'll be fine. Fina will be fine. Also, yeah, I love this scene. This whole set of scenes is really good. Poor Ragnar.
Oh.
Like, they are at this point, yes. Honestly, it's better in that fight if Enrique dies, because Enrique really doesn't need the EXP from that fight. Because you're never gonna, like, see him again after, like, not too long from now. He will not really be in the party anymore, so, and you won't ever, like, put him back in the party, so. I don't know, that's a good, I always wonder that as well, because you don't, I mean, obviously you don't ever get to fight, Plurgoth, unfortunately, but they just kind of like worked him in as far as just a story element. I don't know if they ever planned from the beginning for him to be a fight or not. I wonder. Alright, so Yellowgar is next, and during that fight I'll probably go to the bathroom because I need to. Goodness gracious. When was the last time I went? The last time I went to the bathroom was like, Recumen, I think? Way too long ago, so, that's gonna have to happen. And Yellowgar is like, there's nothing happening on the Yellowgar fight, so it's like the perfect time to do so. That's one of those scripted fights where nothing can go wrong, sort of thing. Pretty much, and his animations are pretty long, his attack animations, so it'll be alright. My bathroom's pretty fast, or it's pretty quick, near me. The words, I'm trying to find words here. It is close to me, goodness gracious. From the room that I am in, it is like behind me. So it is very much within distance, and it shouldn't take me that long to go to the bathroom. No. It'll be alright. Also, I didn't realize that my cat was in the room with me. She's laying on her little tree house asleep. That's not a bad point. I mean, that's definitely a fair point. You are with Drachma for quite a while. Like, he's with you for like 2 areas. Well, I mean, he's technically not in your party for some of the Maramba section, but he's with you for quite a while, though. You spend a lot of time with Drachma when you think about it. Probably more than, I would argue, yeah, than the others. When you think about it, you don't really spend a whole heck of a lot of time with Gilder. Like, he's there, and you do some story segments with Gilder, but I wouldn't say that he's there for a lot. Just certain sections of the game. He's there for the Great Silver Shrine as well. Like, he's with you with for decades, Grand Fortress, and Great Silver Shrine.
Retreat.
And some of the end game until you can switch party members again. But I can definitely build closer to Drachma. I can definitely understand that. Unfortunately, Gilder is not in our party for the fights where that would be really useful. Because believe me, if Gilder was in our party for Veltarn, I would probably learn Aura of Denial, just to prevent confusion and instant death. But unfortunately, he is not an option for that fight. So otherwise, yeah, Aura of Denial is not really useful at all for any part of the run. The fights where it would be useful, like I said, you have someone else. You have Enrique, pretty much. It's only really useful for things that aren't magic that cause status effects. Other than that, Delta Shield. Delta Shield is the answer. I don't know. I don't know why they made Belle so bouncy. They just decided to do that. I don't know. Somebody always says something about Belle. I don't know why they decided to do that with her. She is a very cute crew member, though, like Belle is. She's also incredibly useful. Like, you recruit her because she's there, and you need somebody to run the shop there to buy that equipment. And she increases the damage of secondary cannons, which, for this run, are MVP well over main cannons. Secondary cannons and torpedoes are like the biggest thing with this run. And the S cannon every now and then. You try to limit how much you use the Moonstone cannon because the animation is slow. That's why for a lot of fights you avoid trying to use it if at all possible, just to save time. But sometimes you have to, so you can't avoid it sometimes. We will not have to use it on Yellowgar though. Yellowgar is going to go down really easily, so that won't be an issue. Because secondary cannons that's one of those things where somebody casually either really used them a lot or completely ignored them. I feel like that's how it generally has gone with people who played the game casually. Either they did something with them or they didn't. But secondary cannons are a lot better than maybe some people give them credit for. Because their potential for damage is just really high. And the thing about secondary cannons and torpedoes is you can do a lot of stuff with them because you can pick where you want them to hit. So there's a lot of strategic elements to using them over just main cannons. Money. Any discoveries I get at this point are just for additional money for Piranha seeds later. And I only get like a few more from this point on. And just stuff that's like easy to get, that's really close to where I'm going. In this case, those two discoveries were like really close to like the Maw of TARDIS entrance anyways. I think from here I get 1, 2, 3, 5 more discoveries. I get that, the Sky Train. No, 4 more. Sorry, I think it's 4 more discoveries. There's the Sky Train. There's
Retreat.
I can't remember the name of the other one I'm thinking of right now. The Iron. I think it's the Iron Star. It's something that's in the skies over Nazarad. You get that, and then you get the Sky Train, and then after that you get the Bluheim wreckage, and then the Flying Machine. And only because those give a ton of money. Like, those discoveries in general give you a ton of gold for some reason. So we get the ones that give you a lot of gold. A lot of the we used to get like a lot of discoveries in this run. Like, it was like, if you go and look at really old routing of this, like really old runs of this game, goodness gracious, we got so many discoveries that were just not necessary. We didn't need them. We didn't need all that money. But that's what happens with routing. Like, especially with an RPG, you start somewhere and then just go from there, and you've continually cut things out, remove it if you don't need it as much as possible. If I wouldn't talk to him, he would probably not be happy with me with the amount of times that I have run away. And 100%, you do still run, but very limitedly, and only from encounters that take a long time to do. So you have to pick and choose what you're going to run from, because you're limited with how much you can actually run. Because it'll mess up your swashbuckler ranking at first and foremost if you run too much. So you're limited to, like, I don't remember how many it is. It's 20-something runs that you can do, like runaways that you can do before your swashbuckler ranking would really start being impacted by it. So, because you need daring rank to do 2 things in that run, which is recruit Ryukon and fight the imposters.
We did it!
Oh, I'm not supposed to split there. Sorry.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing? This is a Dreamcast disc.
I forgot that I took out the split there for Maw of TARDIS. I forgot that I took that split out there, where I used to have a split there for Maw of TARDIS. And now I don't anymore. I just split off after Yellow Gar. So hey, you got to listen to my split, my unsplit sound. She said, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? This is a Dreamcast disc." You can hear that if you put the Dreamcast disc in a CD player. There is literally audio where the characters yell at you for putting the disc in a CD player, because you're not supposed to put it in there. All 3 of them, Vice, Ica, and Fina, have some line that they say if you do that. It's pretty amusing, honestly. So I've made some of them my split sounds. Also, Yink with the raid of 15. Thank you very much. I hope whatever you were doing on your stream was fun. I know it was Skies related, so I hope whatever it was a fun time. And hello, Mr. Yink. And all raiders from Yink's stream. Just some casual stuff? Hey, nothing wrong with that. Casual is fun too. And thank you for the good luck. It is going pretty okay right now. Bluheim kind of did things that I wasn't happy with, but other than that, the rest of the run has been okay. I'm just not happy about Bluheim. Bluheim was not a good person in this run. But we will live, we will move on and live. Yeah, you gotta love losing 2 minutes on Bluheim. Some of it was my fault, because I could have played that 4th turn differently, but in the end, I still could have gotten screwed if the game just wanted to, so it is what it is. Yeah, he guarded a lot. The first and the second turn, third, he never guards on the 3rd turn, and then he guarded again on like the freaking like 4th turn where I was attacking him. It's like, goodness gracious. It's like he left me like no openings to really do anything. But it is what it is. Aurora, she maxes out your SP gauge, but she does cost SP to use. So you have to have 15 SP to use her, but she will essentially max out your SP gauge. Which is very nice to use if you use it after you've done a bunch of actions, because she pretty much just gives you back all the SP you used to do those actions. And this is Yellowgar, who is not dangerous in any way. One of the more underwhelming Gigas fights. But after Bluheim, let's not complain, right? Let's not complain. Yeah, Urala is the waitress girl in Yafutoma, yeah. Alright, so on this next turn, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna put in my inputs and then go run off and do that real quick. And then be back while this next turn plays out. into Twitch. Welcome back. Yeah, it is going... Okay, I had stepped away for a moment, and then I needed to unmute myself. But yes, it is going well. The time loss here is probably got to be encounters, I would say.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Not a lot of time loss, but it's still some time loss, I guess. Possibly, yes. I have tried, like, several things, to prevent having to do that. To make this fight a little bit faster. But, and not have to, like, watch that an extra attack, but haven't been able to get that yet. It's just one of those things where I see that low amount of health left, and I'm like, we need to do something about that. Avoid getting it if at all possible, if I can. Oh yeah, I forgot about Skyladder. I was thinking I totally forgot that we get that was another one of the other discoveries we get before the end. Now we go get Ilkamus, finally. Technically, you could get Ilkamus before Yellowgar, and if you got Ilkamus before Yellowgar, you would rip a hole in Yellowgar, but it's just not worth. It would be too slow to go get him and then go do the Yellowgar fight, because that's backtracking. But yes, if you had Ilkamus for the Yellowgar fight, he would be a complete just joke. Okay. For 30 seconds, yeah. We had to go talk to him, come back, and talk to him again. And then he's ready. He's ready to join our crew. Back to Crescent Isle. I know, poor Cupel. We completely ignore him in any percent.
Ooh.
So this split here is a whole lot of nonsense. It's a whole lot of doing nothing for a while. A whole lot of story stuff, getting some of the last few discoveries that we'll get for the run before something finally happens again. So I don't split here until I get Venus ship in the vortex, so you can imagine how far that is from now. It is a ways, or a bit of a ways from now. But this particular split has time save in it because there is something that I used to do in this split that I'm not going to do, which is visit Sailor's Island to sell my discoveries. And I'm not going to do that now, so that is going to save me some time. Yes, this is the bottom of the sky part of things. We have to get Venus ship back. So this starts the whole thing of we have to figure out how to get her ship, and then we figure out how to get into deep sky and all that kind of fun stuff. It's that part of the game. So there's not a lot going on in this part of the run, if you will. But it's also like a down moment of the run also. You've dealt with a bunch of RNG nonsense, and now it's just kind of like...
Yes, my lord.
You're gonna chill out for a while. When in reality it's really not, because it happens, honestly, that happens in a lot of RPGs. Pretty much. That is a pretty common thing. Alright, so we need to go talk to Ilkamus, because we had to give him 1,000 gold to expand his shop. This is very important, because we need him to do that. We want his shop to be expanded so he can sell us steroids later. And for 1,000 gold, that is completely worth it. I will gladly give him 1,000 gold in order to buy steroids later. Thanks for redeeming red. Yeah, I know I have useless like channel point rewards for colors because this game likes colors. Hey, bro. What's up, Zara? How are you doing, bro? I hope that you're doing well today. Nothing really happens now. It's literally just a way for you to waste channel points, honestly. Because I'm silly like that. If I was, like, more creative, or if I knew, like, more technical things, I could make it do something, I guess. But I'm not that, I'm not that creative. Like, what you could do with that is have, something on screen, like a cutlass or something on the screen that changes colors when people redeem it. But I'm not anywhere near creative enough or proficient enough to design something like that. It would be cool, though. For now, it's just kind of like you use it to shout out your favorite color, I guess. I don't know. You want to redeem 100% attempt. I could technically make that a channel point reward. Make it some, like, really high amount. Kind of want to finish, like, routing it, because I did start, like, routing 100% on my own. Can't say this. I mean, I can't say it's incredibly different than what is being done now, like in the 100% route, but I'm not doing exactly the same thing, so finishing that is the route of that's going to take a while, though. That's a routing process. It's a scam. A segmented run attempt. Somehow I knew that Zara would redeem purple, because purple is his favorite color. Hey, I literally could have made just, made a channel point and called it waste points. My friend Alec has that on his channel. He just has a channel point reward that just says waste points. uh, so at least with that, it is telling you what you get out of that. Nothing. You're just wasting your points. So I guess it's not a lie. You're not being misled in any way. Yeah, there's also get timed out redemptions. I've seen people do some pretty funny things with channel rewards. The rewards points, it's pretty funny. I think Demon has time out someone, or you can pick someone to time out, or you can I don't know. He has some. Demon has some funny ones. Demon Smalls. It's pretty funny. Redeem 10,000. Yeah. Also, wow, getting an encounter in this dungeon is dumb. The encounter rate in this dungeon is so low that getting one is just incredibly stupid. You pretty much most of the time, most of the time, will go through this dungeon without getting a single encounter with the white map on, but I guess the game decided to give me one today. Just so you could see that this dungeon actually has encounters in it. Demon is great. His streams are always good, and he's such a cool dude. RNG has indeed done some weird things to me today, both good and bad. There have been both good and bad things. I think the 3 Moonberry drops that was probably what caused me to get such a bad Bluheim. That came back to get me in the end. That's the cost. The price that I paid for that. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, that is definitely a good point. Aiming on the deep sky. Oh, man. Oh man, this dungeon. If I only get that one encounter, it's fine. At least there's that. It's just the encounter rate in general is pretty low here. Frickin'. That's pretty funny. That's great. That's not a bad idea, Zara. Considering Vine Kados is a good time. It's such another good game that I love. It's been and along the same lines of the reasons why I love this game. It's such an unknown game that a lot of people don't know about, but man, it's such a good one. That's pretty funny, Bregan. It probably would have been pretty amusing, yeah. Like that game, like man, you want to talk about this game being expensive? If you want to buy bought Kaidos now, goodness freaking gracious, you'll spend an arm and a leg on that one too if you want to buy it. It's pretty rare nowadays. As is Origins, considering they made Bought Kaido's Origins as well, and that's, I would argue, even more rare. That's not that bad then. Some people try to price gouge you on the internet for that. Or they will try to price gouge you on it. Also, yes, Gregorio. He was a good man, unfortunately. And he helped us get away. Yep, I own... Well, yeah, I do own physical, because obviously that's what I'm playing on right now, but... I've had my physical copy of this game for a long time, really. I didn't get it on release, but I got it for like 20 bucks at a GameStop one day long ago, many years ago. Used, but in the original case with the instruction manual. Wow, nice. Man, I remember when renting games and stuff I used to rent games all the time when I was a kid. Being able to get it in the original case is nice. That's such a rare thing to be able to get it in that form now. My copy of Bought Kaidos is like basically brand new, or for the most part, almost new. I don't think it was bought brand new. I think it was used, but man, it was in good condition. Yes, exactly. That sort of thing. I remember that. Running those games like that and hoping that didn't happen. Back in the days, man. That was so long ago at this point, like when you think about it. Like probably even longer than I realize. But yeah, I remember doing it many times when I was younger. That's pretty good, yeah, getting it for that much at a GameStop. That's not bad at all. Because, like I said, people nowadays will try to price gouge you for that game. They'll try to for this game too, of course, but yeah. Trying to find a copy of this game is ridiculous. I mean, that is what happens later to the base. Yeah, Brab is the only defense you need. Yeah, just Brab him. Just throw Brab him at it, at everything. It'll be fine.
Yes.
It's Pingy's favorite line, where she's saying yes and her text is saying no during this scene. Pingy always says something about this during this scene. It's pretty funny. It's a commitment in general. Like even me finding the time to do this is hard. It's a very difficult thing. But also just having the stamina like to go for this long and run a game is definitely something. Because by this point of the run, you're like getting tired because it's like, you know, 8.5 hours in. Hendo is incomprehensibly long. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly. 19 hours is very long for a speedrun. Of anything, I don't care what it is. It's very long for any sort of speedrun. Yep. Considering, yeah, you run very minimally in 100%, except for just certain encounters if they're really slow. But other than that, you fight pretty much most things. Yeah. Alright, so I split for the Vortex when I get Fina's ship. After I press the button to get her ship and the cutscene triggers, I split. And I should have time save here because I skipped. I don't get what's that discovery? The rainbow one that's above Crescent Isle. I used to get that, I don't get that anymore. And I did not sell discoveries at Sailor's Island, so there should be time save on this split from not doing those two things. FF10 Hundo sounds just wow. That's an undertaking. That sounds like very much an undertaking, because there's a lot more involved in that. There's so much involved in that. Go to bed anytime the main cast does. Hey, there's an idea. Yeah, like even like scheduling that and trying to figure out like when you want to do it. Especially like you want to schedule that in such a way to where the grind segment of the run where you have to kill, you know, get up to, you need 2,500 enemies in this game in 100% to get 3 secrets. So at one point you just sit around for several hours grinding enemies. So you want that during a time that's not bad and when you can interact with chat, because otherwise you're going to go insane. Also, hello Love Story Gaming. Welcome to the stream. This game is very good. I love this game. I'm gonna be very careful not to misclick, because misclicking here would be tragic.
We did it!
And that's a legit time save. See how much time that like not doing things that are unnecessary saves you? That's just from not visiting Sailor's Island just to sell Discovery, so... But yes, welcome to the stream and to everyone here. We're happy to have anybody that loves this game here. Also, Page Cartoons, thank you so much for the raid of 8. I much appreciate it. You're back and you brought friends. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing friends. It is greatly appreciated. Also, thank you all for the electric boxes in the chat. It really helps the stream out. Also, I still love that emote. It's such a good emote. Yeah, we're climbing back. We're getting that time saved back. You know, we're getting there. We're working our way back. Working our way back from what Bluheim did to me, which shall not be mentioned. The Bluheim fight just didn't happen. We'll just forget it exists. I wish it didn't exist. Sometimes in this run. Actually, I wish it didn't exist just in general. Dummy damage boost? We pretty much just do enough damage just to end this first phase of the fight. But you can technically kill both the first and the second round. And get double rewards if you do. The same rewards that you get for the second fight anyways. My favorite character in the entire game, I've thought about this like a lot, but I have to say it's probably Aika, honestly. I like Aika too much. And I must like her because I have too many emotes that are centered around her, so I can't say that I don't like her if I have like a zillion emotes that are centered around her in some way. What can I mean, I guess I can't say anything beyond that. She's so, I love her personality. She's just so funny. Like, she's just got that whole, such a good personality, and they really added so much life to her character, I feel, in this game. From her facial expressions and just everything that she does. Yes, apparently Paige was streaming because he rated me, so... And I see people have followed me also from his stream, so I very much appreciate that. Thank you also for the... Oh, you finished Symphonia today. Nice. You're just blind. Oh, that's okay, Armstrong. But very nice, though. Symphonia, I played... Goodness gracious. As much as I played through this game, I have to admit, I played through Symphonia an excessive number of times when I was younger. Like, it was a ridiculous number of times, let's just put it that way. But it is very long. That is not, definitely not a lie. That game, the first time I believe I ever played through that game, because I was doing a lot, like trying to do most of the stuff in the game, and it was a ridiculous number of hours even for that first playthrough. I mean, yeah, they don't do anything crazy with them, like it, but they just work very well, you know.
We did it!
Small gold there. Just good menuing, I guess, on that one. Yeah, that's true. When you don't necessarily have to. Like, it worked really well for at least Weisenaka in this game. You know, Fina got a lot of character development because, you know, the way she started out and how she ended, you know. But, I don't know, Weisenaka just work for the types of characters that they are. They give a lot of life to them, so that helps. So much personality. Yes, this is one of the more... I'd say that his death is more satisfying to Loco. He's so crazy. I really like Gilder though. I can't say I really dislike anybody in this game other than some of the villains, but any of the main cast though, I mean, they're all pretty top notch. I don't really dislike a lot of the quote unquote, I say quote unquote villains because I mean some of the members of the Armada, like you could question if they're villains at all. You love Voicing DeLoco is very it's very fun because you get to bring out like the crazy voice. But Goro is a character that that did not age well. He's I understand, but he's just kind of there for what they were trying to go for with him. They could have made him big buff dude and not be very intelligent and done it in a better way. I mean, that is his reason for being. Tigerian. That was a good line. I mean, you're not wrong. The fact that Vigor is the one out of all of them that lives out of the Armada members is just silly. I do love that. Yeah, that scene at the beginning of the game where you can spy on Aika is very good. That's definitely one of my favorite moments in the game. Sadly, it is optional, but it's still a funny scene. Also, my strategy for this fight is slightly different because I can make this fight a little bit faster if one of my torpedoes crits here. Unfortunately, it didn't, but that's okay. He'll still die next turn, and I won't lose any time. Small time saves if I actually happen to get it, though. You know, we take those. We take what time saves we get, you know. It also saves buying an apple wax, so I don't have to buy an additional apple wax.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Because the strategy that, you know, I was doing is just apple wax, 2 torpedoes that hit on the 4th turn, but I'm trying to sap any sort of time save I can get now. So now it's 2 torpedoes and a bomb on the 3rd slot, and if anything crits, he'll die. Any of the 4 torpedoes crits, he'll die sooner. But yes, the ship battles are very long. The animations are long. You can't skip any of them. You just kind of have to sit through them, and some of them are worse than others as far as how long they are. But yeah, that's definitely one of those things about this game. But it is an interesting mechanic, especially for the time that this game came out. I don't think there was probably anything like that. And there's a lot, there's so much that went into routing the ship battles too and making them as fast as possible. and figuring out the best way to do it to make them as fast as possible. I spent a lot of time on ship battle routing. Yes, that's a good example. Yes. Also, new strat for the assassins coming up next on Crescent Isle. The only thing, for this run, for any percent, it takes time to swap party members out because you have to go inside the ship to do it, so we just keep Gilder. Spirit Charge is very nice, though. Like, that is a very good S move. And honestly, I would consider it if we didn't have to, if it didn't cost time to go get Drachma and switch out party members, but we keep Gilder for any percent because it costs no time just to keep him in the party and he's already there. But Gilder's purpose is to throw items. And he's fast, so he works as a decent for the party member for this run. For the 100% category, because there is a 100% category for this speed run, if you can believe that, and some very crazy people have done it. The MVP is Enrique. Enrique is your 4th party member for that run because Justice Shield is necessary for some of the fights. Specifically bounties. He's necessary for some of the bounties in order to make them not as atrocious. And the Judgment is a very good S move for damage, so that's why Enrique is kind of MVP. Gilder is very nice, a nice party member though. In general, he also has his pluses, his advantages.
Thank you very much.
Which one was old news that I saw? If you're talking about Spice Island, that's actually the most you get for Spice Island, unless you're talking about the Sky Train, and yes, in which case, yes, you sell it for half value at that point. The Sky Train, you would have to sell it before I can't remember if it's after the doing the first round of Dangrel or finishing the Vortex, but you have to sell the Skytrain somewhere before then to get full value for it. But Spice Island, funnily enough, doesn't decrease in value there. You still get the same value for it, or the max value for it. But yeah, Ika's Delta Shield is absolutely necessary for this run in general, because there's too much instant death. Especially for the in-game fights. There's too much Eternities and Eternum going on in those fights to not have Delta Shield. Which is also why it's just necessary in general. Like, to have, you should do that. It's a good idea. But Drachma is nothing to, scoff at. Like, Drachma's a tank, has very high defense, very high attack power, and has Spirit Charge, so he is definitely not, like, a bad party member by any means. He can take a hit like nobody's business, like tank hits like it's nothing, and deal a lot of damage, and Spirit Charge is a very good S move. I still argue that. It's absolutely a good S move. Hand of Fate is also fun to watch. It's very damaging and it's a fun S move to watch, even though it costs a ton of SP to use it. No, eventually you're not wrong. A lot of things in the game are not, with this game are not balanced. That's definitely not a lie. We take advantage of several things that, and especially the fact that magic just kind of loses a lot of, like, effectiveness after a while. Alright, so for this fight, we used to do a bunch of things that I'm not gonna do anymore. So what I do now is just, he has the captain's hat on, so just Cutlass Fury, which will one-shot them if they're not guarding. And Ica and Fina now do things.
Let's try this.
Because the Crystalline box and a Crystallis box will take out one of these if they're not guarding. I use the Electrum box simply because I still had it and it never broke, so I'm just using it. Because why not? Because you really want to take these guys out as quickly as possible because they also have an instant death attack, which is really bad. So if with Ica and Fina also doing something in this fight, it's nice because it just takes them out faster and leaves less opportunity for you to get one shot.
Let's try this.
Specifically Vice. Also, I love how I hit all of them with that. That was not my intention, by the way. But it worked, and it was something. And if this one happens to guard, I think he'll still die because of that, so that's fine. Alright, so I didn't get trolled here. Cool beans. Not getting trolled is nice. There are still boss fights still to come that are... yeah.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
There are still lots of in-game fights that can cause issues. Ramirez 1 is still waiting for us, and Ramirez 1 is a fight with a lot of RNG and bad things that can happen, so... Galcian 2, but Galcian's less scary. Like, he can do things, but the main scary thing that Galcian can do... Yes, because if you don't, you have to fight him, and that's a time loss. Because then you just have to, like, lose the fight. I don't think there's necessarily a one-run killer. There's several with the game. The early game is very random because you have nothing to really minimize random encounters and make them less annoying, I guess is the best way to say it. So you're at the mercy of the game not back attacking you several times or doing other things that are bad. Once you get the white map, which is the accessory that lowers the encounter rate and, you know, all that stuff, it's random battles become less of a problem, and then it's just bosses. And some of the scariest bosses are... Veltarn's kind of scary, which is the Lens of Ice boss. Bluheim can be scary because he's RNG, and Ramirez 1 is just dangerous. He's fast, he does bad things, he's a dangerous fight. Galcian can potentially be dangerous if he kills Ica and then uses Eternus. That is the main thing that Galcian can do that you never want to see. But there's just RNG elements that can kill your run. I mean, South Ocean is bad in general. That's a bad area. Nobody likes South Ocean. But, you know. There's just not... I don't think there's a single one thing, though, that kills your run. It's generally a combination of several things that end up killing your run. You have to mean Shadow, yeah. Like, seemingly your party members don't do anything during this scene because they just got their asses kicked by Ramirez, because it's just assuming that's, I guess that's what you did, and so you can't really do anything to him here. But if you don't fight him, it's just kind of like silly. They're just standing there watching it happen. Also, Giller could have also hit him with that, but, you know, whatever. Bad aim. What a jerk indeed. So there's a lot of cutscenes at this point. I'm gonna be mashing through a ton of scenes because this is where obviously a lot of plot stuff happens, so... And that's also a fair point, Manok. It got the job done, which has stopped him from doing what he was doing, so... This part here, also true. But so this part has like the longest set of scenes because there's just so many back to back to back in this part, and then we have Great Silver Shrine, which has not much going on in it because there's no encounters in the Great Silver Shrine, and it's kind of long. It's there and it's kind of long. So this is another one of the parts of the run where not a whole heck of a lot's going on. After Great Silver Shrine is where the end game really begins, because then you fight Vigoro 2, Eliminator, and then there's some more scenes after that, and then you fight the Hydra and all that stuff, and then Galcian and the rest of the final end game fights. So it gets more interesting after Great Silver Shrine, because that's when things can go wrong. But I also have time to save on Vigoro 2, so that's something. Because that fight was really bad in my PB. Yes, you can customize your base before this happens. And when it comes back to normal, it'll just be whatever style that you picked before it happened. Man. For the time being, we will mash cutscenes. Mash text and mash cutscenes. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to wear the pirate coat, to do the big heavy pirate coat to do that. I mean, if he wants to take it off, he can. Also, Galcian being Galcian. His coat is pretty nice. Plus, it's red. I like the color red. Yep, Galcian being a jerk. Yeah, this time right now, indeed. This pace is something we will not complain about. Also, hello. Welcome to the end of this run. That could be really good or really bad, depending on what happens. But we're going to play it through and see what happens. Because this will be a giant PB if it finishes. They really do a good job with Beleza in general. In her character. The scene where she talks to Vice at the end of the game before you go fight the Hydra, and she walks away, and she makes that really serious face. Like, you just know, it's just very much an indicator that something's gonna happen, and she's gonna do something because of the way that they just play that part out. She's all smiling and everything and acting all cool around Vice, and then she walks away and just makes that really serious face, that determined serious face. They did it so well, like with the characters in this game and the facial expressions and the body language and everything. I don't know. This game was just something.
No! Oh,
That's pretty bad. I mean, like newer games honestly don't really have much of an excuse for something like that, because man, they kind of have a lot more at their disposals. Also, finally, we're moving again. So on to Great Silver Shrine. Or basically Dink Dink Land, as a lot of people call it because of the footstep sounds. There were a lot of things with this game I think were ahead of its time when it came out. Like, just, I don't know, there's so much about it. And the attention to detail is just so good. It is time for the best sound effect ever. Yep, we're here and we get to listen to it for a good while while we walk around this this place. Okay, 3 years. That's still not bad though. That's still saying something. That's very much true. It didn't go down the path that a lot of RPGs, you know, had gone down at the time, which were kind of like darker and, I don't know, more of, what the word I'm looking for is. It just went a different direction. Which, you know, worked. I think it worked. But that would be really fun. Just do a playthrough of this with your husband together. That sounds like a fun thing. Yep, we get to listen to Dink Dink. Also, getting out of that first section, I swear to God, is so annoying. Like, what? I'm literally pressing the button, and then the game just says, "Are you moving?" It's like, yes, I'm moving. Goodness gracious, that first part. And also, do not accidentally mash too much and go back out and take the elevator or the teleporter back out to the entrance. That's a sad time, too. And it's something that has happened before. That's the thing, yeah. It's not like the story does anything like crazy in this game or anything, you know, anything like that. But I don't know. It's just done really well. It's told really well. The characters are good, and it nails like what it's trying to do very well. So I did that in a run. When you teleport in here and there's that text, I mashed too much and I actually teleported back out to the entrance and had to do it again. Which is some time loss and not a fun one, so I don't recommend doing that. Time loss is not recommended. But for whatever reason, yeah, that first part is just it's so hard to get out of there, and I don't know why. The physics here are very strange. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more going on with like this game and what went into it. That's a good, you know, comparison to what this sounds like, yeah. Indeed. Oh, hello, Alec. Welcome back. You took a nap? Yes. This run is still going. I hope your nap went well. It was restful. Definitely, Manok. That's definitely true. That whole part of the game, like at the end, is just something else. When everyone shows up that you've helped, or in some enemies, in the case of Baltor, shows up to say, "Let's kick some ass," you know. Cowbell shoes. I'm glad your nap was nice, Alec. It's like that full coming, you know, you come full circle sort of thing. Your dad's there and he's like, like, so proud of you, like, for everything you've accomplished, you know, that sort of thing. Everything just kind of comes full circle there. I don't think so. I don't think you show me the. I didn't know you used. Did I know that you used the game's credits music? But if you did, then you made a very good decision because it is a very good credits theme, and I commend you for using it. 20 odd questions to ask without spending anything. Yes, do send me a YouTube video because I'm interested in seeing that. The credits music in this game is legit. Because Ramirez was pretty much like raised by these, well, for all intents and purposes, was raised by these guys, and he was very dependent on them, pretty much. Like they told him everything to do, and he just pretty much believed them until Galcian came in the picture, and then told him to stop trusting people too much, because it'll only lead to downfall or to pain, and then he ended up being right, and so he just kind of became attached to Galcian from that point. The other one, yeah, and then the other father figure that he had was, God, what's his name? Espinoza, Maria's father, basically, and he basically betrays him. So Ramirez just had a much worse experience when he came to this world than Fina did. Like when you think about it, if Fina had met different people, like maybe she would have ended up in a similar situation and become a very cold person that hated everybody. It's just Galcian became his new father figure after that, and well, he's not a good role model. He's a role model for some things, but I can't really say that all of them are good. She would have worn less modest clothes. I mean, she could have ended up like that, you know? But with Galcian, it's like Ramirez has... It's even more of a father figure sort of thing. He's completely obsessed with Galcian, like to the point where it's pretty ridiculous. And it's even more amplified in the Japanese version of the game. Like, they toned it down in the English version, but he was very, very obsessed with Galcian in the original Japanese version. Yeah, he just wants to do it through different means. Like, he has his own way of wanting to do it. And the way that he sees to do it is, yeah, through force, to do it that way. And unite people underneath a single ruler, which will be him. Vice has a lot of characters that kind of like shape him over the course of the game and give him that what he needs basically to become a good captain, I guess. So, yeah, Gilder's more of that role. Like, he's more in that role than a dad. Drachma and well, Dine obviously, yeah, and Drachma, yeah, is more of a father figure. But either way, like Vice has had other people that led him down a different path. Because if you like go into like Ramirez's room on this on the Great Silver Shrine, because you can go into Fina and Ramirez's room here. They're on a different part of the Great Silver Shrine, but you can go into their rooms and you learn that Ramirez is actually very similar to Vice. There's a lot of things about them that are similar. Alright, gotta do a menu. Equipping this value in torpedo is just to sell one of my 5-foot cannons because it's worth more money. Selling the 5-foot cannon is worth more money than selling the value in torpedo. I know, like, really pinching pennies here in this run. Yeah, Gilder comes back and he's much higher leveled than your team. He comes back, I guess, at the level that they kind of want you to be at around here. But in a casual playthrough, I would argue that most people are higher leveled than that. Alright, so we need to sell everything we don't need. Lots of ship stuff that we don't need anymore. Don't need that. I just do a lot of this to clean up my inventory, making it easier to navigate, pretty much. Alright, so 29 seeds. And then buy other things that I need. More of those for sure. That'll work. We'll just go with that. We have revival items, saccharine crystals, glyphs of might. We still have saccharine crystals, so we'll just roll. Steroids. Time for buff fights. Yep, that's pretty much what we just did. Also, hello, Andy. Welcome. to the stream. We are getting close to the end of this. Oh, did you? Awesome. Well, hello regardless. Thank you for joining the stream and coming over from Paige's stream. Nah, I don't split. I split when I examine the lift operator before that triggers the Vigoro 2 fight. So that's why I haven't split yet. Sorry if that was confusing. I have weird splits that are probably different than a lot of other people's splits. At least in the English version, yeah, she always refers to him as Ramirez. Now, as for the Japanese version, I can't say. Because the Japanese version, if you look at the translation, is very much different from the localization in a lot of places. Not that the localization is bad, it's just there's a lot of differences. Yeah, this split in particular is pretty long. There is someone posted in the Skies Discord a document that does have it's not very organized. I'll say that it's not very organized, but it does have the original Japanese text, the English text, and the Japanese text translated, so you can see what it said in English and what it said in Japanese. It's like an Excel sort of document, spreadsheet sort of document with different tabs at the bottom for different sections of the game. Somebody put it in the Discord channel, and I've been meaning to go and look at that because I'm interested in all the differences in the text, because it's probably interesting. Or I think it would be interesting. All right, here's where I split.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Which is pretty even, because you can't lose a lot of time to that unless you're bad at mashing or your shopping is really slow, so. But yes, time save here, as long as this fight doesn't go horribly. Because what happened in my PB is that I forgot to equip the captain's hat in this fight. So that was mistake number 1. Then he trolled me a lot, and everything kind of went really downhill. And I ended up finishing him off with I finished him off with a Crystalline box from Ica. And Ica and Fina were the only ones alive, so you can imagine how bad this fight was in my PB, based on all that I've just said.
Let's finish this.
Equip the captain's hat. Do this and do that. Yes.
This should work.
Look at that, we're already doing better than we did in PB. We didn't make the same mistake. Amazing, isn't it?
Let's try this.
Because this fight is actually really dangerous because he can do a lot of damage. This attack in particular is very damaging, but he's targeting Gilder with it, so Gilder's gonna survive, so it's not a big deal. You do not want him to target, most of the other characters in this fight. Ica will straight up die, because she's not guarding. Alright, so heal yourself.
This should work.
If you mean when you have characters going first, yes, but your character's speed stat also matters. Gilder is going literally before everyone because he has the Dabu hide on, and that has 50 plus 50 quick. So yeah, he's a fast boy. And that's random. He doesn't normally do that. But that's cool. And he still attacked Vigoro anyways because he was closest to him. Confused characters always like attack whoever the target that's closest to them. Don't do this. He is trolling super hard right now. I've never seen him attack normally so many times. If he has the charm attack, I've never seen him use it in this fight. He uses it in the first fight against him, but in this fight, his normal attack causes confusion for reasons I don't know. Can we, like, stop with all the counterattacks? What is this nonsense? Gilder! Stop it! Stop it! Everybody stop doing things! I've done enough damage. The freaking Pirate's Wrath will kill it now. Holy moly, that was the trolliest freaking fight. And I lost time in the dumbest ways. I'm still gonna save a buttload of time, but goodness gracious, that was trolly.
Ha! That was easy.
Goodness. He confused Gilder, he confused Vice. Gilder was attacking all over the place because he was confused. And he countered attack too. Goodness, there was a lot of just trolling nonsense in that. I saved time, but it it could have been even faster if he hadn't just done things like that, but oh well. 2 minutes is nothing to scoff at, so whatever. 2 minutes is 2 minutes.
Goodbye.
And that fight was still leagues better than what it was in my PB, so I won't complain too much. I will complain a little bit. Honestly, Vice getting confused lost more time because Vice could have attacked on the next turn and finished him off. So that really hurt. Him getting confused there. Honestly, I don't think he does. He just kind of leaves and it's like, oh yeah, whatever, I don't care anymore. Alright, so Eliminator is not as anywhere near as trolly, but he can be. Eliminator can troll you if he decides to petrify Vice, which he can do if he wants to. So we're just going to hope that that doesn't happen, because that's a dumb time loss. Other than that, Eliminator is not a scary fight. But this is honestly like with the pace that I'm on. This is getting into serious mode where I'm like. Focus to not lose dumb time with this pace. Like, this is sub 1050 pace right here. Which, I mean, we all knew that was a possible thing, but yeah. Was I expecting it out of this run? No. I was not expecting that at all, starting this this run today. I need these last fights to cooperate super hard. That's what I need right now. These last few fights of this run have got to seriously cooperate with me.
Let's try this.
Dude, I hope not. I really hope that Ramirez does not troll me to death. That's gonna be super sad if that happens. Yeah, record for this game currently is 10:50 something. I can't remember the seconds, but it's 10 hours, 50 minutes, and something seconds. I mean, true, he kind of just throws all that away and just says, alright, I'm done. Moving on. Thank you, Tigerian. I could not remember the seconds, but yeah. Yes, currently I am on world record pace because I am 10 minutes ahead of my PB, which is 10:45 pace currently. That's why I'm needing the last few front fights that are in this run to not be mean. It will, which is why I normally on this turn only Gilder focuses, but I had to have Ica do it because Fina was actually the worst one to get petrified there because she also has the warrior's heart on, which is increasing her the amount of spirit she's contributing as well.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
So yes, it does do that. So I had to have Ica also focus on that turn instead of just Gilder. But it's okay. That fight pretty much went the same as PB, it looks like. Minimal time was lost. I believe so. But even after they use that, they don't always even use Blaster. Or that particular boss doesn't always use Blaster afterwards. But I don't know if it actually, like, predicts who's going to get a target. Maybe it does. If it does, then that's interesting. I never actually really paid attention. If you mean like who he's looking at, like that after when he uses it and the person he's looking at, possibly. I've never actually paid attention to that. True. I mean, I could be. Right now, it could be minus 12 if Bluheim had cooperated, but he didn't, so. Yeah, Bluheim was a jerk. He guarded a lot, and other dumb things happened, so I lost 2 minutes there, unfortunately. Yeah, Bluheim is one of those ship battles that's not consistent, and making it consistent just seemingly is just impossible. It's getting okay, I dropped frames there. Hopefully this stream is seemingly back. I dropped frames there. because the stream kind of dropped on my end for a moment there. But yeah. Um, Bluheim is sort of consistent, or can be consistently 3 turns to an extent, but sometimes he just ruins your day, and there's nothing you can do about it. I can't complain with the fact that I've streamed for like 9 hours now, 9 hours and 40 minutes, and I've dropped 791 frames, which is not terrible. It could be worse than that over the course of a freaking almost 10-hour stream. I am using an Ethernet cable. Like, this is a wired connection, not Wi-Fi, because I don't trust Wi-Fi. Or especially for a stream this long, I'm definitely gonna use a wired connection. But yes, Vigor did send the elevator back after he went. It's actually really nice that he did that. Otherwise, we'd be screwed right now. But we're kind of screwed anyways because we're gonna have to run up the freaking railing as it is. So I guess it doesn't matter. True, they were here a long time before the rest of the crew showed up, so shouldn't be that surprising. So the other, like a while back on emulator, I actually finally saw what happened. What happens here if you don't run up this railing and you fall off? Nothing really special happens. You just fall off and you get it, and you get a retry screen, like if you lost to a boss. That's basically all that happens. I just wanted to see finally see for myself what happens if you do that. It's amusing looking because Vice just kind of like falls off. In that respect, it looks kind of funny, but yeah, then it just like, do you want to retry? Imagine if your controller just stopped functioning at this part, where you already had to run up the rail. Just imagine that. That'd be such a sad time. Physics don't work as they should a lot of the time in this game and in this world. Arcadia is a special place. It really should. I mean, the way it was built, I mean, honestly. I'm pretty sure that's not how it's supposed to work. Why is so forceful? He pretty much just, you know, body slams her, you know. Honestly, yes, this is like... It's honestly making me nervous because of how much good pace that it's on. I really don't want something to go wrong, like sort of thing. And I have a lot of fights before this run is done that can do just that. But we'll just have to see what happens. Galcian and Ramirez are waiting for me. Ramirez 1 in particular is a scary fight. I don't entirely remember how those fights went in my PB either. If they were good, bad, mediocre, I don't know. I can't remember how they went exactly. Only time will tell, I suppose. However, I can save time on this particular split that we're on right now, because in my PB, I did another shopping trip with Ilkamus, which I have now removed. You can like do another shopping trip with him if you need more healing items or something like that, but there's literally no reason for me to do so. So we will find out on this split how long shopping takes. Anybody want to place any bets on how long shopping takes in this game. Just for one shopping trip with him, like to enter that room, talk to him, and buy crap. Like, how long do you think that takes? And we'll see how close you are. How close any of us are, because I'm guaranteeing it is at least a minute. Shopping is very slow in this game. Menuing is incredibly slow. It's not gonna be 6 minutes. If I save 6 minutes just from that, good lord. See, Armstrong's getting specific, and I like that. I wonder that too, because I know that there are probably other games that have done that or do that. I'm sure it's a thing and has been a thing, like with other games, but yeah. Obviously, this is the first one that always comes to my mind, simply because, well, of what it is. Alright, so I'm seeing a minute and a half, 2 minutes 12 seconds, a minute 13 seconds, 2 minutes 11, so we'll see what happens. Also, I like how, yeah, you just went like 1 second lower than Armstrong. That's funny. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore right now, considering how long I've been streaming this. So what I'm saying right now probably doesn't make any sense, but it's okay. Just humor me. Humor the words that come out of my mouth. Because they're probably nonsensical at this point. Right now we have to watch Valua get destroyed, unfortunately, so... Before we find out how much time I saved from not doing shopping with Ilkamus, and then we find out who was closest. Because actually we have to watch a lot of scenes before I make that split. Because I will split here when I leave Crescent Isle. Officially, to go fight the first ship battles before Hydra. So we have some cutscenes to watch first before that happens. You have returned. Welcome back, Ballistic. In a manner of speaking, yes, that is true. The poor I swear, that's like one thing. It's kind of like for the people in Lower City, it was one thing after another and then they just died. Insult to injury, with everything else that was wrong in their life, I guess, but... Oh, you're gonna save it longer? Just because of how this is going? Okay. Because there's like a bit left. Like, there's not a lot left of the run, but we're getting close to the end, so... Mashing scenes for now, until we get into the in-game fights. And you were eating dinner, Ennius. Well, there you go. Now you have something to watch while you're eating dinner. Unless you already ate it. Well, Alec is actually going to stream, but he's like... I guess, delaying that for now, like to watch this run or some of this run. Oh, man. Eating is something I'm going to do after this. Goodness. When this is over. I did eat something, like, it's not like I haven't eaten all day. It's like I ate a sizable amount for breakfast because I knew I was going to need it to do this run, so... I didn't really have it. It wasn't honestly planned out. Like I kind of just like woke up and just said I don't really have. There's not a lot going on. There wasn't really anything going on today, so I just did it. Just one of those spur of the moment sort of things, and somehow that ended up working. Somehow this spur of the moment stream turned into this, so we won't argue with that, I guess. I mean, no, like I'm not gonna stop running this game just because I get world record, but I don't do a lot of runs of this like in general because it's so much time and it takes a lot to plan for it, but I mean, no. I mean, I can still do runs of it. Sometimes I have a lot going on in life, so it will take me a while before I do it again. And something else I need to do, because I need to finish it, is the Dreamcast playthrough I had going on, because I put that on hold for a while. But I did have a Dreamcast playthrough going on. Just casually. I was just doing that casually, and I think I stopped right after Yafutoma. That's something I need to finish, honestly. Yes, I believe he did argue that, man. When I run, I get the record. It happens sometimes. I mean, I haven't held the record in 2 years, so maybe it's like my chance finally, my time finally to have it back after 2 years. And yes, I do. I do a lot of routing. So when I come back, it's generally with new things to show off. Armstrong is the same way. Like when Armstrong shows up and does a stream, it's to show off a bunch of new stuff he's come up with too, which is always a fun thing. Well, I haven't run. It's not that I haven't run the game in 2 years. I haven't run the game in a year. Pretty much. The last PB I had was in July of last year, so it's been a while. But that wasn't a world record. I got sub 11, and that last one that I did, which was something. And now we're like trying to break the barrier of sub 1050, which is fun. I have never seen anyone do that. It would have to be some really shocking news in order for like me to faint over something. I mean, I guess somebody could, but it would have to be like something incredibly shocking. Honestly, yeah, actually it has been that long, crazily enough. It was July of last year, the last time I streamed. Crazy, like how fast time flies. A lot. They use currencies a lot for people's names in this game. That was apparently a thing that they just did. They just thought it was an interesting thing that out of the director's own mouth. Like it was just something they did. Yep, that II is so good. Yeah, these splits are not bad right now. Just casually dropping it, you know. I mean, technically, I've still been working on the game offline and doing routing and such, so it's not like I'm rusty at the game or anything. Alright, goodbye, Beleza. Unfortunately. To cure it. I just read that what you just said about the Okay, guys, we're gonna find out. We're not gonna talk to you, Ilkamus. We're just gonna leave. And I don't really remember who all said what during that whole segment where I was having people guess how much time this was gonna save, so... And at this point, you could kind of cheat if you just, like, went off, like, how far ahead I am. Alright, ready?
We did it!
1 minute and 6 seconds. Which makes, actually, I believe it was Zara. I believe Zara was the closest, because Zara said 1 minute and 13, if I remember correctly. Oh, man. I gotta, like, focus super hard, though, for these in-game fights. This is serious business now. Especially with this kind of pace, this is serious business. Like, reminder, like, to everyone that's here in the stream right now, the segmented run is 1044. That, like, the current segmented run that exists is a 1044. So I'm just throwing that out there, like, for everyone's information. But we all knew that, for the longest time we knew RTA could be segmented, like, it was just, you know, one of those a matter of time situations. Someone is working on a task currently for the game. It is in the works, but it will be a while before it is finished. And there's going to be some interesting things in it, pretty much. For sure. Yes, that was very epic, Zara. You were the closest to guessing correctly.
Yes, my lord.
There's not a lot of glitches in this game. There's an unintended way to get into the Lands of Ice early, or in an unintended way, which is clipping through a part of the Sky Rift where they didn't exactly, like, completely close you off from going into it, so you can get into the Lands of Ice from the opposite direction, if you will, instead of having to go through, like, the Sky Rift near Esperanza to get into it. So that's kind of a glitch, if you will, because that's unintended for you to get into the Lands of Ice that way. And the funny thing is, by doing that, you never actually discover the Lands of Ice. You never get that discovery. Because you never trigger it, because you never actually hit the trigger where it is. So it's kind of funny. But there's not, like, really huge glitches in this game, I would say. There's just unintended things that we do, and then things that we take advantage of that the game was designed to do. Also, slight reroute on this fight. 2 torpedoes and a shredder bomb will take it out on the 3rd slot. That way, I will save a little bit of time, because I used to take it out on the 4th slot. So that's a small time save. It's just little things, you know, sometimes the little time saves add up, you know, in the run. This could actually make this split gold because of that. Because that would save enough time probably to gold on this particular split. Not by a lot, but it would probably be a gold. The task for this game will definitely be interesting when it's finished. There's going to be some crazy shenanigans in that. perfect RNG sort of things for like every fight. Perfect encounter luck, all this nonsense that we had to deal with RTA. So we're gonna use Ilkemus for the first time in this run, on this next turn. Which is a fun time. You get to see the power that is Ilkemus. Those torpedoes do way more damage than they would do normally, by the way. But the real power of Ilkemus will be displayed when we fight Zelos. That is where the real power comes into play. Considering that is the fight where you do the single most damage on a turn in the entire run. Like, I guess, well, in general, like, regardless, it's the fastest, it's like the most damage you'll see on a turn in this run.
We did it!
See? 15 seconds. All from doing a fight faster. Every little bit helps when you try to start wanting to save time, so... There is potential time save here. Like the 47 seconds on the split are possible. It's possible to get this time save, but he would have to not like guard a Moonstone cannon. But that's probably, it's so rare to ask for him to do that. He can, but it's one of those probably not going to happen situations. But we'll see what happens. I mean, he could. It's possible. Yes, exactly. We're fighting Zealous, that means we encountered Kratos and Flanor. That's correct. Reminder of when I played this game. I think I played this game after Symphonia or around the same time as Symphonia. So I did always think it was funny that there was this thing in this game called Zelos, and then there was Zelos in Symphonia. It amused me at the time. Yes, I have that Kratos emote. I forgot that I had that emote. But at the very least, like, if the fight just goes standard, you know, like nothing really crazy happens, it won't be a time save or a time loss on this particular fight, so...
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Kratos is like legit, and Cam Clark, you know, the English VA for him is just amazing. Like, I would argue one of the best voice actors in that game. He had so many good lines. I don't know, I just like listening to his voice. Like, Cam Clark just has a nice voice to listen to, especially the way he voiced Kratos in that game. Oh, interesting. I mean, he's done a lot of voices, I guess. He's done different voice work. I just remember him. I remember him most for Kratos, but he's done several other things. That is true. Like, actually, both of those are true, and I remember like reading about that when I was looking at something that was listing all the stuff that he had done, which was interesting. Your cat, okay, yes, your cat is giving me strength, giving me the power. Also, I was slightly paying attention to when I used the Moonstone Cannon the first time and he was guarding, so it is what it is. Otherwise, I would have done like close to like 60,000 damage with that, but oh well, it's all right though. We won't save or lose time really on the split. Maybe like minimal time loss from menuing or something. The real deal is after this, Galcian. Galcian's the real deal. It really can't, honestly. The dodge rate for this thing is... This thing's dodge rate is like... I don't even know that it's existent. I mean, I guess it exists, but it's not very high, because how can this thing even dodge very well? And yes, that is true. Like, Metal Gear Solid is probably his most well-known thing, because that's such a popular, you know, game series, so... Last time... Yes, he was Liquid. I'm pretty sure that that's who he played in Metal Gear Solid, which is why that's pretty well known for him, of course. I actually didn't know that, the glow stick, but thanks for enlightening me on that. I'm actually not sure, like, on this next turn with this Moonstone Cannon, if he has a chance to not guard this. I mean, I guess he does. I've never seen him not guard this next Moonstone Cannon, though. No, yeah, like Karim from Fire Emblem, blah, 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 blah. I can't remember the name of the Fire Emblem game now. Hold on. My brain is not functioning right now. Fire Emblem Fates, I believe, yes. Because I always, for some reason, get confused between Corinne and Robin. Robin is Awakening. Nah, it doesn't matter when the guard happens on the turn. As long as you guard, you're always guarding, so, on that particular turn. So, it doesn't matter if I go first or not. It's just a guard, unfortunately, and I will do less damage. But that also works for me as well. If I guard on a turn and the enemy goes before me, I'm still guarding, so I guess it works both ways. Yeah, the time ticking down now is just the possible time save from, if he had not guarded one of my Moonstone Cannons, but he generally always does. He's very defensive. This ship battle is very, very defensive, so...
Ha! That was easy.
So, no gain or loss on that. Well, a small game, but, you know, nothing substantial. Alright, Galcian. I mean, the game says that the splits say have a minute and 30 seconds to save on this fight, but I don't know if we'll get that or not. He must have been trolly in my PV. He must not have been very good. So there's something in this for at least that. Also, welcome back, B-Mal. This pace is something. I don't really know where it came from, but it's a pace. And we will not argue with it. Quick menu here, though. Gotta do this first. There's important things that need to be done here. But that is if, unfortunately, I get this time. If I get this time, it's going to be ridiculous, but we'll see what happens. I have not played Catherine, but I know what it is. And I am somewhat familiar with it. Awesome. Now you can relax to the end of this, and Vice can stop pole dancing. You can watch the end of this run and see what happens. The suspense. What will happen? Yes, we do not want to see that combo. Also, I hardly ever get an encounter on this in this dungeon, so that's fun too. Encounters are very rare here because the encounter rate's pretty low.
Retreat.
So that's dumb. But yes, the issue is him killing Aika, which she will die to a terminal in one shot. And if that happens, I have no protection from magic. And if he decides to use Eternus the next turn, it's going to be a bad time. Not that it's 100% effective, but it's still effective to kill a bunch of people, and we don't want that. That's a sad time. We're also going to hug this wall here in order to avoid triggering an encounter that triggers there, so that's a small thing that you may not understand why I'm doing it, but that's the reason why. And you don't want to trigger that encounter, by the way. That the encounter that you get there is very bad. It is like 3 executioner enemies that have instant death and other nasty things. So you don't want to do that. All right, Galcian, what are you gonna do? What you got for me? This would be ridiculous, even more ridiculous pace. Yeah, if Bluheim hadn't been a total dick. Because this would be 13 minutes ahead. 13 and a half minutes ahead. Otherwise. He totally never did that before. Hey, did we do that? I'm trying to remember. That doesn't really seem like it was much of a thing in early routing, triggering that fight. I feel like that's something we knew about for a while, about not doing that. But if you ever accidentally did it, you'd be sad. Alright. Here we go. This fight is very important to go well. Captain's Hat, Focus, Delta Shield, Guard, Glyph of Might.
This should work.
This is what you don't want to see on the first turn. And this is either Ica or Gilder. It's one or the other, and it's gonna be really bad if it's Ica. It's gonna be bad, bad times if it's Ica. Which it is. Oh god. Well, you better all be praying on this next turn, because if he uses a turn this next turn, it's gonna be a sad time. And we better be praying that if he does do it, that a bunch of people don't die. So... here we go, friends. Lord help. I am, like, really scared right now. Alright, Pirate's Wrath. Got off. There's that, at any rate. Ugh! Alright, I can't even watch. I can't even watch! I can't look! I can't even freaking look. Just don't. I can't even watch. Oh god, just Gilder. Gilder is the only one that's dead. Holy moly. Holy moly. That could have been so bad. God, that was scary. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Whatever, buddy. You can do that. I don't care. Go ahead and Naglora. It's fine. Just don't do that again. Don't kill Ica again, please, or do that. That's... I don't have the strength for that. I don't think my heart can take any more of that. Because it's fine, because Vice is not even attacking this turn anyway, so... And I'll just buff him again on the next turn. With Gilder, who is now back in action. Alright. Let's... Okay, I meant to buff Vice there and I accidentally guarded with him, but oh well. We'll fix it. It'll be alright, because he's not attacking this turn either. We'll fix it. I actually did not mean to guard with him, though, that turn. It'll be okay. It's all gonna be okay. That's not okay, though. Devolver is not okay. I don't want to see that. So basically, he's guarding. If he uses Devolver, he's pretty much guarding this turn, so... yeah, rip my damage. Pretty much, unfortunately.
This should work.
Galcian is not cooperating. Not very well, anyways. He is not cooperating. So, potential time save is not a thing. It's not gonna happen. Because this fight has been kind of questionable so far. But as long as I don't lose like a billion years, I guess. Also, can you not, my dude? Can you just not right now? With the Nagloras? Because every time he does this, I have to buff Vice again. And it's annoying. Also, I did it again. I forgot to buff Vice, so... that's my fault. That was my bad. I didn't mean to guard with Gilder there. I meant to buff Vice again. He needs to stop removing my buff so I can like not have to constantly be doing this crap.
This should work.
Jerk. This was such a jerk fight. And he has to throw in a terminal one last time. You know, for old time's sake, he has to do this. For just to end the fight with. Because I'm pretty sure this next Pirate's Wrath will kill him. But unfortunately, Vice did not outspeed him. So now we have to watch Terminal again. So fun times. And the animation for this is like god awful long. So unfortunately, there's that. At least that one was on Gilder, so we'll live, I suppose. Yeah, he's dead. Thank God. Holy moly.
I'm glad everyone
Well,
is okay.
that was a freaking Galcian fright from hell.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
I still could have lost more time there. That's the sad thing, is that I still could have lost like more if he had wanted to do that. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not great, but he could have. I still could have lost more time to this fight than what I just did. So especially if more people had died to that Eternus. Especially if everyone had died to that, we'd be in really sad territory right now. But Gilder died for our sins and took the death for everybody. So, you know, and for that Gilder gets praise. He took all the sins and died for everybody. You're not wrong on that, Jack of Heart. That actually is a true statement.
Goodbye, my love.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not behind. Yeah, and it could have been worse, so. We will live, you know. It's fine. Everything can't go, like, completely right in every run, so. But that fight was honestly terrifying, yes. That is something you never want to see, especially on this kind of pace. You don't want to see Ica dead and then Eternus next turn. That's like the worst thing. Also, F to pay respects to Beliza, yes. Poor Beliza. She also sacrificed herself to stop Galcian. Oh man. Well, Galcian is done. And now we have the last fights and the final dungeon, but the final dungeon is kind of like whatever. The only time I can lose, the only way I can lose time to the final dungeon is encounters, so encounter luck.
Why?
And how many I get, but we still fine. The pace is fine. It's not the end of the world. And I know that both of my Ramirez fights could not have been perfect in PB. There has to be some bullcrap that happened in at least one of these fights. Getting 2 good Ramirez fights is kind of like impossible in a single run. Thank you, Jack of Heart. Hopefully, we're going to be improving my PB even more. Barring that something really bad doesn't happen. Knock on wood on that one, but yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Like the 0.07 potential time save to Gaudianos. Which is just silly. Like that's literally probably just from menuing, better menuing. It is long. The run for this game is incredibly long. And if you think that this is crazy, there are crazy people who run 100% for this game, which is 19 hours currently. The world record for 100% is 19 hours and 25 minutes, I want to say. So there are some crazy people out there that have ran the 100% category, which is not for the faint of heart, let me tell you. That run is not for... If you don't like long runs, don't even attempt that one. That's stupidly long. If I had to do anything past like how long any percent currently is, I don't even know. I would just be dead by the time that was all said and done. It's just long. Like the stamina to like keep that up. Yeah. If your name is Pingy, that's true. Like Pingy is, you know, on another level. Hey, you've still done the run, Mario. Like, and you did a lot of routing for that category. Like a crap ton of routing. So I mean, you're you are one of those people that have spent a lot of time with Hundo, regardless. And B-Mal was the experiment and was the first person to do Hundo. uh, B-Mal was the guinea pig for the 100% category. Hey, in comparison to however many else that anybody... Hey, that's still saying something, Mario, considering a lot of other people have never done a Hundo run, so you still have that. You can still say that you have done a 100% run of this game in more than one of them, so you can definitely say that is the case. Definitely, Brig, and I hope to do so. It was too long of a gap between the last one and this one, I have to say, so. Yes, this is on it's being played on a Wii, but I mean, you know. Original hardware, pretty much, console. Yeah, as long as it's disc, which it is, so. That's hilarious, Bregan. That would be Bon Kaito's 100%, yeah. Which is a lot of, like, waiting. Because you have to wait for that one Magnus to evolve into the splendid hair. Yep, Bon Kaito's the lovely 100% category for that game. Which, I mean, people laugh at that, but that still took routing. Like routing that still took time, in order to get the time save that is there, you know. But yeah, a lot of it is just you're waiting. Also, I'm glad I didn't miss there. Because I need the drops from this fight, absolutely. Need the things that this boss drops. If you want to call us a boss, fine. An enemy that this enemy drops. Excuse me, it's not really a boss.
Your petty little tricks won't work on us.
Small time loss, wow. 0.6 seconds. A lowly manager, well, I mean, that's probably accurate. It will run away. Like, if that misses on the, and you don't kill it on the first turn, it runs away, and then you lose all the drops that it has. Which is the moon gun. The moon gun is the most important thing that it drops. Which we absolutely need in order to 3-turn Zelos, so... The sparkling deck isn't bad either. Like, it drops the sparkling deck, which is a huge boost to your ship's defense. But yeah, it is kind of like a silly enemy. It's one of those, like, I don't understand how you could not kill it in the first turn as long as you just fire a cannon at it. But I mean, you know, that moon cannon could technically miss. I mean, it's probably not a very high chance for it to happen, but there is that chance that it could happen, and it would be very sad if it did. Alright, final dungeon. Final dungeon. One really crappy fight, a joke fight, and then another crappy fight. That's all we have left here. Because Zelos I cannot lose time on unless I just really, like, mess up the menuing for that fight. It's Ramirez that is a worry. Ramirez is the scary one here.
Retreat!
That's what we want. Just magic. Don't do Silver Nightmare. Like, don't do dumb things. Like, just, you know. I need Ramirez 1 to not spam Silver Eclipse. That would be nice, too. I just need him to behave, you know? Yeah, just throw magic. Just use magic. Try to drill nose me. Use Eternum. You know.
Retreat!
Yo, Auditu, hello. I haven't done a run since July of last year, so this is a rarity. But it's just very good to see you. This is a rare event. Probably so, because I don't stream a lot, and it's been a long time, yeah. So that's not unusual. But yeah, you made it for this, which is the end of this run, which has gone exceedingly well, for the most part. A few things, you know, here and there that were kind of sketch, but it has gone okay, pretty okay. At this point, it would have to, like, be really bad. It's world record pace, like, yes, and it would have to... Ramirez is gonna have to really, like, do some things for it not to be world record at this point. But never say never. I mean, you know, that's one of those never say never situations, because Ramirez can be bad. He has the potential to do so. Yeah, you get to catch the end of this, which is crazy. Like, the world record that's on the leaderboard right now, I think Armstrong said it's 11 months old at this point, which is pretty old, for that it hasn't been beaten after all this time. And I haven't had world record in the game since 2019, so that's something. I held record several times, like, during early routing of the game. I used to trade records with another runner at the time, NG Burns. Then Pingy came and kind of, like, dominated. Actually, yes, there's been some very good route improvements. And a lot of ideas came from Armstrong, because, you know, Armstrong does his routing and everything, so... That was also the most important equipping menuing thing of this entire part, is remembering to equip that stupid moon gun. Also, I missed the split there, so I'll skip it.
Sorry?
I was supposed to split there when I entered that doorway, but oh well, I'll skip it. And fill it in later. But yeah, there have been route improvements. And Armstrong has contributed to that, because I've taken some ideas from his routing. So, it's a team effort. Routing is very much a team effort. And there's still a lot of things that Armstrong has routed that I'm sure we've not even seen, so his next run will be very cool and very interesting to see. Alright. Ramirez. Buddy, friend, pal. Don't do the thing. Yeah, there's actually somebody that's been doing a lot of, like, looking into, like, stuff like that. There's a Nose Guy in the Discord who's been doing that, and yeah, there's someone else who's tasking the game now, too. Oh, great. Wonderful.
Light,
Well, we're starting off with this, so...
darkness,
That's a thing.
sword of the dark moon.
But they have used a lot of your work on it too. Like a lot of stuff that you did was, I mean, very much important and paved the way for like some of the things they've been doing too. So look how much damage Fina takes from that and guard. It's amazing she can survive that, not guarding. Alright, well, time to heal, because we're like half dead. I'm taking a risk by doing this, by having Fina do anything, because Fina's like on death's door, and any sort of like damage will kill her, so... Oh good, he's just doing that. That's awesome. So we get fully healed back from that. That works. Some of that is just good RNG stuff, Jenna Twitch, honestly. Like some of the stuff, the time save I've gotten in this was just RNG related. Good RNG sort of thing. Some of it was route improvement, but some of it was RNG stuff. Drill notes again. Wow. Okay. Alrighty then. That's what we like to see. You told him, like you told him off, and now he's listening. He's behaving. I assume he's gonna do this. Yes. Generally, when he gets low on HP, he does this Lunar Blessing, which is fine. It's a slow animation, but he's not really doing anything other than wasting time. So this is just slow, and he's putting auto regen on himself, which is kind of annoying, but... Alright, so what we're gonna do is that, and the Crystalline box, yes.
This should work.
This Crystalline box has had several uses, actually. He is probably dead, I would say. I mean, we'll see. He's using this, which is going to take my buff off of Vice, but I think he's still dead regardless. Although, in hindsight, he probably wouldn't have if I hadn't used that Crystalline box just then, so... forward thinking, I guess, in using that, because I don't think he would have died here to Cutlass Fury if I hadn't used the Crystalline box first. Alright, but we'll see if this finishes him off. Yep, he did. Alright, thank goodness. Holy moly.
We did it!
Ha! That was easy.
And that's pretty much the same, same sort of fight I guess I got in my PB, considering he was dead even. Goodness gracious. Okay. Well, anyways, now we have this. Now we have freaking Zelos, which is nothing going on for a little bit, but still kind of important because I have to, like, not mess up menuing. Actually, that was sub 11. That was the first sub 11 that he got, where it was 10:59:59. And he literally got it by frames. Like, honestly, he got it literally based on frames. It was honestly amusing. And then from then on, he obviously has said, you know, that picking Vice's flag is what you should do because it mattered for that particular run. And him getting the first sub 11. I'm like, you're not wrong, I guess. It saved you enough frames, like, to get that. Yes, exact. We need Ramirez to go just as well after this. I'm not as scared of Ramirez. Now Ramirez too can waste time. He is trolly. He can be very trolly if he wants to be. I'm not as scared of him as Ramirez 1, but I'm still, you know, scared for the slowness that he can do if he so chooses. So. But first, we have to get past this fight, so... This is like one of the most important things that you do in this fight, which is cast silence on him. If he is silenced, he literally cannot do anything. It pretty much cripples him. Because mostly what he's going to do is try to cast spells, so... It's like the most ridiculous. It really does trivialize the fight. If you silence him, it's over. Like, he can't really... He's not going to be able to do much. Oh, man. Oh man, that's hopefully, Mara, that's what we're gonna look at here. A new world record for any percent, which hasn't happened in quite some time. Oh, that is good timing then. Barring that Ramirez doesn't troll very much. Or at all. We'll just see what happens. Yep, poor little Death Star, considering that's pretty much what Zealous looks like. Hey, you kind of like been watching this entire run today. Okay, well, if it's 2 a.m., there you go. You have a right to be tired at this point, then. Zillus is kind of like this fight that just stands between you and the final boss, where you just sit here and worry the entire time about how it's gonna go. It's just this suspense factor where you just sit here and wait until you finally get to the real fight. Alright. It's time to end this. Also true, it gives you a chance to recover if that first fight went pretty sketchy. Which is very possible, so... You might need a breather after that to try and, like, recoup your thoughts and say, okay, here's what I need to do, you know, at the beginning of the Ramirez 2 fight, you know? Especially if you need to heal on the next, you know, at the beginning of the fight, because you are starting off in a bad position. My health levels aren't too bad starting off, you know, going into that fight, so it'll be alright.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
I would cry if that happened, if he used sacrilege. Alright, booyah. By the way, Zealous totally had claws before this moment. You know, those claws didn't just randomly appear. Like, they were totally there before. Honestly, yeah, this stream has been more than I even imagined.
We did it!
Thank you for the small time save, I guess. That gold. Hey, don't laugh at the 3 seconds. That's important. Alright, so according to the splits, I have 56 seconds I can save on this fight. According to the splits. We'll see what happens. Indeed. It is very much possible to get 1044. Especially, if this fight has to go well, like in order for that to happen, so... Alright. Focus time. Saccharum. Or a Valor. Oh god. Please be Ica. I think it's Ica. It's Ica. Thank god. Oh my goodness. So we get to watch Alpha Storm. Enjoy the Alpha Storm animation, everybody. And watch how much damage it does. It's pretty comical.
This should work.
So that was a fun first turn. Oh man. Well, we're back. We're all at full HP now, like, because
Let's try this.
we're all in good condition now. So let's do this. Yep, she does not have Lambda Burst. Just Alpha Storm and Delta Shield, so...
This should work.
Dronos, love to see it. Love to see it. Keep doing that. Please. That's, yeah, Silver Binds, unfortunately. On Fina? Okay. She will actually survive this because she's guarding, but it's a slow animation, unfortunately. But she won't die, at any rate. She will be very low on HP in the end, though. It doesn't do anything if you use Delta Shield. It will do something if you're not doing it, which is debuff your entire party, which is really bad. Good job, Fina. It'd be sad times, yeah. You just don't want to do any of these fights without Delta Shield. It is a really bad time. Alright, I need to heal her, like, now. Oh my gosh. Keep doing things that are fast, Ramirez, please. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Keep doing this. Keep doing stuff like that, please. Alright, what you got? Destruction? Okay. It's slow, unfortunately. But, oh well. I can't do anything about it. He could have done, I guess, worse things, but we'll live. I need to buff Vice immediately, though, next turn. That is also true. He could have done that, and that would have been a really bad time. Oh my gosh. Okay. Please. Get my buff back up on Vice.
This should work.
Vice, please! I beg of you, go first. Yes! It's over? Is it over? Is he dead? He's dead. He's freaking dead. 1044, holy moly. Also, I think I just, like, lost a zillion frames there for a moment. Sorry, when I did that. Also, Yink, crazy. 10 gifted subs. Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. You guys are crazy. All of you, honestly. Like, all of you who were here for any part of this run. Thank you so much for watching this and being here during this. Goodness gracious. This has essentially tied the segmented run, yes. Essentially. We'll say it because I don't think the seconds count. You're never going to completely, like get 10:44:00. So I would argue that it's basically tied the segmented run. Which is insane. Absolutely insane. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Thank you all so much though for like the congrats and everything. Just everyone who has been part of this. The lurkers, people who have chatted. Goodness gracious. 2 years I haven't had world record in this game, and now I have it again. Also, you crazy people that are subscribing, and Kimba Winnie, I totally meant to say thank you as well for the 5 gifted subs. You guys are insane. I am back on top again. Honestly, it is something I never... If I'm being honest, I never thought I would have world record in this game again. If I'm honest, I didn't ever think I would hold it again. And to do it in this way, getting 1044 is just insane. Yeah, go for it. Go, VML. Yeah, you know. You can do it. I believe in you. Thank you, Armstrong, honestly. Considering a lot of your efforts helped go into this as well, a lot of your routing efforts. I cannot take credit for like all the routing that has gone into this game. Absolutely not. That has been a team effort from the start, so... And thank you, Mario. I will enjoy it, honestly. Because it honestly feels good. Just to have it again. Absolutely. We don't. If you don't have to speedrun the game, we're happy for anybody that joins the community. Just we love the support and we love hearing about people playing the game casually and doing random things in the game, because sometimes that's how you find speedrun strats. Pretty much, yeah. Like, if let's think about this for a moment. If Bluheim, Galcian, and Draukor tank all had gone, you know, better than they did and gotten the time save, like, for all of those, this would have been like 1040 or something like that. Like, maybe even lower, depending, but at least 10. It would have been at least a 1040 if those 3 fights alone had gone better than they did, and that's ridiculous. That is just ridiculous, honestly. So I look forward, honestly, I look forward to seeing what Pingy can do, because I know Pingy's going to go in hard trying to improve this time, and I look forward to seeing what he can do too. Also, Ginley, thank you for the 1,500 bits, and Bregan, everybody who has given me bits. Goodness gracious, you guys. And thank you for the congrats, because I think I missed you giving bits, Armstrong, if I remember correctly, because I think you gave some too. You're not exactly, Yaga. From where this game started, has come such a long way. Like, honestly. Somebody had to be the starter, though, so, you know. Thank you, Leon. Hello, Leon, and thank you for the congrats. You're welcome, Mario. Thanks for being here, at least for the end of it. I am not surprised by that in the least, B-Mal, and I would, you know, think nothing less. I would expect nothing less, honestly, so. Honestly, wouldn't expect any less, so. I actually have to fix 2 splits, Armstrong, so that probably will be like a 1020 when I adjust it, so. Also, you guys are crazy for the hype train success. I had a hype train and it was level 5. Goodness gracious. Also, thank you for the subscription. Bregan is very much appreciated. Yeah, I can't ask for anything less than this sort of return to streaming in this game. Goodness. And also, Love Story Gaming, thank you for subscribing as well. Honestly, it feels good to have a PB. A new PB. I mean, honestly, this is the sort of time I was, like, capable of, but it's just a matter of getting it, so. I've always been capable of it, it's just a matter of doing it. I mean, you know, it's fine. You got to watch this. That's something, you know. Also, thank you, Modils. It was fun. There were some scary moments in this run, but it was fun. that Galcian fight scared me to death. I'm not lying. You all have all made me happy today. Armstrong, hey, that's appropriate. That's how you should do things, yes. See, Armstrong is making the good life choices. I do have, well, since you're asking what the next goal is, there is something that I have worked on offline for a while that I will finally do that now that I've gotten a PV in this game, in any percent anyways. But there is something I have worked on for a while offline that I should probably finally do, but I won't spoil what it is. It'll be fun, let's put it that way. It'll be something fun. It's not Hundo. I can tell you it's not Hundo, because if I want to do Hundo, I have to route it, because I want to do some rerouting on that. But yeah, it'll be fun regardless. I'm gonna keep it, yes, a secret for now. But it will be very much enjoyable. I promise you that. Especially since I've worked on it for a while. I also need to finish my freaking Dreamcast playthrough that I had started for this game and stopped at Yafutoma. I should probably do that too. That would be a good idea. That's been on hiatus for like, I don't even know actually how long it's been on hiatus now. For a little while at any rate. Like a best waifu. Thank you all very, very much, honestly. I can't even say it enough. This is some crazy nonsense right here. And even if I don't even care if like Penguin, if Pingy does like runs tomorrow and beats this, it's fine. I mean, just to get this time and at least hold it for a moment, I'm fine with that. I'm either gonna raid Alec or I'm gonna raid Pingy. I feel like if Pingy's still streaming, it might be appropriate to raid Pingy just to troll him. Just so we can all go in his chat and, you know, troll him a little bit. Considering Pingy's the one that's going to be taking this record probably eventually. So I feel like we should troll him a bit if he's still streaming and if he's not ending stream yet. Because I see he's streaming. It would just be fun. I need to, first of all, like, stop recording, though, here soon. Although, luckily, this is all in one part on Twitch, because this, the stream never actually dropped, which is nice. Stop recording.